Yo, 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 what is up? What is up? What's going on? Here we go. How's everybody doing? Thank y'all for tuning in to another one for the day. It is Friday, May 8th, 2026. And man, it's been a hell of a week. Your boy hasn't been able to fire off a live stream all week. I had a lot of stuff going on, but we are good to go. We back in here for the day. We are chilling like a villain. I started this stream try to get a little bit early, but we good now. Got this stream going up early, so I got nothing but time today to get this here done. So we gonna be here for a good old minute, all right? We gonna be here for a good minute because I tried to get this stream off yesterday, but I couldn't. Ran into some technical difficulties that we had come up. Had to do some computer, troubleshooting and shit. Got it all figured out. So we good today, and we about to get it in today. Oh yes, we is. We finna get it in today, boy. We finna get it in. We finna get it in today, boy. But with that being said, hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully you're enjoying your work day. Hopefully you're not having a bad day. Hopefully you're staying positive, uplifted, and ready to get the day going, ready to kick ass at your 9 to 5 or whatever it is that you may be doing or whatever the case may be. Hopefully you're having a good day. But if you're having a bad day, let Mr. Chow break it down to you.
Oh, you're having a bad day? Did you die?
I got shot.
But did you die?
And as long as you didn't die, as long as you're still alive, and as long as you're still here, you're able to do something and make something happen. Get up, get out, get something, stay focused, elevate yourself, pray, fast, meditate, grind, and keep pushing and keep going towards what can be better for yourself in the future and for the people that you care about and hopefully for others around you. So let's go. Yeah. Whoops, I didn't mean to have that playing while you heard that, but I had to check and make sure my sound was working. But with that being said, we are simultaneously streaming on multiple platforms. We are on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, do me a favor. Let me see if I get this right today. If you're on YouTube, do me a favor. When you see that thumbs up, hit your screen that you see right there. Do your boy a favor, hit that like button. Let's get this algorithm out. Let's get this message out to everybody because we got a long show today. Yes, we going long today, bro. You getting these daddy long strokes today. Bruh. Yes, sir. You sure is. Yeah, daddy long strokes. Long. Yes, sir. Bruh. Super long. Super long. You can call me. I ain't gonna say you can call me. But anyway, we're on YouTube. We're also on Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and Facebook, whatever you want to call it. If you're messaging me on Facebook, I probably won't be able to see it because I don't think I have Facebook set up on my live chat thing that I could see over here. But if you're on the other platforms, I could see it. So if you're on Facebook and I don't see a message and you give one out, you can give me one, just double check and see if I can see it. I'm not sure if I can or not, but other ones I know I can for sure. So if you message me on that, I'll go ahead and get it. And if I'm, I'll take time as I'm going in between the show to speak out to you. But also, if you want to contribute to today's show, right there, Cash App and the Venmo, right there, Cash App, Daniel2888, Venmo, Danny-Daniel, that's 00. If you want to contribute and support today's show, because today's show, is a one-man bandstand. It's how we do it over here, you know what I'm saying? We make sure we keep this thing rolling and rocking and rolling and grooving. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have a long show. I'm gonna take my sweet ass time today, boy. I'm taking my time today. We are going nice and slow. We finna hit you with the Usher Raymond on this motherfucker. It's gonna be like bing bing bing. Yeah, that's what we doing today, boy. It's gonna be nice and slow. So with that being said, so we're going to get into today's show. Today's show topic is going to be about, in the age of intelligence, do you know who you are? Because it seems like this takeover for America it's been real, but it's like more blatant in your face. And I believe from what it's looking like, it seems like once America gets taken over, it's a wrap for the rest of the world, at least to a certain point. Because if you get a hold of America, which America is the global powerhouse right now as far as the US dollar goes, as far as the military powerhouse, and in a sense probably technology as well. And if it's not number one, well, hell, number two, number three, whatever, it is number one in military. But whatever the case you want to look at it, we know that America's been the powerhouse for quite some time now, for its short tenure that has been here as far as one of the players in the globe. and it looks like it's the second superpower. From a long standpoint of view, it looks like it's a second powerhouse or a second superpower that it looks like everybody is coming to take it down. And you had the first superpower, which was Russia, before it became USSR. The two superpowers were Russia and America. Well, they went over there, hit them with the whole Bolsheviks revolution and all this stuff. And then they just went to town and turned Russia into the USSR. And then that became a whole thing within itself. Then the USSR dissolved in 1991. At the same time, the USSR dissolved in 1991. Right over here, we find out in America, they had what is it called? The Muslim Brotherhood takeover for North America that was founded here in 1991 as well. So as soon as one shut down, another one began in America. So you see like the complete, like immediate drop one, start the other one, plan to take over. So it's something that's been a long trajectory that's been making sure to take down the two superpowers. And the first one was Russia, which then turned into USSR, which then disbanded in 91. Now the second superpower was America. And now from what I look at and what I see, they are hell bent and they're doing a hell of a number on America. But America is not that country where you can just come in and take over with like shoot them up, bang, bang, like how we see. We always think World War I and World War II and things like that. But America is being taken over from within. You realize that you can't just run up on America and just take them out with guns and bombs and stuff like that. What you have to do is you have to do subversion from within. I forget the name of the guy who spoke on that. What is your name? This is going to bother me now. But you have to do subversion from within when it comes to America. And when you do that, you have to demoralize the population. You know what I mean? You have to demoralize the people from within, turn the people against each other, have them fight against each other, have left versus right, black versus white, religion versus religion, politics versus politics. You have to have all these. You have to have moral versus immoral. You have to have man versus woman. Just all these different things tearing apart at the seams, and let it happen from within. And you do that over a course of decades, you know what I mean? 10 years, 20 years, 30, and you just keep just doing it over and over and over. And as you see, we have, you had feminism, then it turns into modern day feminism, which I call Satanism, because everything it does is completely polar opposite of what nature intends. And from the original version of feminism, it just completely does the polar opposite of what the original version of feminism was. So then we have Satanism coming in here. So it's a battle of morality versus immorality. It's a battle versus God. You know what I mean? It's just every battle you can think of, and that's happening right now. And we're going to go through, and I'm going to tackle this topic from three perspectives. I'm going to go political, economic, and then spiritual. We're going to hit it from three different angles. So we're going to hit political, economic, and spiritual. And then the whole point is to get you to understand, from my opinion, this is how I look at it. I'm just giving it to you from my perspective. You believe me, not agree or not. I could give a shit less what you feel or what you think. I'm the one talking. I'm going to give you my synopsis on how I feel, how people should be approaching this stuff for a way to better your future in the long run, because everybody can't go, bro. Everybody can't go. Everybody can't make it. Everybody can't make it, bro. Not everybody was meant to go, bro. Nah. Everybody can't go. Nah, it just can't. It can't. Nah. Everybody can't go. So it's always going to be the same story that never changes. You know what I mean? Like, you can break it down to biblical text. You understand that the gates of hell is wide open and many will go through, but the path to heaven is narrow and few will find it. You got to find it, and few will find it, however you want to look at it. Even when you look at like movies like 300, you know what I mean? The battle versus Leonidas versus Xerxes. There was a shitload of people on Xerxes' side, and there was a few men over here on Leonidas' side, but the few was whooping the many asses. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a story that you see over and over, time and time again. Every time you're watching the battle versus good versus evil, the bad is always a way bigger number when it's fighting against the good. It's just the same story that you always seem to see. You can't argue it, because it's like it keeps turning out that way. And it's for a reason. It's just like that's how it always seems to happen. If for some reason the numbers for the bad always outweighs the good when the battle for good and evil clashes. You know what I mean? So there's that. So that's what we're going to talk about today, and that's how we're going to go about today's show. I got nothing but time. We're going to take our sweet ass time, and we're going to get this done. So before we do get this started, let me see. There's a few things I do need to do before we do start this show. Let me see. Where is it at? Oh, and the guy name from Subversion from Within. It's Yuri. What was your name? Yuri Bezmenov. Yuri Bezmenov. If you ever want to learn about socialist subversion from within, so you're gonna go to this guy right here. This is Yuri Bezmenov, and I mean he was a former KGB agent, and he warns America about socialist subversion from within. And this is from, I mean, he spoke on this years ago. Listen here.
Basically, America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism.
All right, so you see right there, Yuri Bezmenov, he was talking about this way back when. Now, you looking at this, look at this now, all right? Look at the lamp, look at the lighting, look at the footage. This clearly looks like, I don't know, late 70s. This could be mid-70s to 80s. And he was talking about if you can turn the tides now from way back when, then you will have a chance to, you know, change it, but it would take 15, 20 years. Now, if shit keeps going, well, not if, stuff kept going bad from then all the way to now, so you think we could turn the tide around and it'll take 15, 20 years? No, I think it's going to take like, if you turn the tides now, it would take like 40 to 50 years. Because he's speaking from an advent of where social media was not even a thought. Computers wasn't even hitting like that at all. Computers was not a thing. I mean, they were around, but it was not nothing nowhere near what we even fathom. So he didn't even see the advent of something called social media being put in a place. You know what I mean? So there's that. There's that for sure. You know what I mean? So you have to look at it from that perspective and think like, sheesh. I mean, what is it that could be done to change this to make it a better situation? Now, let me see. So I got a couple things I need to do. Let me see. What is your name? I forget this guy's name. There's a couple things I got to pull up before we move the ball forward, because we're gonna get started with this. Let me throw some music in the background. Let me play this banger I love. Yeah, I got that banger playing in the background for you. Nice, smooth, and slow. That's the jam, by the way. That is a banger. Let me see if I can find a couple of my things before we proceed forward to I give you what you need. Let's see. Where we at? Of course, I can't find it when I need it. No, I can't find it. I guess we ain't gonna do it today because I don't want to sit here and slow it up for this. However, what we will do is this right here for sure. Here, as the Australian lady said, here and nar. I gotta find me a chick that talk like that. I think that's so sexy. I don't know why I like that. Nar. I like it when a chick says nar and here. I don't know what it is, but it is nice. I gotta message somebody real quick because he was like, let me know when you're going live. So let me go ahead and tell him right now so he don't forget. Let's see, JP Morgan executive. Oh yeah, we seen that already. Where you at? There we go. Let me message this dude real quick. Here we go. Sent him a message, so he'll be around. There you go. So now you know. Anyway, before we start the show, we do need to run a drum roll because we do have to go ahead and give out some good news to let you know how this show gets down. So drum roll, please. Yes, sir. And yes, sir, ladies and gentlemen, D. Elliott Fitness live stream show is brought to you by yours truly. Today's sponsor in the building is D. Elliott Fitness himself. If you want to go ahead and get a home workout at home, go ahead and tap the video tab on your YouTube channel and also get you a at-home workout in case you can't get to the gym, in case you're too lazy or you can't afford it, or better yet, you just can't even whatever the case may be, you can't get to it or you don't want to, you got kids at home and you can't seem to get away from them or whatever the case may be, click on the video tab, go to the YouTube channel video tab and click on any workout you got, upper body, lower body, back, leg, chest, whatever you need. It's just at home in your living room with dumbbells, and we get you set up the way you need to be. But always remember, you cannot work a poor diet. So put the processed foods down and try your best to eat the best fresh and healthy diet that you can, drinking a lot of water, staying away from any kind of wheats, breads, pastas, and tortillas and stuff like that, so the yeast doesn't raise up in your stomach, kind of like when bread does when it's warmed up. It's better for your body to use that to burn off its calories whenever you're working out, but not after the fact. You increase your protein intake because that's what helps prepare and build your muscles. Your carbs are for energy that you burn off when you work out, and your fats are for your hormones to make sure you have healthy fats. With that being said, support your boy's channel. Thank you. Yeah, boy. That's going to be it for today's sponsor of our show. Let's go ahead and kick back on that nice slow jam, slow vibe music that we had playing in the background for you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So let's go ahead and get this thing crack-a-lacking, crack-a-lating, as you can see. So, excuse me. So today's show, we're going to go ahead and tap right into it and get right into it. Let me make sure my microphone is good because I don't want to mess it up, because I've had that happen before. Did a whole live stream and it's just nothing but a bunch of going on. It's like, my voice is messed up. But you know, we're all good. So today's show is, we're going to start off political, economic, spiritual. 3 angles we tackle this thing from. All right. So first we're going to start off political. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at America from a political standpoint that we're going through right now. All right. So we got the left and the right, Democrat, Republic, whatever you want to call it. Democrat, Republic, Democrat, yada, 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 yada. Now, as we are going to see, we're going to start off first on the left side. The left side is going to be, you know, your Democrat, at least your modern day Democrats, have they changed? And the left side is going to be more based on, the left side is going to be more based on looking at it from a Islamic perspective, or Islamist perspective, I should say. And what we're going to see here is we're going to look at the left side, and it seems like, for some reason, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the left side is more of a Islamist side. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at it from 2 different angles. We're going to look at Islam on the left, and we're going to look at Israel on the right, because that's what it seems is what's going on. Now, I get it. Right-wing conservative people might be like, no, we don't support Israel, whatever the case may be. Well, looking at the powers that be, or whatever, the people that are in office, Democrat and Republican, it seems like the left side is Islamist and the right side is Israel. That's what it seems like. That's what it looks like. And then the American people, the hard Christian people, well, to be quite honest with you, it looks like you guys are assed out in the dirt and nobody gives a shit about you. Let's just call a spade a spade. That's just really what it is. Like, it really seems like, when it comes to powers that be, there's not a soul in that office. Maybe like out of 100%, I think it's like 5 or 10% fighting for America. The other percentage is split between Islam and Israel. So America's in a kerfuckle, as you would say, or kerfunkle, whatever that word is. It's an energy drink, by the way. So, and I'm not going to support who it is, but it's an energy drink. So it's for me to get ready for my workout after all this. So we're going to look at it, and we're going to start off looking at how each side is utilizing America and looking at the direction America's headed in. Because either way it goes, whether it's left or right, Islam or Israel, we're headed down a communist path and away from a capitalist society. There's no way you can look, there's no other way you can look at it. You can argue with me all you want, but you're wrong, I'm right in this case. So either way it goes, as time goes on, we're seeing that that's where we're headed. Now we're going to listen to how each side is speaking, and you're going to use their own words. I'm not going to say anything about either one. I have nothing negative to say about Islamists and nothing negative to say about Israel. I'm going to use their words, and they're going to speak on their situations, okay? And they're going to speak on their perspective and what it is that they're doing as far as America goes. Because like I said, there was two superpowers at a point in time, Russia and the United States. And then in the early 1900s, the Bolsheviks revolution came in and, you know, did its thing over there in Russia, unfortunately, and then turned around and did the USSR and changed it over to the USSR. And then the USSR dissolved in 91. And then we found the Muslim Brotherhood plan to conquer North America in 1991, the same year. But we didn't find that document until like 2006, 2008. So it's been around since 91, but they didn't find it till the court case in it's like 2004 or 6 or 8 or something like that. So they really good at keeping a secret, but now the cat's out the bag and like, well, be quite honest, we don't got to keep it a secret no more. We're like in position of power. So really at the end of the day, what we say out loud to the Americans, what do we say? We say this.
FYM. Fuck y'all motherfuckers, you know?
Basically is where we're at. So first we're going to start out with the left side, the Islamist side. Then we're going to move over to the Israel side on the right side. And let's take a look at how each party speaks when it comes to them taking over political power in America. All right. Because nobody is standing up for America. And if they are, it's a very small, minute amount of people. And it seems like everybody wants to see capitalism fall and bring in communism. And it seems like that's what they're going to get at some point. I don't know how this next election is going to turn out, but it looks like that's where we're headed. But anyway, let's go ahead and start this off. And we're going to start with, like I said, we're going to start with the Islamists first. And we're going to hear how they depict and what they're doing to America. So here we go. We're going to start off on the left side first. Like I said, we're using their words. We're not using nothing that I'm saying. I'm just using their words, and we're going to hear what they say, okay? All right, so here we go. We got the first one right here. Let's see. Where we at? This gentleman, it says, Muslims in America are telling you why they are here in America and what they're planning. It says, remember, Islam is not a religion. It's a political ideology that seeks to conquer, dominate the world with Sharia law, which is to counter the Constitution. They aim to remove the Constitution and replace it with Sharia law. All right, let's hear what this gentleman has to say. His quick little clip, about 30 something seconds. Let's hear what he has to say. Here we go.
Muslims living in Western secular democracies. We're talking about Europe, Canada, America, Australia, just the Western secular democracies. That's it. What is our goal as a community? What is our final result that we're aiming for when we're living here? Establish a khilafah where we live? Do we wish to turn America and England into Islamic republics and states? Or do we wish to convert the entire population? Our goal living amongst all of you is to wipe away your religion and to replace it with Islam.
Well. It seems like he was talking to a group of Americans. The balls on this guy. Good Lord. I mean, the way he was talking, it seems like he was talking to a group of Westerners. It was like, what we trying to do to you is wipe away your shit and give you our shit. And you can take that the way you want it. So as you can see, that's the ideology that they're under right now. I mean, that's just what it is that they do. And that's how they choose to, you know, move things forward. All right. So that's what is going on. That's what's happening. And they're doing that just, you know, day by day, inch by inch, moving it. And they're going in and understanding that the way they're moving forward is they're moving forward in a fashion of, they're moving forward in a fashion of, politics. There you go. That's what I'm trying to think of. They're moving forward in a fashion of politics. They're like, we're not going to go in and fight you with the sword. We're going to use politics as the sword, as a weapon. So as we look into today's world, my humble opinion, I always say this. I've said this for a long time ago. I've been saying this. I said this. I said, we're in World War III. We've been in World War III. This is my humble opinion. I believe we've been in World War III for quite some time now. We've been in World War III. We just don't know it. Because what we're used to seeing, or we're used to thinking, is we're thinking that war is shoot 'em up, bang, bang. That's what we think it is. It's like, that's what we think it is. You know, bombs dropping and all this stuff. That's what we think it is in today's form, but it's not. War isn't like that anymore. I mean, it may be in some other places, but here in America, it ain't like that no more. I mean, World War I, World War II happened that way, but when we get to World War III, which I believe we've been in for years now, we just don't understand it. We've been here, and it's not a physical war, sort of say. It's a political war, it's an economic war, and it's a chemical war, like chemical warfare. You know what I mean? It's a morality warfare. It's a spiritual warfare. You know, it's that kind of warfare. So you don't see it, but you feel it. You know what I mean? It takes over your political offices. It tightens your economic finances, your budget. It takes away financially from things that you're used to seeing and having. You know, growing up in America, understanding that Walmart used to be open 24/7. Not no more. No, sir. Walmart don't open 24/7 no more. They said there was going to be a new normal. That shit's here. Walmart closes now. Right after the pandemic. And they knew that all these immigrants was coming in. A lot of stealing and stuff would be happening. You know what I mean? People having economically financial hard times. And a lot of immigrants is going to be over here. Less Americans, more immigrants. It was like, oh yeah, close that shit down. We ain't finna have that. This is going to be they new normal. They said SNAP benefits or food stamps, whatever you want to call it. They recently have said now you can't buy candy, snacks, and sodas and sweet drinks and energy drinks and stuff like that. Well, you can buy snacks, but you can't buy like candies or a lot of sugary products, you know, sodas and candies and things like that. I think they even put raisins on there. I was like, damn, motherfucker can get raisins? That's a new normal that they've added since 2020. It's an economic warfare. They're changing the governmental structure of what people can have. And the more and more people that we see get into the office, which it changes, but a lot of Americans don't see that. And I've spoken about this a million times. I've tried to show people this, but nobody listens. But I've tried to explain this to people. And when you see things change, you have to ask yourself, who's making the changes? What side is making the changes? Is it American making the changes? Or is it the people that are getting into political powers in American politics that are making the changes? Is it the people with the big bags that can manipulate or basically buy out the American politician to do their bidding, regardless of who that is? That could be anybody, to be quite honest. That could be anybody. As long as your bag is deep enough, as long as you got enough money in your pocket, any country could take over American politics. So technically, you're not living under an American regime. You know, you could be living under an Islamist regime if they get into politics, and which they are, and they're doing a hell of a good job getting into it. I mean, in case you didn't know, I mean, just go into the directory and just look, and they'll show you. I mean, like, look at this right here. I'll just show you real quick. They have cars, whatever you want to do, or whatever you want to call it. The Council on American Islamic Relations. Right here, national headquarters. They got national headquarters in DC, office in Maryland, office in North Carolina, Alabama, Arizona, LA, Central Valley of California, San Diego, San Francisco Bay Area, Florida, Georgia, Chicago, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Jersey, New York, Ohio, Cleveland, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Texas, Austin, and Dallas, Washington State. Those are where all their headquarters are. They have a bunch of different headquarters. Those are their national headquarters. So when you see a lot of these things changing, you see a lot of policies and stuff changing. Is it American policies changing, or is it a different regime that has already came in and taken over and has changed the policy? Rather be Islamists, rather be Israelis. I mean, whoever, because like I said, one can come in and sit in political positions and make the decisions. Another one can just use money and stuff the pockets of the people and make them, you know, change the votes. As long as you put enough money in somebody's pocket, they're gonna be like, all right, bro, That what you want me to do? So you telling me that this 10 mil is mine if I just check this box? And it's like, they're like, yeah, bro. So it could be anybody who is making these decisions on America whenever policies and stuff change. So let's go in and dive deeper, and let's take a look at another situation where the Islamists speak on how they are navigating within America. So we have this guy right here. We have it says SS Rubio. Doesn't this qualify as acting against the best interests of America? Deport this man, is what they said. Any Islamist that wants their style of barbarity is for the U.S. Maybe I read that wrong. It says deport this man and any Islamist that wants their style of barbarity for the U.S. Okay, got it. Islamic scholar Uthman Farouk, speaking in America, he says America will be a Muslim country and Islam will enter every house. And they can be as mad as they want. I don't care. We are not apologetic. All right, so let's go ahead and hear him say what he has to say. Here we go.
We are the messengers of the messenger. We are the representative of this deen of Islam. We have to be the solution. The future is ours. Every ideal nightmare of a Muslim Europe will come true. They can be as mad as they want. I don't care. America will be a Muslim country. Russia will be a Muslim country. Islam will enter every house. We have to be a part of that change. We have to be a part of that da'wah. We have to be a part of those ghuraba who stand firm on our aqeedah and our practice and our deen and never ever apologize. We're unapologetic. Never, ever compromise. We're uncompromising.
All right. So as you heard it there first, he made it very clear as to what it is that, you know, their intentions are. And it's, you know, it's always open. It's always blunt. And, you know, they're always going to tell you what they're going to do. And this is not just Islamists. This is anybody that does, I mean, this is any entity that speaks on what it's going to do. It always lets you know what's going to happen before it does it. Like I said, this ain't just Islamists. This is any entity that's moving in such a way. So as we can see, they are pretty clear on what it is that they want to do and how they're moving in. So this is America getting hit on, you know, the left side. And this is a lot of leftists or left people, swinging people, they agree with this. You know what I mean? They feel like that they can use this ideology to take down capitalism, to take down patriarchy and all this stuff. And, you know, it is what it is. At the end of the day, you can fight it as much as you want to. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that this is the one side that's going on. And once we get done with this side, we're going to look at the other side and see what's happening on the other side of what's going on. Then you have to ask yourself, who is helping the American or the Christian American or whatever else in the middle? What's the numbers there? But do you have any money and political leverage to stand on? And that's what I'm trying to show you. And then how this will basically in due time take over the whole world, because now we have, it's not just a political battle, but you got the advent of AI. Whoever can take over also takes over the advent of AI, which then you can put your political dominance into the AI system. And then you will have a chokehold on the world. So it's not just Islamist ideology. It's not just Judaism ideology. It's not just Christianity ideology. It's a battle of religion. So we're seeing a crusade sort of sense go on between the three. And it's crazy when you look at it like that, because it's like we're seeing crusades battle, but in the form of politics, not faith, politics. But let's keep going, and let's keep, you know, taking the ball and going downfield and just looking at the first side of this from the Islamist point of view. All right. So it's happening. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It's going to go one way or the other. Or, I mean, they might have peace and, you know, come to agreements and be like, we going after the same shit, bro. Why don't we just click up, shake hands and, you know, do what we both trying to do? But of course, you can never have two powers. You know, you can only have one ruler. But let's take a look at some more. So what we have here is we have this next one. We got Saddam Salim is a sitting state senator in Virginia. How is this possible for this Islamist who openly calls for jihad against America, and now he's passing a law to ban your Second Amendment constitutional right to possess and carry a firearm? According to the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution reads, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people, and to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This text, ratified in 1791, protects all individuals' right to possess firearms for lawful purposes, such as self-defense. Virginia, do you understand that your Second Amendment right to protect and defend your family and person is under assault by an Islamist in your state house? Your Second Amendment is necessary for the protection of a free state, and that right is being taken from you right now. Your representatives are in violation of their oath to the Constitution under the 14th Amendment. In Europe and the UK, they took the rights of the people to protect themselves from enemies, foreign and domestic enemies, and now Islam rules those people, and Britain and Europe are gone in order to protect and defend your freedom of a free state. I would have to speak to somebody from Europe or in the UK and ask them if that's 100% true, because that's really the only way you would know the true answer is if you actually ask. But let's go ahead and take a look. All right, so let's see what we got. Who is it? This is, I guess this is him right here. This is him, the Saddam Salim from Bangladesh. He's trying to grab your guns. Says, please note, Bangladesh is Islamic. They're trying to take over our government. Islam in Bangladesh. Islam is the largest in Islam is the largest and the state religion of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, according to the 2022 census. So there he is. There it is right there. See right here.
Voting is,
here we go.
Voting is kufr.
Let's hear what he has to say. So should American Muslims vote? Let's see what we have to say. Voting is good for democracy and good for what else? Here we go.
And democracy is kufr. I'm sorry, it needs to be banned from our vernacular. It is a very simplistic, a very false construction of some principles of theology that are misunderstood. How can voting be kufr? You pay taxes. You are an American. This is your land. Whether you like it or not, this government is representative of you. You not voting is actually your tacit support of the system you're living in. In other words, regardless of whether you vote or not, you are a part of the system. You are a part of the system.
Okay, that's what he says right there. So let's see. Should American Muslims vote? He's trying to, so he's basically just trying to consider the American Muslims to vote on that one. All right, so let's see what he has to say on this one. All right, so here we go. We have attention. Pay attention to what these Muslim leaders are saying. And let's see. This is Omar Suleiman. I don't know how to say that name, but let's go ahead and let him speak on what he has to say. So here we go.
We as Muslims want to implement here in the United States. We believe the Constitution should be replaced by the Quran.
The first move that I will do, I will abolish the Constitution and I will establish the only logical and rational Constitution, which is the Quran and the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
When it comes to spreading Islam on a state level, on a societal level, that method prescribed is jihad. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has prescribed that the ones who don't accept the ruling of Islam, they must be fought. This is simply the command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
You see? All right, well, they made it very clear. You know, if you don't accept their way, you must die. They must be fought. You must die. And I mean, it's a story as old as time. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't accept their way, you got to go. I mean, it's just like the same concept with Jesus. Jesus didn't. It's the story of Jesus. You know what I mean? I always have to. If you actually ever really sat down and read the Bible yourself, and not just went out and believe what you hear pastors and preachers say, sort of say, if you don't read the Bible, but you only take Bible from face value from people you see on the internet, or you take it from pastors and preachers you hear in church, if you read every single page, it's weird and eerie how accurate it is when you start to look at what's really going on, and you can even apply it to the Christians who use the Bible.
Democracy is kufr. I'm sorry, it needs to be banned.
Easy, bro. Calm down. I'm talking, bro. Chill.
From our vernacular. It is
okay,
a
he
very
won't stop.
simplistic
All right.
voting.
Jesus, just shut up.
A very
oh my goodness.
construction of
how do I mute this
voting
dude? There we go. Mute button. All right.
Principles of theology.
What? Who the hell is this guy? Anyway, as you can see though, I forgot what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. He threw me off. But yeah, if you read the Bible from beginning to end, you'll understand like how eerily accurate it is. It's eerily accurate, even when you apply it to Christian leaders and upcoming Israeli or Muslim leaders or whatever, because you don't apply it to just religion. You apply it to an understanding of good and evil, because evil will take the form of good and use deception and manipulation to conquer the ones who don't seek knowledge and discernment within themselves. You know, I'm not telling you to be a Bible thumper. I'm just saying, if you're going to read the book, it's coded. You know, you can't just take it for face value and believe it when you read it from left to right. It's coded. And it's a way for you to kind of understand how it should be interpreted on multiple levels. It's not just one level fits all, it's multiple levels. You know, it's a way to understand it from a law perspective, as in like court, handling courts and situation. It's a way to understand it when you're dealing with the flesh and the spirit, or the flesh and the soul, I could say, meaning like astral projection. Being talked to from astral projection, from a higher understanding, from a higher frequency. You know, it's different ways you must interpret it, and then you'll start to notice the story over and over through time of the story. It's the same. People keep falling for the same thing. It's like these people come into power, they become into power, people get slaughtered, people get killed. You know, while this is happening, the entire time this is happening though, while all this is going on, I mean, empires changing, crumbling, rising up, changing, crumbling, killing, all these different horrendous things. One thing keeps happening through the whole book. It says that it's a bloodline that's being taken all the way through to the end. That's the whole context. A bloodline, a DNA, I believe a double helix DNA, a bloodline is being taken through. It's being protected, it's being guided all the way through to fight through evil. And evil comes in many different forms and shapes. And then you find good in some of the most evilest of people. Sometimes you find good from people who kill Christians and men, women, and children. You'll find good in, you know, people who've done bad things to others. Hell, you even find the people who God used, you know, like just read the stories of the people who are prominent in that book. You know, Moses was a killer. Noah drank too damn much. Who else? David, you know, did some crazy stuff. Solomon was a womanizer. Saul to Paul, bro, was just ruthless and had a reputation for killing people. You know, like just like you have a bunch of different people in that story. You know, they have all these different reputations that were good and bad, or what the case may be. But the bloodline within them people still was still able to be protected and guided all the way through. And regardless of what they did, if they were wrong or bad, because Moses even had a bad temper. He had an anger problem. That's what got him to kill one of the people. Well, I can't say that's what got him to kill somebody. He wasn't wrong for what he did. But regardless of what the flaws that the people have, they were still people of the Most High. Because, you know, at the end of the day, we're all human. There's different situations that pan out and that make things happen the way that they're going to happen, or happen the way they happen, I should say. And sometimes, you know, the actions that you do, they have consequences. You just have to figure out, you know, you got to deal with the consequences. That's just life. You got to go through the consequences of all your actions. It's just how everything pans out. That's how things play out. So when you look at the book, it's going to teach you, or it's going to show you that through all the stories hold a lot of weight, because you can read the stories and then look at your life and be like, damn, that's what's happening now. You know, like the big story of today is Jezebel. You can see the Jezebel spirit in today. Big time. King Ahab, which is part of the Jezebel story. You can see a lot of weak ass pussified men today with power. And these women are able to dominate these men. So now these women are like, we are strong, hear us roar. I am a woman, hear me roar. I am something and like that's what we see. And you know, it's like, damn, it's just true. like it's really happening. Wow. It's crazy. You know, I mean, then like the Epstein files come out and people are like, oh my God, what they're doing to babies is awful. But then if you read the Bible, you actually find out they was doing that shit way back then. Not to laugh, but when you see it, you're like, what? And then, you know, when you go to churches, you know, especially these big mega churches, because that's what people seem to get their eyes hooked on. They get their eyes hooked on these big mega churches. So these big mega churches, they don't really teach you real shit. They just focus on the money, but they make it look good. You know what I mean? Concerts and fog and using, you know, secular music to integrate church music with and stuff like that. They only teach you prosperity, you know, they only teach you feel good Kool-Aid, you know. But if you read the Bible to actually understand the stories that are in it, they hold weight. You don't have to believe in it, sort of say, but if you really just read it and just looked at the reality in life, it's like, wow, these things actually are happening, you know. And it gets you to understand that these actions bring you to these consequences. It teaches you all these actions that you do, good or bad, they reap these consequences. You know, if you're disciplined, you get this consequence. If you're not disciplined, you get this consequence. If you're, you know, if you do these different acts, murder, cheat, steal, kill, hate, jealous, envy, rage, gluttony, it shows you. It's like this is what happens when you do this. You do this, you get this consequence, you know. It may you may face the music 1 year down the line, a week down the line, 5 years down the line, but you will be met with the outcome of your actions and the consequences. But anyway, let's keep going. We're still dealing with the Islamist side, so let's go. So let me turn this guy down. He's gonna start talking again.
Stockholm is.
Here we go. So we have this same dude. He says he's an Islamist in Sweden, proudly. And it says that the country is almost fully conquered and they will soon be the majority. So Sweden is about to be conquered by Muslims. Damn, Sweden. So let's see what he says. Says the Muslim community is statistically the most unemployed group in Sweden and the most likely to claim benefits. So they're going to use the government, which you understand that the use of government in the Bible, go read it and find out with the Pharisees. Well, let's continue.
Stockholm is less than 1 million, right? And in Stockholm, if you have 10% Muslim, I was in the city of Malmö. Malmö is spelled with an O, but it's pronounced Malmö. And they said that if the Swedish population maintains its negative and the Muslim population maintains, Muslims have, mashallah, the average of what, 5, 6, 7 kids, right? The average, mashallah, that's for secret weapon, I say. That the prediction is, this is the halal secret weapon, guys, huh? So don't nobody take the video and miss it. Halal secret weapon. It's not our fault we have more kids, guys. You want to do whatever you want to do. It's all halal, alhamdulillah. So if the projection continues, I was told by one of the local counselors there that within 1 generation, it is very likely that this city will almost be half Muslim. Because this city is just not there. The locals are not reproducing. It's not our fault. I mean, it's not, I don't know why they're getting irritated at us. It's not our fault we're having kids, right? So it's not even, so the point is what's going to happen to the majority? Now, finish off on this negative note. You know the Swedish Quran burning. You're hearing this happening, right? I passed by the place where the guy did it. And he did it in a district of Malmö that is 90% Muslim.
All right, so in Sweden, there's a district 90% Muslim called Malmö in Sweden. So they are on the rise. They are having babies at an astonishing rate. So they're doing their thing. They're out there, you know, knocking up these women, pregnating, having a fun time doing it. So that's their way to do it. They're doing it by numbers and, you know, stuff like that. But it is what it is. So as you see, they've had this ideology going for a long time. And I've done a video about the Muslim Brotherhood plan of 1991 to conquer North America. And it seems like it's just the same plan across all other countries and continents. It's the same plan. You know, you go in, you raise the population through breeding, and then, you know, you just outvote people. And because the structure is political, and then you take over the political. But the timing couldn't have been better because now AI is involved. But you got to ask yourself this question: is it a scam? Meaning, is it?
How can voting be for you?
Bro,
Vote.
I got to get this dude off my damn screen.
You are an American.
He is talking too much.
Whether you like.
All right, good, got him. But you have to ask yourself: is it a scam? Meaning, like, the fighting amongst the religions, is it because it's a crusade, or will they all come together in peace and harmony as all religions do? Or will we see all these religions come together and be like, all right, cool, let's have a truce, let's call peace, we've been fighting for a minute, let's call peace? Will they all come together in the name of peace and then give their power to one, or what will the case be? I mean, it tells us that in the book. The moment of peace will come, but when they say peace, chaos gonna reign. But let's just keep watching. Let's just keep paying attention to the left side. The left side is the Islamic side. And we're gonna keep seeing and keep paying attention to how this goes. Then we're gonna move over to the other side, to the Israel or the Judaism side, just using their words, not mine. I'm not saying anything negative. Just get an understanding of when America gets taken over, which just looks like it's a matter of time. Which way is it gonna go? Is it the Islamic side? Is it the Judaism side? And will AI be the catalyst for what will be implemented on the globe as a whole? Because we have the globe, we have AI being implemented and being pushed to the forefront as a means for a takeover. Because it's one thing to take over, right? And dominate a country. But now what we're seeing is a takeover, but it's a domination of technology. That's what I look at. I'm like, this is a battle of technology, bro. This is a technology battle. And if all of these religions decided to come together, if Christianity, Hindu, Islam, Judaism, if all of them just came together, I think I missed some. Catholicism, if they all came together and was just like, hey, how about we all just put our powers together and just give it to the one we've been trying to give it to? Because then they're going to realize that they've all been doing the same thing. They've all been fighting for political advantage. If you really pay attention to the story of religion, you can't help but notice that at the end of the day, regardless of what religion you're under, it's all a political advantage, and it's not supposed to be that way. Well, I'll be wrong if I said that. It's supposed to be that way in a form of dominance. But if you look at all of the religions, they all fight for political dominance. And in that political dominance, they pick the minds, they pick up people along the way, right? Each religion they go through, they're picking up people. They're picking up people. And then the people stay down for their religion and they fight for political advantage. But then when all the religions decide to, hey, let's just come together, have peace, and everybody is like, oh, okay, cool, then we just follow what the religious leaders tell us, and we all come together, have peace and harmony, and then they give all of that power to one, then what happens? You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to pay attention to how it really goes down. I mean, then this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. I want you to see it in real time. And then how I believe you should go about it and what the real situation is in the end, because there's something that has been buried down for God knows how long, probably thousands, millions of years at this point, that I want to bring to the forefront that I believe is accurate. But let's go ahead and look at another one. We got this one right here. This lady says, remove Islamists from America before the extremists start the same atrocities here in our country. The same Islam extremists are here in our country. They don't tolerate Christianity. Anyone who believes in Jesus and refuses to convert to Islam, they murder for their faith. Islam has no place in our nation under God. These terrorist extremists are building military strongholds across our nation at the alarming rate, and they call them mosques. Islamists hide behind the wrongful designation of religion. Islam is a radical political terrorist organization. It's not a religion. They teach our children to hate us, our country, and our flag while standing on our soil, abusing our welfare system, and using our laws against us to further their agenda. Yeah, that's true. They do use the welfare system. And if it's one thing, let me stop right there. I do got to say something about that. Abusing the welfare system. If you are a black person, one thing you understand, and this goes for other races too. This goes for all races, but I'm just going to speak on this one. You understand how someone could abuse the welfare system. You've seen people be on food stamps for fucking 10, 20 years, and they won't raise their income up, or they won't try to better themselves because they don't want to get taken off of the welfare. You've seen people stay on Section 8 and housing for decades and pass it down to their children, never rising up, staying underneath the government's titty and always being supported by it, never rising above it, not even trying to, and then passing that same mindset on to their kids. That's one thing I know for a fact. That is dangerous. It's dangerous. Now, we've understand that, as time went on, we looked and we seen that, other people do it too. Some people may, have people that work in the system and can fit you some numbers and lie for them. It is what it is. That's how the game is played. But it's dangerous to use the government welfare system. Why? If you are in America, if you live in America, or you're an American, one thing you know about a government system in America, and it's the purpose of the Constitution, is that you know that the Constitution was put into place so the government does not infringe on private rights. And when it does, it gives the private side of what they're supposed to do is skitty pop the government when they step out of line. The government is supposed to protect private rights, and when that gets infringed upon, then you're supposed to keep that balance. But if you don't keep that balance, well then Second Amendment gotta be used. But that's not happening anymore. So people who stay on welfare or government assistance, it never ends well. And this time around, if you stay on government assistance and you stay on the government's titty, this time around what happens, you're going to be trapped in the universal basic income, UBI, which is coming with the advent of AI. If your religion is teaching you to stay supported with government welfare, you're not ever rising above to the occasion. It's keeping you locked into a system. And the system in the long run is satanic. And it never gives you the advent it never gives you the opportunity, or should I say the confidence, the wherewithal, the wit, the strength to believe in yourself and understand the God in you to take a hold of your own life. You keep believing in a God outside of you, but it's not told that way. The story is God is in you. The kingdom of heaven is in you, and ye are gods. You shouldn't be looking outside of something else. Everything you have is within you. The peace you look for, the confidence, the strength, the will, the discipline, all of that is within you. And when you put all those together and you move forward with hard work, persistence, determination, and perseverance, can't nothing fuck with you. But that's not what's being taught in the religions. So people go to religion and they don't look inward, they look outward. and then they pass that shit on to their kids. You know what I mean? And it just gets passed down through generation through generation through generation, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then it seems like it doesn't matter what religion you go to. It just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. And it is religion, it's color, it's whatever you want to look at it. It's just, you know what I mean? But anyway, let's go ahead and finish what she was saying. I got to keep going. It says, using laws against us. It says that agenda is to take over our country, remove our constitution, and replace it with Sharia, and force Islam over every American. Islamists run for office. It's political jihad. Take over from within with no shots fired. That is accurate. That's accurate. They've even said that themselves. I couldn't find it, but they said that they can't defeat you with the sword, so they'll defeat you at the voting box, at the ballot box. And they're doing it. They're doing it, and they're doing it at a time where Americans don't want to have kids. But then that's the perfect advent. It's like, wait, they don't want to have kids? Okay, we're gonna go over there and procreate and then just beat them at the voting box with our people within 20, 30, 40 years. Like, this shit's gonna be easy. So you telling me that I'm gonna go over here, beat up some cheeks, impregnate multiple women in the name of my religion, and then when my kids become 20, 30, 40 years older, I'm going to use the government welfare system to feed my kids. And then on top of that, I had a baby with her, and her. They're all sisters. And then they can just have a private daycare at their home and a business. And then they can say that they're watching each other's 4 and 5 kids. I got 5 with her, 5 with her, and 5 with her. Now, each of them got their own private school business. So now they can say that they're watching her kids, she's watching her kids, she's watching her kids. And then they're going to get a check from the government for running their own private school system from their home. So all 15 of my kids are being taken care of, and all of my wives are getting 5 figures a month. Winning. I mean, why would you not do that? To me, that makes sense, especially if your agenda is to take over a country. It makes sense. It makes sense, especially if the country you're going to take over, they don't want to have babies no more. For what? Because they women want to be whores and they want to be strong and independent? Oh, bet. So you're telling me that the women want to be strong and independent, so the women are straying away from their men. And then when you look into the country, we see that the women are making just as much money, if not more, than the men. So the genders are being divided. So our competition is women. Like, it's gonna be so our competition is single women and pussified men. And you put your strong men down because you call it toxic masculinity. Bruh, your country is ripe for the taking. So if you look at it from the outside looking in, as an enemy or whatever the case may be, like, bro, this is about to be a cakewalk. I'm about to take over this country by stroking my wives and shoving babies inside of them. They go into my enemies, use their system to feed my kids and raise my kids and pay my wives. And then I'm going to go to their voting boxes and find a way to get into the political systems and then run their shit and change their laws. That's all I had to do this whole time. Glad I know now. But hey, it's true. It sucks, but it's true. Anyway, it says it's time to wake up, America, and throw the Islamic enemy out of our country. Well, too late for that. Make no mistakes, Islam plans to dominate and commit the same horrific atrocities in America that are happening in Nigeria. History proves it. Yeah, sis, you're right. But you got to remember, if you go against nature, then consequences are not going to be pretty. And it doesn't seem like they're following the laws of nature in America. So, you know, there's that. All right, so here we go. See what we got to say. All right, let's take a look at this. What is this? What am I looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at. This is, what are we looking at? I-35 West. What are we looking at? Oh, I think this is Dallas. This is like Dallas, Texas, or Fort Worth, Texas. Anyway, let's see what they say if they say it out loud. Let's check this out. Okay, they're not saying anything, but this is Dallas, Fort Worth, because there's McKinney and there's Denton. They're showing us Mosque, Islamic Center, Islamic Association, Collin County, Islamic Association of Texas, Majai Yashim, a Islamic Center at Dallas. So they're showing us a bunch of different mosques and centers. Waxahachie, yeah, this is Dallas Fort Worth area. They got a Islamic Center of Irving. They got Islamic Center of Wiley. They got Jesus, golly, dang, Great Clean Mosque. Lots of nice, friendly people. They got a mosque over here. They got a Barak ul Quran. I don't know how to say that. Yeah, they got a bunch of stuff. And an Islamic mosque way up there past McKinney. I mean, Duncanville, right in the heart of downtown. They got the Imam Ali something center. All right, so yeah, so this is it. This is this is the Dallas Fort Worth region, and they're showing you all the Islamic stuff they got all through the Dallas Fort Worth region. They're showing you. I don't even know what year this is, but I know that's they running it up over there. All right, so let's take a look at this. What we got here? Here we go.
What do you expect? What do you expect?
All right, so this guy here is going to, I don't know who this is, but let's see what he has to say. I don't know who this is. It's like a 45-second clip.
What do you expect?
So let's see what he has to say real quick. Let's go ahead and check this out. See, yo, what's up, sir? How you doing? Hispanic, but has the first Middle Eastern. What's going on, homie? How you doing, Mr. Texas Patriot 2546? Yeah, that's him. What's going on, man? How you doing? How you doing? All right, so let's see what this person has to say real quick. He's going to talk about something. I don't know what, but let's see what he has to say.
What do you expect them to teach at a mosque? They're teaching Islam. That's part of Islam.
Can we get that video?
سنذود بالأرشاد عن أرض الهدى ونقدم الأرواح دون الدواني وسنضرب الأعناق عن أجسادهم ونحرر الأقصى الحزين العاري ونقود جيش الله منجز وعده ونسوق.
And did that mosque get shut down? No. Was there an FBI investigation? No. Did the Philadelphia police open an investigation? No. What do you expect?
I mean, I get what he's saying, but I always say, this is how I look at it. There's no way there's no way you come over here and make that happen without Americans selling out other Americans. That's the only way that happens. But I'm going to read what the kids were saying. But there's no way that stuff can happen. Another country, another culture, another whatever cannot come over to a different country and take it over unless people are selling out their own people. That's the only way that works. That's the only way that works. So you can't have this many mosques, or even if you go on the Israel side, you can't have Israel influence unless your own politics or your own senators, congressmen, whoever are selling out its own people. That's the only way it works. So that's just what it is. All right, so let me go ahead and read what these kids were saying. All right, I'm gonna go read it. It says, here, I'll put it on mute and I'll read it. It says, our martyrs sacrificed their lives without hesitation. They attain paradise in the something of musk emanates from their bodies. The scent of musk emanates from their bodies. They compete with one another to reach paradise. Will Jerusalem be their capital city? Or will it be a hotbed for cowards? It says, we will defend the land of divine guidance with our bodies, and we will sacrifice our souls without hesitation. We will chop off their heads, and we will liberate the sorrowful and exalted Al-Aqsa Mosque. We will lead the army of Allah, fulfilling his promise, and we will subject them for torture. Yeah, we will subject them to eternal torture. Oh, no. Jesus, calm down, little ones. Whoa, easy there, little ones, easy. Those are some harsh words you're saying there, buddy. Calm down. I'm going to say that those were not the words of the kids. Somebody made them say that. Hey, kids, blink twice. Blink twice if you need help. So that's what they got going on over there. Now, if Islam can keep their, their women in check, You know, because if they get a taste of this, they get a taste of this modern day feminism and get a taste of that social media and see what these strong, independent, modern women are making. If they get a taste of that, boy, they going. Because feminism is hard to fight for the women, boy. I tell you, they just can't fight that feminism off. But that feminism is powerful. All right, let's see what here. We got another one right here. Let me start this out real quick. Text Patriot said, he says, yes. We can't just blame the government and the illegals. Everyday American citizens help contribute to this invasion. Employers, realtors, car dealers, local city governments, etc. It's true. It's true. You are right about that. Yes. I mean, however, I would say, yeah, you could say that, but at the same time, in order for those people to make things happen, the rules are changed at the top. I mean, we saw that with the Epstein files. Like, we saw, as a matter of fact, let me just, I hate to switch it up real quick, but I have to with this one. I hate to switch it up, but real quick, let me just show you this real fast. Like, we saw that with the LIVESTREAM files. Let me show you what I mean exactly. Like the rules change at the top, and when you can do something like this right here tells me everything I've already known, but like solidified. Where is it? Here it is right here. Let me just show you this real quick. Right here. When you can do this, when you can do this, like it's like the people's word don't mean shit. When you can do this right here, the U.S. government confirms it will not prosecute anyone in the Epstein files, bruh. Breaking news. The U.S. government has officially confirmed it will not prosecute anyone mentioned in the Epstein files. Despite mounting public pressure for accountability, their decision arises serious question about the justice and equality under law. The files, which contain names of powerful individuals connected to Epstein's operation, will remain sealed from legal consequences. When will the elite face the same justice as ordinary citizens? Share your thoughts below. That's like, when you see that happen, it's like, yeah, I mean, because those files was atrocious. Fake news, you say? Let's see. Let me see if it's fake news real quick. The DOJ. Let's see. Did the government stop the investigation? Or no, prosecution of the Epstein files. Let's see if it's fake news. Did the government, let's see. So this is, let's see, releases, though, for the crimes, remains have been solved. Okay, here it goes. All right, so this is what we have right here. We'll check this out. So we have, question was asked, did the government stop the prosecution of the LIVESTREAM files? So the DOJ, Department of Justice, continues to release materials through the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Though the UN experts and lawmakers have raised concerns about the botched redactions and compliance failures are undermining accountability for related crimes. While millions of pages have been disclosed since the January 2026, the government has faced criticism for lack of new prosecutions and withholding of certain records. The DOJ continues releasing documents and images of criminal investigations maintaining Epstein library of files. So they're still, I guess, they're releasing it, but it says the release of Epstein files appended American politics, but it doesn't mean people are going to jail. March 11, 2026. Exactly. So, I mean, they're putting stuff out, but ain't nobody getting touched. Still got 2 or 3 years to go. Yeah. And that we in between. Yeah, I feel you, but it just seems like nothing's happening. And then they try to, not talk about it when it's a big topic that should be talked about. Like, it's a huge topic. But let me keep going. Let me get past this because I got to go to the Islamist part. Then I got to go over to the Israel part. Let me keep going downfield. So we have right here, they say that they're raising their children to hate America. Why don't they just leave if they hate America so much? Because it's about conquering, sweetheart. It's not about It's not about assimilating. But let's see what this kid does. Here we go.
Stepping on a So why are you stepping on a... No, actually, if they're part of a public demonstration, I can video... So why are you stepping on a... No, actually, if they're part of a public demonstration, I can video...
Boy, this woman is holding this kid's hand and letting him step on the flag and then turn around and say, we don't women, boy. You wonder why you keep them in the kitchen. Oh my goodness. You wonder why you know what? One thing I give Islam credit for. I give Islam credit for one thing. When it comes to they women, they sure do know how to be like, give them credit for that. They know how to, they like, all right, look, we ain't got time for all this nonsense, woman. Like, look here, okay? At some point, I can't keep arguing with you. So if you don't listen, in the name of Islam, I'm gonna have to.
They're teaching Islam.
I don't know why they cut back on, but we're gonna play that one more time. I give them credit for that one because it's like women be causing chaos and confusion. Like, why are they in politics, bro? Like, come on, man. Like, come on. You can't be having a kid out here doing politics. Why you got the kid stepping on the flag? Like, come on. Like, I could understand if you was under like some extreme, supreme, like communist regime. I get it. But then I've seen the counter arguments between the two. I've seen it. And I heard this one Islamist dude say this, and I thought about it, and I was like, I can't argue with his perspective because it actually made sense when he said it. He said that the reason why they have such a big problem with the Western ideology, the reason why and he said this, he said, you know, the reason why they fight the West so much, or one of the reasons, at least what this guy said, and this is on the PBD podcast, the Patrick Bet-David, he said, we don't want the Western ideology over here to us because what they're doing is, you know, they don't like the LGBTQ or the gay trans movement, the feminism. They dislike the feminism, you know, because of what it does, of the high sexuality of society, the immorality and all that stuff that's going on, and they don't want that coming over, bleeding into their religion and society, you know, because it's moving via social media, technology, and internet, and it's hard to combat it, especially when it gets into the hands of these women when they see the money they can make, the clothes that they can take off, and all this stuff. And like it's just like a sweeping demonic force that comes across, and it's like we don't want that in our culture. And you can't necessarily like stop technology from sweeping across the world and getting into people's hands. I mean, I guess nowadays when you look at it, you actually can, because Iran made it very clear that they guarded their entire country's internet system and only allowed them to look at Iran apps made within the country, and they were able to prosecute people via whatever they were looking at, or whatever they were looking at via internet. So that's not true, but he said that they didn't want that Western secular ideology sweeping over of, you know, of what I just said. So I was like, well, I mean, that makes a good point to combat. But then again, at the same time, I'm like, that's true. You don't want that. But then at the same time, that's not all Westerners' ideology. That's just a demonic force that's been pushed to the top in the West. And it's and they're like, exactly, you know, you're not stopping it. So it's sweeping across, and now they're combating it with their religion or their Allah or whatever the case may be. But then when you look into their religion and their ideology,
that's part of Islam.
Can we get that video?
What the hell? Why does this keep popping up? Hey, but that was good timing though. He said that's part of Islam. That was good timing. But when you look at their religion and their ideology, what then happens is you start to realize it's like, well, their religion is get down or lay down. Like, if you ain't with us, you against us. It takes away free will. it takes away your God-given rights. You don't have any God-given rights. And the God-given rights they believe in is Allah, which is, I guess, from Prophet Muhammad, which I'll have to end up reading the Quran one day to make sure I'm 100% correct. But it seems like, from what I'm looking at, from what I'm pulling up, is that if you're not with their religion, then it's get down or lay down, which is like, okay, well then what's the... That seems demonic just as much as secular Westernism is demonic. It's just a different demon. You know, one is a lust demon, another one is a war demon. You know what I mean? It's like if you ain't with this, we killing you, or better yet, we ostracize you from the system. But it's a force against your free will. So it's the same issue, just in a different form. So it's crazy. Anyway, let's see. Crusaders Texas war is in its beginnings right now. Well, hey, that's what's that's what's up. You said they're in the beginnings. I got to see more about that. So we got one more right here. This guy says, we will force Islamic... Jesus, let me pull this back. All right, so this one we have right here. It says, we will force Islamic Sharia law on America, and our flag will replace the American flag in the White House. Oh boy, let's see how this goes down. Ugh. Here we go. Let's see what he has to say. It's a short clip.
And it will be. And it will be. The flag of La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah will be, inshallah, on the White House. The American people are waking up now.
Allah does say that the whole world eventually will be under his ruling. The world will come down to where everybody obeys the laws of God. Simple as that.
We will force Islamic Sharia, inshallah. And it will be. The flag of La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah will be, inshallah, on the White House. The American people are waking up now.
Allah does say that the whole world eventually will be under his ruling. The world will come down to where everybody obeys the laws of God. Simple as that.
We will force Islamic Sharia, inshallah.
Okay, as we see, that's basically how they see it. They like, we are going to force this upon you. There's no way out. That's what they're saying. They're going to force their religion upon people. Not forcing a religion on the people and taking away free will. I always looked at it as God gives you free will to do what you want. But in that context, it doesn't seem like God gives you free will. It seems like God is forcing you to be down with a religion, which I don't know what religion God has. I never knew that God had a religion. That's the whole conundrum I don't understand. It's like, what religion is God? God has a religion? We all know that religion was created, you know, and then, you know, people tend to follow it. I always think of this. This is how I always think about it. I always think that maybe in like the near future or distant future, when we have all these different religions, Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hindu, Buddha, whatever the case you want to call this, I feel like all of this chaos and confusion that they're doing, they're fighting, and all of this that they doing this is all political. Everything that they talking about is political. Everything that they're saying is political. They're all fighting over political shit. That's what they're fighting over. Like everything he just said, everything is political. This is political. This is nothing about living harmoniously with your people. This is nothing about love your brother and your love thy neighbor. This is nothing about that. This is a political hostile takeover of not just Islam, but it's all religions. Everything is political and hostile in nature. There's no love in it. There's no harmony in it. You know, it's just straight warmongering. But I feel like at some point, I mean, I could be wrong, but it seems like at some point, all of these religions, the ones I just named, at some point, they're going to be like, hey, let's call a truce and let's come to peace. And they're all going to group together and be like, all right, cool, peace. Remember how Mini-Me did Austin Powers? It was like, peace. And then he was like, he shot a middle finger and then continue to beat him up. I feel like they'll come to peace. But then what's going to happen is when they all come to peace, they're going to turn around and do the inevitable and give their power to one source because they all seem to act in the same way. And then that one source to me, it looks like to me at some point will be an antichrist system when all of the religions finally be like, all right, cool, we've been doing this shit for a while now. We all come together, call peace. Let's give it to the one. That's how I see it unraveling in due time. You know, it's going to be all this war and chaos going on, but eventually they'll call peace. But then when the peace comes, the peace will come in the form of giving it to one. Because at the end of the day, it's to divide the people amongst each other, but it's also to gather people as well. It's to divide people and gather people. But again, like I said, we're tackling this topic from 3 perspectives: political, economic, and spiritual. So we're still in the political part of it. I'm just, like I said, it's going to be a long stream today because I didn't get to stream all week. So we're taking our sweet ass time. Texas Patriot says, yes, that's literally the whole Quran. It's a war book. He said it's a lie. They better chill and stay in the He ready to fight. He ready to fight. He's like, put him up, put him up, put him up, put him up. I see you, Texas Patriot. He's like, I'm ready. I want all the smoke. All right, we got another one to look at. I think we got like, how many more of these we got? Because then we're going to go over to Israel. I'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit, we got like 5 more. We got a good ways to go. All right, so let's do the next one. So if you've been paying attention, I don't know if I think I've been naming the places that they've been at, but you know, we've seen Texas, we saw Michigan, we saw different places. Can't remember all the places I said. But next we're gonna go in, and this one is in Jersey. Patterson, New Jersey. It says here, America First Islamic City in Patterson, New Jersey. Make sure I got it right. Okay, it says once the cradle of American industry and blue collar grit is now being seized and transformed into New Jersey's first Islamic stronghold by the red green axis. Muslim politicians run the show. Streets named Palestine Way. Palestinian flags fly high as they throw massive Palestine Day celebrations with chants of free Palestine, the same battle cry of the Hamas movement now seizing Western streets. Far left mayor Andre Sahih stands shoulder to shoulder with the Muslim Council Shanik Kalakik, I butchered that, and Ibrahim Omar. Lightning giant Ramadan crescents on American soil. Nearly 30 Islamic officers patrol the streets, one proudly wearing a Palestinian flag patch on his uniform. Say it ain't so. The former police chief was sworn in on the Quran. Amplified Adhan blasts 5 times a day from the mosque rooftops, a daily declaration this land now belongs to Islam. They signed a sister city pact with Ralmahan, the terror-glorified capital of Palestinian Authority, and it's a pay-for-slay program. Whoa, what the hell does pay-for-slay mean? Just last month, they raised the Jordanian flag, colors of the historic Islamic caliphates, over City Hall, while a county official shouted, Inshallah, and vowed to plant it over in every town in Passaic County. This is a conquest, it's not an immigration. The Constitution is being replaced by the Sharia block by block. Patterson is the blueprint. Hamtramck, Dearborn, Prospect Park, Minneapolis, your city is next. The red-green axis is destroying America from within. Wake up before it's too late. And let's see the TV report from RAR TV. All right, so let me go ahead and start this over. And we're gonna check this out from RAR, whatever it's called. This is a long video, but we ain't gonna watch that much of it. We're just gonna see New Jersey getting conquered by Islam. So let's go ahead and take a look at this quick clip real quick. Let's go ahead and see what this is all about. Here we go. New Jersey is being conquered.
هي داخل أمريكا رجالة قوية ما شاء الله، جوامع كثيرة ومدارس إسلامية كثيرة، محلات العربية، يعني زي هناك في البلاد.
dare to say إنه ممكن تعيش بدون ما تتعلم كلمة إنجليزية.
فإيش مخطر على بالك أنت كفي غربة تيجي على باترسون هنا بتحس حالك جيت على بلدك.
Patterson is the capital of Palestine in the United States of America.
Tonight on Rare TV.
Ooh, sheesh. Let me read that to you. I'm going to push mute. I'm just going to read it because you probably couldn't read it. It was going too quick. I'll read what they were saying. So if we have the Arab city within America, this is what they're saying. It's a strong community, a lot of mosques, a lot of Islamic schools, Arab shops. It's like being in the country. Jesus. I dare to say that you can live without learning English. It's like being in a foreign country. You come to Patterson and feel like you're back home. Whew. Patterson is the capital of Palestine. in the United States of America. Oh boy, geesh, ooh-wee. And they got their street names, and they got the flags. They got the American flag, and they got the, I don't know what that flag is. Whatever the flag is, they got that flag up there too. And we got this redhead ginger right here. Welcome to City of Patterson. Great falls, great food, great future. Mayor Andre Saih. Oh my goodness. And there it is right there, as you can see. So wait, let me see that picture real quick. Right there. So you see these pictures right here. You know what I mean? You got the Islamist over here. I don't know if she's Islam or a liberal. I can't tell you, but it looks like everybody up here is Islamist, and they're going to the voting blocks to take over. That's what they're doing. They're going to their they're going to the voters poll to take over, which I've showed you this right here, and I'll show it to you again right here. This is what it is. This is where you get all this from. If you just go here, Council on American Islamic Relations. This is what they're doing. You know, this is it. This is their, you know, they have their headquarters, and then it tells you, you know, right here. If you want to know what they're doing, it tells you right here. They got care offices in, you know, Maryland, North Carolina, Alabama, LA, Central LA, the Bay Area, San Diego, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Chicago, Kansas, Massachusetts, Michigan, all over. They're not hiding it, you know. And then, you know, you read what they're about, and you read their our vision and mission statements right here. It tells you what there is. Their vision is being a leading advocate for justice and mutual understanding. Their mission is to enhance understanding of Islam, protect civil rights, promote justice, and empower American Muslims. So it's not about American, it's about American Muslims. They're literally fighting to take over America, but make America a Muslim country. It's just right here in their whole vision. They're telling you, it's not hidden. They're letting you know. They got a website for it. I went over there. I've done this a million times over at this point. Countering Islamophobia, community empowerment, educating public about Islam. This is the whole thing. They got it right here. They're not hiding it. They know what they're doing. And it just, you know, it just lets you know. It's like, hey, in order for this to happen, it can't happen without, you know, like I say, I think it's just, you know, like the Americans or the government officials or whatever, they allow it to happen, you know. Because at any given time, we've seen over the years and decades of how they laid a smackdown on black people and drug dealers and police force, slamming niggas and beating them up. But for some reason, this happened and can't nobody touch them. Go figure, huh? So I look at it as like, this could have been shut down a long time ago. I mean, the America in the 70s and 80s, whatever, 60s, 70s and 80s, like that, this wouldn't have flew. But, you know, as time goes on and things become more progressive, this is what ends up happening. Look at that. Oh, look at that. I didn't even notice that. Look at that in the background. I didn't even notice that. 30-year anniversary, established in 1994. Oh my goodness. Oh, 1994. Bruh. Established in 94. The Muslim Brotherhood plaque was in 1991. Dang. See, he says, let's see. You should call and ask him what the deal is. Goddamn motherfuckers are everywhere. Yeah. Pay attention to local universities and city government leaders too. People got to pay attention to what's going on locally. I feel you, but like, bruh, they going in. Like I said, this is only the left side. I haven't got to the right side yet. This is only the left side. I haven't even got to the right side. Where's my thing at? But wait, there's more. I'm telling you, bruh. Yeah, I haven't even gotten to the other side yet. All right, let's see what we got next here. So we got this one. And then we got, holy smokes, we got a surging happening. And now this time we're going to move over to Arkansas. Arkansas is next. You're up, Arkansas. Holy smokes. Outrage erupts after an Islamic community is surging in Arkansas that enforces Sharia. Makes everyone sign an Islamic bill of assurance. Oh, say it ain't so. No. Well, this will be huge mosque in the community. Muslims are planning to surge in red states. Wake up. Yeah, that's how they get in, from red states to blue states. And after we watch this video, I'm gonna show you a document that I had went over that explains how they did it in Iran before they took over Iran. I'm gonna show you how Khomeini came in. I'm gonna show you that because that was actually a good one. But let's hear this real quick. Let me pause this music real quick. All right, let's see what this is. Here we go.
Assalamu alaikum, my brothers and sisters in Al-Islam. My name is Tahid Salam, and I am one of the coordinators, facilitators for the development of a new masjid here in Little Rock, Arkansas. We are going to have a few pictures that you can look at. We, the Muslim community here in Little Rock, Arkansas, has been and have been working on a small Muslim believing community called New Africa in the western part of our city. We have 5 houses that we have already
1 second, I need some tissue. Be right back.
Community
but I'm gonna leave you with
thus
this
far,
stunning
and we are
visual.
real excited about
like 5 seconds
and building our anchor institution, the new masjid. And we are inviting all of the community of the Prophet Muhammad, the prayers and peace be with him, to help us in this great mission to build a new masjid here in Little Rock, Arkansas. Our price tag for this new masjid, it's a small masjid, is about $300,000 plus. But what we're going to be doing over the next 3 months, we're going to be working to raise the first $100,000, and that's what we need you all's help with, so we can begin the development right before Ramadan. We want to really get the blessings of Ramadan by...
Okay. We get it. We got you, buddy. We got you. He made it sound, his voice made it sound so nice. We get it. He said the New Africa is what they called it, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what he said? He said we call it the New Africa? I believe that's what he said. They're building a society called the New Africa. Is that what it was?
Built in that community thus far, and we are already Muslims been
what was it called?
Excited in the new masjid. And we are inviting peace. Anchor Institute, still excited about putting and
he said the New Africa.
I
heard him say it. I know I ain't tripping. He did say it. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know that. He said then Houston, Texas Patriot says in Houston, they're going store to store in the hood telling black and brown people stop selling alcohol and lottery tickets. Lottery tickets? Oh, they're going to stores and stuff like that. Okay, I see what you're saying. That's crazy. I didn't know that part. That's wild. So as you see, so they got Arkansas basically under wraps. They're building their own civilization. Now, this is what happens. Let me explain to you this, all right? Let me just explain to you this. Now, if you look at it from this perspective, all right? You know, well, should I go there? No, I shouldn't go there just yet. But I guess so, since I'm going down the damn... Since I'm matriculating the ball downfield, as someone would say, as a CG8 would say. When you look at it from this perspective, let's see. Let's just go ahead and start tying in stuff to this right here. Where are we at? All right, here we go. So this is what it's aiming for. This is how I see it. Because when you have them doing stuff like what you're seeing in Arkansas, what you're seeing in Dallas, Texas, and Fort Worth, what you're seeing in, what happens is, he also said that there's one in Waco. Let me see if see Islam Epic Center in Waco, Texas. Is there one in Waco? Yeah, there's an open map. Let's see. Wait, that's not it. The rise of, okay, I don't see one in Waco, but he said there is one for sure. I'm not seeing one that's come up on the internet, but I do. I'm not disagreeing with you. Everything that they're showing right now, the big centers are in Dallas and Austin. So, but I don't see it in Waco yet. But I believe you. Hewitt, type in Hewitt. Let's see. Hewitt. Oh shit, there it is. Wow, there it is. All right, so they got one right here. I'll show you right here. Here it is right here. So they got one. So this is a place right outside of Waco, Texas. So it's basically a suburb of Waco, Texas. So they got one right here. They got a Islamic Center of Hewitt right outside. Here's West Waco, Texas, right outside of between Hewitt and Woodway. So they got one here. Yep. So you get one, you get a bunch of other ones. So there's the first one. So there's that. All right. And let's see. Let me go back real quick. All right, so what I was gonna say was this. Let me see. The Epic Center, Central Dallas. So, no, I gotta say Islamic. Islamic Epic Center, Texas. All right, let me see here. I'm trying to find this real quick so I can show you exactly. You know what? I know what to do. Let me show you this because I'm still going through this, but let me see. Islamic Epic Center. Gotta spell it correctly before I do. Texas. All right. All right. Let me see. Where is this? I need this video real quick so I can show you exactly what I mean. Where is it? Epic Center. Or is it Plano? I think it's Plano, Texas. Is it Plano, Texas? Come on. I just want to find this quick video real fast so I can show you exactly what I mean. Hopefully I can find it. If I can't find it, then I just got to move on. All right. Well, anyway, I can't find it. I can't waste too much time on it. But they have an Epic Center that is in whatchamacallit, and it's East Plano Islamic Center. And I'll just read this off to you real quick. It says a mosque located over there. I'm trying to see how big it is because it's a there it is. It's 400 acres, and they have their own lands. They have their own they have their own lands. They have this is the Islamic one in Plano. They got their own lands. Their own lands. They have their own neighborhoods. They have their own mosques. They have their own centers. They have their own everything, and then they have their own residential housing and stuff like that. Now, this is what the same thing with the guy that just spoke in Arkansas. The same thing with Arkansas is the same thing you're seeing in Plano and stuff like that. Different epic centers that are going to pop up. What's going to happen is this. They're setting up their own residential areas and stuff like that and having their own societies. But within the societies, the only people that can buy and sell in their societies is Muslims. You can't be in the community if you're not Muslim. They've already said this. Even what's his name? Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley did a thing and he got kicked off of their land because he's like he was on their land looking up Sharia law and stuff like that. And he was like, they didn't find anything. And he ended up getting kicked off, and the dude walks up to him and says, "Are you Muslim?" He goes, "No." I was like, "No." And he was like, "Well, you can't be here." And then a cop came over and kicked him off the land, saying it's private property. So he's saying if you're not Muslim, you couldn't be on the property. I'm trying to find it real quick. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Off land. Let's see, in Texas. Let me see if I can find this for you real fast. There it is right there. I found it. So here it is. So here's this one I'm gonna show you real quick, and I'm gonna explain to you what in the long run this could possibly turn into. So here's Nick Shirley. He's a young cat that goes in and he's goes and finds things, and he talks about this right here. So here it is. Let me see. Let me show you this.
Investigation, I think by the DOJ or by the FBI, as far as there was a concern that Sharia law may be taking place here, and they did a full what? I'm not lying. I'm talking about the investigation that happened. I'm not lying. There was an investigation. They found that no Sharia law was taking place with the investigation. What do you mean am I allowed to be here? Of course I'm allowed to be here.
No, you're not. Are you Muslim?
No.
It's property for the mosque. It's not for you. Hey, you're on private property. I need you on the other side.
Okay, so I can't be on this part? I can't be on this side of the street?
You need to be on the other side of the rope or on the sidewalk.
Just because of private property?
This is private property, yes.
Okay. So like they can kick me off the mosque? Yeah, no, I understand. But I'm just wondering why.
Public side's right there.
All right, I got you. All right, you guys just got kicked off of the mosque property, I guess. I just got moved off and they told me I had to come on this side of the sidewalk.
Very simple. Just on the other side of that yellow tape. Just on the other side and you're good, okay? You can do whatever you want.
All right. Okay, you guys, we already got kicked off the property of the mosque. It's kind of weird.
And click right here to see.
So my thing is this: if this happens, then I would have to wonder if they'll make it to a point where you won't be able to like buy or sell stuff on their property if you're not their religion. You know what I mean? At some point, and I mean, and it talks about that in Revelations, which is weird how it seems like it could actually be coming to fruition under, you know, that ideology. But it does show that, you know, you can't be on their property and you probably won't be able to buy or sell if you're not a Muslim. So after a while, you have to ask yourself and think like, well, is that the aim? Is that what they're aiming for? Is that what they're pushing towards politically? Is, you know, if you're not a part of their ideology or their agenda, you can't buy, you can't sell, you can't trade, do anything with it. So you have to be down with their faith in order to, I mean, survive, buy or sell, period. So here's this, get out. My dog is looking at me like I'm crazy. Get down, Jax. So here's another one that we have right here. This guy's going to talk about, this is an older one. Well, not too old, a little bit older. He says, we've had multiple Islamic inspired terrorist attacks in the US this past month. So let's go ahead and check out this one real quick. Give me 1 second, Texas Patriot. Let me look at this video, then I'm gonna get right to you. Give me one moment. So let's check out what this guy says real quick. He's gonna speak on the attacks that's been happening. So here we go. Let's check this out real quick.
Scared of getting called racist. So today an ISIS roach shot up a university and a maniac drove into and then shot a synagogue on top of the list of terrorist attacks just in the last week. When you hear death to America.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
You women! Hey, Lord! And the nominees for Best Actress in a Groovy Nightclub Drama, Miss Wayman Harrington.
All right, let's continue.
What about that is false when you're seeing death in America? Oh, you missed the Twin Towers? We are so eternally doomed if you people don't wake up.
You women! Hey, Lord!
Here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
Call me crazy, but maybe we shouldn't encourage the people who are known for wanting to literally end us to stay here.
This is the monster who killed 3 people and injured 14 in a mass shooting attack in Austin, Texas.
Look at his sweatshirt. Property of Allah. This guy is from Senegal. He is Muslim. He had a Quran, they're saying, in his car. This was a terror attack. This is what Islam brings to the West, time and time again.
I'm not willing to die because you people are scared of getting called racist. So today an ISIS roach shot up a university.
All right. We got it, buddy. We got it. Thank you. We got it. That was a funny noise in the background. Did you hear anything with this? It's kind of, I don't know. I heard something that was, I don't know. Maybe I'm just tripping. Anyway, but as you see, you know, they had a bunch of, he was speaking on all the terrorist attacks, and they were saying that, you know, a lot of Muslims were doing a bunch of things that were going on, as you can see. So, you know, those things that are happening, you know, you can't help but notice that they all have a common denominator. It is what it is. So this is just one side. So we got a few more of these left. Let me see right here what you got. Let's see. He says, so type in, whatchamacallit? Muslims don't abort their babies. They have multiple wives. That's how they're gonna replace us. Yeah, they do have multiple wives. Hey, I can't hate on that one. I can't hate on that one. I mean, having multiple wives is good. Stressful, but good. You know what I mean? Like, I can't knock them. You know, multiple wives. I mean, if you read the Bible, I can't think of one person that had one chick. You know what I mean? Adam don't count. That would be cheating. But I can't think of one dude that had like one wife. Like, bro was, you know, everybody had multiple of them. So, you know, it's like, you know, like, why we stop at one? Anyway, I digress. He says, oh, Nick, with his you hit it on the mark. Low down, dirty shame. That's right. Exactly. You already know what time it is. All right, so we got another one here. This one is, let me see what this is. I forget what this was. Oh, okay. So we have a guy. He's going to speak on this. I'm not going to read this long thing that this lady wrote. This lady wrote a freaking novel speaking on this. But this guy is going to speak on Islam from his perspective and to speak on it, the difference between Christianity and Islam. It says that not all Muslims are violent, but Islam is violent. And I'm going to agree with him on that part. All right, I'm going to agree with him on that part. And that's one thing I do have to say. Not all Muslims are bad or evil. The same thing that goes with the Israel side when we get to Israel or Judaism or whatever. Not all the Judaism people who study are bad. You got good ones, you got bad ones on both religions. Same thing with Christianity. You know, you got Christians who are good and you got Christians who are bad. It goes that way with both sides. What I look at is it seems like the bad motherfuckers are in charge and we're seeing them fight for a position at the very top to establish dominance from a political agenda. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I see. So it seems like the bad side is just like running amok right now. But let's hear what this dude has to say about the difference between Christianity and Islam. So let's let him go ahead and say his thing. We're almost done with the Islam side. We're going to swap over here in a second. Here we go.
Not all Muslims are violent, but all Islam is violent.
Okay.
It's the same as Christianity. Not all Christians are holy, but Christianity is holy. So when you see a Christian in the street get drunk, beat his wife up, you're like, that's not a Christian. The foundation of Christianity is holiness. But Islam in general, when you see a nice Muslim in the street, just because that Muslim is nice, it does not mean that's Islam. Islam is a violent religion. Muhammad was a warlord who went around killing Christians, Jews, anyone that got in his way. Christianity, as you said, Christianity spread through the blood of the martyrs. Islam spread through the blood of its enemies. Christianity was spread through the blood of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Christianity is a religion of peace. Islam is a religion of war. When people say Muhammad, may peace be upon him, you know, they can't say Muhammad without saying may peace be upon him. I say no. We need to change it to may the police be upon him. Literally, this guy, wherever he goes, Muhammad, there's war. And I hope Muslims are listening to me. If you're a kind, loving, caring Muslim, you're not a Muslim. Because you're not following the Quran. The Quran commands you to kill me. The Quran commands you to kill the infidels. Muhammad literally says, kill the infidels wherever you find them.
I think a Muslim would say, well, yes, but it's interpretation of those verses, and then they'll say there are verses in the Quran which they match elements of Christianity.
When people say, you know, you're misinterpreting, I'm like, okay, let's just look at the founder. Muhammad, Jesus. Muhammad said, kill the infidel. Jesus said, love your enemies. Muhammad said, before he died, Muhammad said, may Allah curse the Jews and the Christians. Jesus, before he died, said, Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they do. Muhammad owned slaves and them. Jesus honored women and covered them. Muhammad, the woman caught in adultery, stoned her to death. Jesus, the woman caught in adultery, said, neither do I condemn you, go and sin no more. Muhammad literally commands men that they can beat their wives up. Jesus commands men to love their wives. I love the Muslims, but I hate Islam. I love the Muslims and I want them to come to Christ.
All right, buddy. There made some pretty valid points. I'm gonna give him a round of applause on that. I want to give him a round of applause. All right. Yeah. Now, I have to go in and also have to double back on this one with that video. And when I found this video, I was like, ugh. Because when he said what he said, I was like, I agree with him. Not all Muslims are bad. And the same thing with Judaism or people who are Israel or whatever. Not everybody ain't bad. We just get the bad ones on each side. Because at the end of the day, if you look at the big picture, the battle is between good and evil. That's the battle. The battle is good and evil. That's what it is. So good comes in many forms. Evil comes in many forms. At the end of the day, the good is supposed to be able to live harmoniously with each other and love one another. Regardless if you pray 5 times a day and do your thing, if we can't live harmoniously with each other, we got a problem. Regardless if you're a Judaism or whatever, or Hindu or Buddha, if we can't live harmoniously and respect each other's whatever you choose, then there's a problem. So regardless of whatever religion you choose, if your religion is causing a issue, if it's causing a violent uproar or whatever, then that's the problem. You know what I mean? But there's good and bad on both sides. But anyway, I got this dude right here. He's going to break down, and this is coming out of a Muslim's mouth. So let's just hear what this one is. Listen to this. Here we go. This is what he says.
Remember, this is coming from the mouth of a Muslim.
We Muslims don't have the bravery that the Sahaba did in conveying the truth. So we lie and we cheat and we claim things that are not part of Islam. And guess what? Not all of them are dumb. They can tell when we lie. They can tell when someone sits behind it that says, Islam is peace. Islam is about peace. There's no jihad. The only jihad is the jihad of the soul. You fight against your struggle, your shaitan, khalas. Why are you afraid to tell the people the truth? Don't you think this kafir is going to open the Quran, read Surah Al-Anfal, and he's going to come across these ayat, the military ayat, which you've been trying to hide? Then what are you going to do? Oh no, but no. See, you don't understand. This ayah was actually abrogated by the other ayah, لَكُمْ دِينُكُمْ وَلِيَ دِينُ. So now they twist things around. So you keep playing with the deen of Allah and changing and altering and sugarcoating to please a bunch of people.
I mean, at least he's being honest here.
Imagine being able.
Good Lord, yeah, at least he's being honest. At least he's being honest. Now, hey, like I always say, the cheat code to life is reading. All you gotta do is read, and you'll basically know everything you need to know. That's why I like to read. You always gotta read. Reading is fundamental. Reading is fun to the mental. So bro just broke it down to you in a nutshell. He was like, "What are you gonna do when they read? You can lie and twist all you want, but like they just gonna open it and read it. They'd be like, your thing says, yeah, it's saying." To kill people? Like, what's this? So you can go into any religious text and find some atrocities. I must say, I can't even lie on that. That's going to go on anything that you read. But I kind of had to go and piggyback that one off of what that last dude was saying, what this guy here was saying. And when he was saying certain things, I was like, oh, yeah, what he said kind of lined up with that other guy. I was like, sheesh. Oh, yeah, it's not looking too good. Not looking too shabby at all. We have another one. I'm almost done with Islam. We're going to go to the other side because the other side is, yeah, you'll see. He says, hate on them for marriage. Yeah, they did marry a 9-year-old. That is true. Aisha, what he married her at 6 and consummated the marriage at 9? Is pretty brutal. It's pretty brutal. But here we go. We have another one right here. So we have another one, another Islam. He's going to talk about, Islam coming to America. So let's see what he says about this. This is a quick one. Hear what he says right here. Here we go.
To America. Islam's coming to America? Yes, it's coming. Wait, is this going to be one day America will become a Muslim state, a Muslim country. Really? Tell Trump. That's never going to happen. Yes, it will happen. That's never going to happen. God is powerful. It's never going to happen. God is powerful. Is that what everybody here wants? You want to see that's one thing. Our goal is to make America Islam. Really? Islamic state. Yes. God is powerful. It's never going to happen. You control the heart of Americans. God guides whom He wills. Over my dead body will just become an Islamic. يريدون ليطفئوا نور الله بأفواههم والله متم نوره ولو كره الكافرون.
This is the warning. This is the.
All right, well, he basically said what he said. He said, well, what did he say? He said something that was very important. Not just God is powerful. He said something else.
God is powerful. Is that what everybody here wants? You want to see that's one thing. Our goal is to make a.
There it is right there. There it is. Did he say our God or our goal? I thought he said our God. Okay.
Make America Islam. Really? Islamic state. Yes. God is powerful.
It's never going to happen.
You control the heart of Americans. God guides whom He wills.
Over my dead body.
God guides who He will. Okay, I thought He said our God. So as you can see, I mean, it's pretty plain and simple. You know, they basically have it to what they are aiming to do. Muslims practice that today. Still, they marry as low as I mean, yeah, that is true. They still marry as low, and that's another thing. That's actually a good point you made, Texas Patriot. Muslims practice that today, and they still marry as low as 8 years old. I don't know. Well, possibly they could, but what I say is this: what we noticed with the Jeffrey Epstein files and the lack of prosecutions, arrest, or whatever situations that should have happened with the lack of arrest and prosecutions and jailings and accountability that happened with that. When that happens, it makes you think. It's like, well, if a religion or society pushes the silent P on the people, if they push PDF files and let them go through, then if another religion comes in and has some kind of support towards that, it seems like with the world that we live in, that would get pushed forward. You know what I mean? It's like that would get rewarded because we see the world that we live in. And I mean, it ain't happiness and harmony and love and unicorns. And I'm not talking about rainbow unicorns. I mean like in a unique sense. So it's sad to say that, but at the same time, it's almost like that we get rewarded, that we get pushed forward. And it seems like that's the case. That's what I look at. I look at it, I'm like, it's like, hey, the worse something off is, the better a chance it has to being pushed forward. Okay, we're at the last one. All right, we're at the last one on the left side. Then we got to go to the right side. Which one do I want to show? We got one more. I know what I'm gonna show. Here's the last one. What is his name? Sam. Where are you at? Spring. All right. Let's see. Where I've shown this one before, but I can't remember. I probably can't find it. Let's see. This will be the last one for this side. Then I'm gonna go to the left side. I mean the right side. All right. So let me see. Oh, here it is. Oh no, but I need it in the short version. Okay, there's your name. I got to do this one because this one was a really good one. This one was a really good one. I have to show this one because he breaks it down. No, we don't want to see that. We want to see. Let's see. No. Come on. Where is it? It was one of your best ones. And of course I can't find it whenever I need it. Oh my goodness. This was a good one too. Oh, come on. Let's see. Of course. When I need it, I can't find it. This sucks so much. Oh, this would have been a good one to end it off with. I gotta find it. Let me see how. This will be the last one for this side. Then I'm gonna switch sides. But I need it to be in a short. I don't need it to be in a long ass video. I don't have time for that. I'm not gonna be able to find it. God dang it. God dang it. Oh, there it is. Found it. Oh yes, found it. All right, so buddy right here, Sam, what is your name? Sam Shamoun. He breaks down 3 stages of Islam. He broke this down like a fraction. I gotta give him his credit on this one. This was good. This is gonna be the last one. Then we're gonna switch over to the other side. So here we go. Final one. And then we're gonna go to the other side, hearing it from their voices. So here we go. Let's listen to this.
Is what will happen if the Muslims become the majority in the US.
Islam in America is not real Islam. It's not.
If you study the history of Muhammad, if you look at his evolution from him starting off claiming to be a prophet to then becoming a warlord, this is Islam, depending on what stage you find Muslims in. I like to break down the stage of Islamic expansion in 3. First stage is when you're outnumbered, because the chapters of the Quran are divided into 2 periods. The Meccan period, the Medinan period. The Mecki, Madani. The Meccan period, so when Muhammad claimed to be a prophet in 610 AD in Mecca, he was outnumbered by the disbeliever. They're the ones who had the power, they had the money, they had the control. During that stage, the message of Islam, one of more, let's preach and see who's right, but if you disagree, to your religion, to my religion. That's stage 1. So when he said it's not real Islam, well, they're in the same circumstances Muhammad was when he was outnumbered. So what part of Islam will they implement? Stage 1. When the people in control, in charge, outnumber the Muslims, and the Muslims have no means of subjugating the people and taking control of their economics, politics, and every other aspect of society. So this is Islam in stage 1. From 610 to around 622, Muhammad, or 623 they'll say, 13 years, was living in that context of being outnumbered. So if you read the chapter of the Quran composed during that period, you'll find very little on fight those who fight you. Very little on fight those who don't believe like you. Very little, if at all. Then he migrates to Medina. This is all in Arabia. Medina's to the north. Now he becomes the head of state. Now stage 2. Fight those who fight you and oppress you. Self-defense state. Fast forward 2 years before he dies, he conquers the entire Arabian Peninsula. All of Arabia is under his control. Now he has a huge military base. He now controls the economics. Now is stage 3. Expand Islam militarily, politically. So when you say this is not real Islam, no, it is real Islam because of the stage in which Muslims are. Now, if you want to see this paradigm played out, look at the different areas of the world, see if the Muslims are the majority or not. If they are, it'll be stage 3. Stage 3, they're in control.
Yeah.
They're the ones who can tell you what you do and you cannot do. If they have a large number, stage 2. Islamophobia, you're robbing us of our rights and you're not letting our women, put on the veil and we have a right to now attack. When they're minority, stage 1. So look around the demographics and see which country will you find Muslims implementing which stage. So in America, what stage would they be implementing?
One-ish.
One-ish, right? Getting to 2, right?
Yep.
What about certain pockets in England?
Oh, it's like 2 right now.
2.
Yeah.
What about Muslim majority country? Stage 3.
Yeah.
See how it works?
Yeah.
So it's
Wow,
not that it's not real Islam. It is real Islam depending on your context.
Sam is absolutely right. I'm from Syria. In the West, you get to go and debate. Even Muslims, they get to freely debate Christians and have conversations, set up booths, give people Qurans, convert them. Go to the Middle East, try doing that. Let me know how that goes for you.
He broke that down. Whoo-wee. Sheesh. He came with the thunder on that one. Now that puts it into perspective. When you see it like that, you're like, Now, that's what I'm saying. Now, when you look at it from what he just explained, that's a political agenda, bro. That is a straight political agenda. That has nothing to do, in my humble opinion, with love, honor, and love and honoring your neighbor, and love, honor, and living harmoniously amongst thy neighbor. That has nothing to do with that whatsoever. That is a political takeover, which you could say the same thing with crusades when it comes to Christianity, when it comes to Judaism. You can say that with any religion. You can say that all religions have been used in a form of political, with a form of political force or a political agenda, which is true. So when I look at all this, I'm looking at all this from the perspective of we're seeing people use religion as a political agenda, as a political force. That's what they're doing. They're using it for a political nature. And, people get upset about it, but it's like, it's what they're doing, and there's nothing that you can, argue with on that, because nobody is being harmonious and loving thy neighbor and respecting each other. But like I say, it's the bad ones that take religion or the power of the Most High, the Creator, and they use it and they destroy it, they toxify it, or whatever the case you want to be. They turn it into a deceptive force of nature and try to make them the head of whatever it is that they're trying to conquer. So they turn around and make them and exalt themselves as God of said religion and use it as a political religion as they gather the masses of their religion, regardless of what religion it is, and they use it for political power. Then I think the end game turns into all the religions finally cause all of this turmoil and ruckus, and then finally turn around and say, all right, we got a bunch of believers over here in Christians, we got a bunch of believers over here in Judaism, we got a bunch of believers over here in Islam, we got a bunch of believers in Hindu. Now we got a bunch of believers in Catholicism, we got all these believers. Now let's all have peace. Let's all come together, let's all have peace. Because now we got all of our groups together. Let's go ahead and give that power to the one. That's what it looks like to me. If I was an evil bastard, that to me would be a perfect way to fuck y'all up. Just call it is. That would be a perfect way for me to fuck all of y'all up. Like that is genius. Like we gonna do this over thousands and thousands and thousands of years, bro. We finna run this play into the ground. They finna fall for this. We finna get their ass. We gonna get them. They don't know what hit them, because where's my picture? Do I have my picture up here? No, I ain't got my picture up here. I gotta let me go find my picture real quick though. I'm gonna find this picture. I'm gonna show you the picture that I'm talking about. Let me show you the picture that I'm talking about. Because when it's all said and done, this is the play I'm running on y'all. When it's all said and done, Where is the photo at? Let me find. There we go. There it is. When it's all said and done, this is what I'm hitting y'all with. This is what I'm smashing y'all over the head with, from beginning to end, from cradle to the grave. This is what I'm hitting y'all with. Bye, y'all. This is what y'all fools getting hit with. I'm up here and I'm like, where's my sound? Where's my damn sound? Where's my sound? There it is. I'm up here. I'm up here. I'm just busting y'all over the head with believe this, hate that, fear this, obey that, consume, take these drugs. Here's Tech Giants Entertainment. Here's some education. Here's some prawn for you to watch. I got my governments, got my banks, got my religious people, got my corporations, got the families that be, doing the old Epstein thing. And then I got my two, peons down here, and I'm just at the top like, yes, sir. Give me all that power. Give me all that power. Bring it here. Bring it here, as my Australian lady say, here. Nar, here. No, exactly. That's rerunning amok. All right. So there's one side of the political spectrum. All right. There's one side of. I was going to show this one. Should I show? Nah, I'll skip that one for now. I'll probably come back to that later. All right. So now we got to go to the other side. Whew, that was a long time on the left side, wasn't it? Oh man, that was a good long time on the left side. That took me a good minute to run that one through. Jesus, what took that so long? Oh, it's because I said I got time today, and I do got time. All right, so now we're gonna run to the other side. And what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah. Wait a minute. I did want to go over this one thing before I go there.
It's the article.
Perfect. Here it is. I gotta show you this real quick. So there was this book. It's called By Any Means Necessary: Iran, Hamas, and the Left. I did a live stream on this, and I talked about this, where I went in and I read this document right here, right? And this document was very eye-opening. It talks about the Red and Black Alliance, and it speaks on how Iran became the Islamic Revolution in 1979, how Khomeini came into power, and how they utilized the left side and they combined it with the Islamic right side to take over the Iranian government and overthrow the Shah, and then Khomeini came into power. I went over this and read this document, and it broke it down like a fraction. And then it got to the point where when you keep looking at it, wait, hold on. Yeah. Am I still reading it? Yeah. Then it gets to the point where you read it and they talk about what happens after they win. And after they win, they basically just went in and smacked people over the head, with the whole hijab, like right here. I'll read this little part for you real quick. It talks about the revolution that succeeded. It talks about the Pahlavi Shah who were deposed, and Ayatollah emerged as the leader of Iran. And it didn't take long after the success of the revolution for the leftist ideas to be jettisoned, meaning left or dropped. Then it talks about this. When they got into power, right, they used the left side to gain, voting and all that good stuff. They used the left side, joined forces, got into power. As soon as they got into power, they dropped the left side's ideology and ideas, and this is what happened. The very first year of the new regime, Ayatollah Khomeini decreed mandatory veiling for women at work on March 7, 1979. On March 8, International Women's Day, women took to the streets in large-scale protests against the compulsory hijab. Women on the left, who once adopted the veil as a sign of resistance during the revolution, did not anticipate it becoming mandatory. And it says, "We didn't have a revolution to go backwards," the crowd chanted. The veil mandate was perceived by many as a sign that women who had actively participated in the revolutions were now back to dog status. As a protest leader put it, the civil rights movement had gained during the Shah rules were suddenly, I can't see that word behind my head. But as you can see, if you go and watch this one, I broke this whole thing down like a fraction, and it was really good. It was a good one. It actually gets you to understand, like, basically, in a nutshell, they got the help of the left side and all the progressive women, and progressive men and women, as soon as they got what they needed, it was like, okay, we finna go ahead and run amok on you fools, and if you don't like it,
FYM. Fuck y'all motherfuckers,
That's all I gotta say about that. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the other side. All right, so we did the left side. Now it's time we go over to the right side the Israeli side, all right? Because that's what it seems like we're in right now. It seems like the left side, the progressive side, is Islamist, progressive. And then the right side, as far as Trump goes right now, is like Israel, whatever the case may be. So let's hear how that side speaks about America. So we heard what one side thinks about America. Let's hear what the other side thinks about America. And then let's see if the Americans are in a winning position. All right. So let's just go ahead and hear it come out of their mouth. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let them speak on it. All right. So here we go. Let's see. All right. Do a hair flip and I'll cash app you $2. I just sent you a TikTok on Instagram of a guy here. All right. Hair flip. I got to do a hair flip for 2 smackaroos. There you go. Hair flip right there. This guy. I appreciate the love, man. All right. So let's go ahead. We're going to go on the other side. All right, we're going on the other side, and we're going to see exactly how this goes out. So now we're on Israel's side. So let's see how this goes. Is Israel or Judaism or whatever you want to call it? So here we go. It says, the next coming Holocaust is coming to America. At least Jewish rabbis are honest. Here we go.
Is every single time we were in a position of power, it's because there were a few Jews that were lending money to the Goyim. And many times it happened that they charged them high rates and the Goyim got angry and they revolted. Why? Nobody wants to pay the high interest. So what do? Instead of paying the interest, they kill you. Simple. All of the Jewish people, they are part of creating the next Holocaust that's coming to America. They are creating the next Holocaust that's coming to America. Why? History shows us what we've done, what transpired. What we've done, what transpired, what we're doing, and what's transpiring. And the reality is, every single time we were in a position of power, it's because there were a few Jews that were lending money to the Goyim, and many times it happened that they charged them high rates, and the Goyim got angry, and they revolted. Why? Nobody wants to pay the high interest. So what do? Instead of paying the interest, they kill you. Simple. All of the Jewish people, they are part of creating the next Holocaust that's coming to America. They are creating the next Holocaust that's coming to America. Why? History shows us what we've done, what transpired. What we've done, what transpired, what we're doing, and what's transpiring.
Well, I didn't say anything. He did. So he just basically broke that down in a nutshell. He said you charge high interest, and then what happens? He said people get, skinny popped. And I mean, that goes in line with the Constitution. That's what the Constitution is for. But he broke that down. It's like, if that's what happens, then this is the outcome. If that's what happens, this is the outcome. All right, let me see if I can find another one. Where's the next one? There we go. Okay, cool. I got all these. You can't see that, can you? Oh man, glad you couldn't see this. Got a little rated up in here. Got a little rated up in here. Oh, can't let you see that. All right, so what we have here next is it says, wait until the end. This will shock you. It says the Torah presents the concept of chosen people as a foundation element of the divine selection and sacred responsibility. All right, so let's see how this pans out right here. So now that we're listening to the Israelis, let's see exactly how the Judaism concept works out. So let's see how they see it on their side now. So we're looking at another religion and seeing how Judaism works things out. So let's see how this plays out on this side. So here we go. Let's hear it out.
Jews and non-Jews as the same. כאילו שווה ערך.
No.
Okay, explain.
I see Jews as the chosen nation.
Okay.
They were chosen by Hashem.
Do they deserve the same rights? Let's put it that way. Does everyone deserve the same, treated the same? Let's put it that way.
I think not.
Do you believe that the Gentiles, the Goyim, will one day become the slaves of the Jews?
So I believe it's part of the Torah.
יהיו עבדים של היהודים יום אחד. כן? אוקיי? ומה זה אומר? כן? ומה כתוב? כתוב בפירוש שהגויים יהיו עבדים שלנו? אני אומר,
כתוב אחרי ביאת המשיח, אני לא יכול להביא את הפסוק המדויק, אבל כתוב שאחרי ביאת המשיח יהיה מלחמה מאוד מאוד גדולה, ובסופו של דבר כן, הגויים יהיו עבדים של היהודים במשך תקופה, ואחרי זה העולם יחזור כאילו לקדמותו.
I may need to read this to you because they're speaking in a different language, but I'm gonna let it finish playing, then I'm gonna go back.
רגע, זה מה שאני רוצה להבין. רגע, שקט. אז מי, כן, מה כתוב? זה מה שאני לא מבין. כתוב שאתם תקויים אדם
You know what? I'll just read it to you because you probably can't even read everything. So let me go ahead and pull this back and I'm gonna read it back. Now, it's crazy. It's crazy when we look at this because it's gonna have some striking similarities to something that we saw earlier. And let me see if I could find what the other person said earlier. I think it was that guy. I'm gonna put it up to what somebody else said previously, and we're just gonna see some striking similarities of what people think and how their ideologies are literally the same, which is crazy. Okay, so let's go ahead and I'm gonna play that again, but I'm gonna also double back and show you the striking weird similarities on how these two line up. I'm gonna read this as it goes so you don't get lost. So here we go.
You see Jews and non-Jews as the same. כאילו שווה ערך.
No.
Okay, explain.
I see Jews as the chosen nation.
Okay.
They were chosen by Hashem.
Do they deserve the same rights? Let's put it that way. Does everyone deserve the same, treated the same? Let's put it that way.
I think not.
Okay, so does everyone deserve to get treated the same? All right, I'm start there. So the Jews are the chosen. Does everyone deserve to get treated the same? It says, I think not. Now, does that not sound similar to what we just heard from the other group of people? Like, isn't this what this group of people said right here? Like, right? Isn't this the same?
Will be. The flag of La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah will be, inshallah, on the White House. The American people are waking up now.
Allah does say that the whole world eventually will be under his ruling. The world will come down to where everybody obeys the laws of God. Simple as that.
We will force Islamic Sharia, inshallah.
To me, it sounds pretty similar to what they're both saying. They're saying the same thing. To me, that's what it sounds like. To me, they're saying the same thing. Let me fix this real quick. No, don't speak. Let me find that other one too. The other one where the other guy was raging. Where'd he go? Where'd the other guy go that was raging? Where you at, buddy? Let me find you real quick. Where did he go? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? No, not him. Not him. Where'd the other guy go? Oh, I don't have him anymore? That sucks. No, he should be right here. Where is he? 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 Oh, wow. They don't have him in my history channel. There he is. Gotcha. All right. So here it is right here. So let's just keep going with the other ones. And I'm going to go back and just show you the similarity between the two parties. Because they're similar. They're saying the exact same thing. Islam, if you don't rock with Islam, then you're infidel. If you don't rock with these people over here, the Torah holders, you're a Gentile. Therefore, you get the proverbial backhand. You ain't a part of they tribe. They're saying the same thing, but let's let them keep going. Here we go.
Do you believe that the Gentiles, the Goyim, will one day become the slaves of the Jews?
It's not a belief. It's part of the Torah.
Okay, this is where I got to read. Do you believe the Gentiles will be our slaves one day? Yes, it's written in the Torah.
Okay.
Everything is written in the Torah, I believe. What is written? Is it written specifically that? The Gentiles will be our slaves? Yes, it is. Yes, it is written that the Messiah will come. It says that the Messiah will come. I don't remember the exact verse. It is written that after the Messiah comes, there will be a large war, and in the end, the Gentiles will be slaves to the Jews for a period of time. And after that, the world will go back to the ancient ways. All right, so this guy here, he's going to break this down too. He says, and the animals, the non-Jews are animals, beast, it is written. Is it not written? He says, it is written. Ah, you are right. It isn't written that they are animals. Hold on. What is it that is what I want to understand? He says, okay, what does it say? It says, you are called human. And the non-Jews are not called human. That is what is written. All non-Jews that you see all around the world, the billions, they exist just for the Jews' benefit. We don't see it, so we don't know exactly. He says, hold on, today we are still in exile. So automatically, they don't yet serve us completely. Only partially. And when the Messiah will come, each one of us will have... How many? Thousands? Hundreds? 2,800 slaves.
Do you see...
Good Lord. It's Jesus. Oh my goodness. Oh, but 2,800 slaves each? Oh my goodness. Oh boy. All right. Man. So what's the difference between what these people are saying? And I just don't see the difference. They're saying the same thing, in my opinion. They're saying the same thing.
It's coming. Wait, is this going to be one day America will become a Muslim state, a Muslim country. Really? Tell it Trump. That's never going to happen. Yes, it will happen. Never going to happen. God is powerful. God is powerful. Is that what everybody here wants? You want to see that's one thing. Our goal is to make America Islam. Really? Islamic state. Yes. God is powerful. It's never going to happen. You control the heart of Americans. God guides whom He wills. Over my dead body will just become an Islamic.
He will throw them on the fire and the hellfire, and Allah will terminate him. And He will look at him like this in the kafirun. So, you know, to me, it seems like they're saying the same thing. In a sense, they're saying the same exact thing. If you're not with them, you're against them. And their God is going to give them. And I mean, I guess you could say the same thing as the Christianity says that same thing in the concept too. But I don't hear love and harmony in either one of their political agenda, because that's what I see this. To me, this looks like a political agenda. To me, it looks like one big political agenda that's going on. Whew, glad y'all ain't see that. But let's keep going. Because like I said, we had to go, we did one side. So now we got to do the other side. So we got more. We got this guy right here. This is a Rabbi Explains Israelis' final plan for the world. Let's see. It says the recent picture of the IDF soldier with a Greater Israel badge on the uniform provoked outrage. No, this isn't the thing. But here it goes. This is what this guy says about the final plan for Israel's final plan for the world. Let's hear what he says.
Because the most powerful nations in the world have to go down to their knees. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what's going to happen to America. That's what's going to happen to Germany. That's what's going to happen to France. That's what's going to happen to London, England. It's going to happen to Poland. That's what's going to happen to Russia. That's what's going to happen to China. But we're almost there, guys. It's happening. This is it. They're all going to go down to their knees, especially the Western ones. But they're going to go down hard for how they treated us over the last 2,000 years. For the destruction of the Second Temple and how they treated us, Hashem's going to take them down hard. Because the reason God's doing this is for His name in this world. Because the most powerful nations in the world.
They're saying the same thing. They're doing and saying the same thing, bruh. If you look at it, he named all the countries he named, Egypt, Poland. Like the Muslims over there doing the same thing. So it makes you think. It's like, are y'all fighting each other? Or are y'all fulfilling the same agenda for the same God? It's crazy if you just pay attention. Like, you have to ask yourself, they're saying the same thing. They're literally doing the same thing. You can't ignore that. They're doing the same fucking thing. Are they literally fulfilling the prophecy of their same God? That's what it seems like to me. I mean, listen to the countries that he named. Like, let's go back. Listen to the countries that he named. He named the same countries that have a heavy Muslim influence as well. Like, they're doing the same thing.
Have to go down to their knees. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what's going to happen to America. That's what's going to happen to Germany. That's what's going to happen to France.
France, London, England, Egypt. I mean, we see the Muslims doing the same thing to the same countries.
It's going to happen to London, England. It's going to happen to Poland. That's what's going to happen to
Poland. Has I mean, we can just go down this list all day.
To Russia. That's what's going to happen to China. But we're almost there, guys. It's happening. This is it. They're all going to go down to their knees, especially the Western ones.
Especially the Western ones, which is no different than what he just said. This dude said the same thing. I mean, a bunch of these people are saying the same thing. So it makes me look at it and I'm like, I mean, even this dude, he said the same thing. They're saying the same thing. I don't see a difference. So that's why when I look at this, I'm like, we saw what happened when Russia got taken over back with the Bolsheviks revolution in like 1918 or something like that, when the Red October hit. Then, you know, the USSR transpired over time because there was two superpowers. It was Russia and the United States. Well, Russia was the bigger one, so that one got taken down. Time goes on later. I keep telling you, 1991, USSR ends. We find out in 2004, 2006, 2008, there was a court case that happened where they found out that there was a document. The document was the Muslim Brotherhood plan to take over North America, which was established in 1991. I just showed you the CARES was established in 1994, which is the Council on American Islamic Relations. So what they did over here, they're just moving it to the second superpower over here, which is America. But when you look at these two religions, they're doing the same thing. It looks to me, it looks like they're fighting with each other, right? They're like, oh, they're fighting Iran versus Israel. Oh, they're fighting. They got something going on. But it's like, I don't think that's the case, bruh. I don't think that's the case. I think they got the same agenda. It just looks like they fighting each other. But in the end, they not fighting each other, bruh. They got their eyes fixed on one place. I don't think people are seeing it for what it really is. That's what I'm looking at. But let's keep going. I'm still pleading my case because this is still the political aspect. We got to go economic and then we got to go spiritual. Like I said, I'm gonna be here for a long time today. It's gonna be a long stream, but we still on the political aspect. So let's look at this one we got now. All right, so this one I found. This is what is this? This is. Christians openly praise God in Israel. They were mocked, shamed, and threatened, not for violence, but for worship. This says this reel is about religion, faith, and persecution. All right, so let's see how this goes. So here we go.
We don't do anything illegal. You cannot take us to jail. If you are not involved, please go. Shalom, my friend. We bless you.
You're in my country.
You come to the United States, you can say whatever you want to say. That is a free world, yes?
You're not in the United States. You're in Israel.
I understand.
You cannot say whatever you want to say here.
Yes, you can. It's legal. It is legal
to preach about Yeshua. We preach at Damascus Gate, the police said it's okay. We preach at Jaffa Gate, the police say it's okay. Please stop. I respect you, respect me. Huh? That is the right thing. Are you Jewish? Do you want to honor God? That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right. That's what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol worshippers.
You discriminate against
Christians. The Torah says that Christianity is idol worship. The police here, 99% conviction rate. Shut up.
We don't do anything illegal. You cannot take us to jail.
All right, so I just don't see a difference. I don't see the difference. I don't see the difference between the two. They're saying the same thing. Both religions are saying the same thing. I can't get over it. They're both saying the same thing. You got Islam is saying the same thing about about Christianity or America, however you want to look at it. It's saying the same thing. I can't see a difference yet. I mean, if I'm wrong, please tell me where you think I'm wrong, but I just don't see it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I just don't see where the difference is. So that's why I say when you look at these two right now, I'm like, are they fulfilling the same goal? It looks like they're both doing the same thing. It looked like behind the scenes, they was like, hey, bruh. Behind the scenes, they was like this. They was like, hey. Got you. You go over there. I'm gonna go over here. Hey. I don't like you, okay? Just, hey. All right, bet. And as soon as they get on TV, you know what I mean? They start. All right, and the next thing you know, they start, pretending like they're fighting them, and they're fighting them, and and then the people like, oh, America's being used for Israel and all that. But it's like, I think that they're both on the same page, and America is in the middle because it doesn't seem like America has a leg to stand on. Because right now, the politics is not favoring America. The finances are not favoring America. And it doesn't seem like the strength of the faith of America is standing very strong right now. This is what I'm observing. This is just when I look at it, hindsight, I'm just like, But let's keep going. We ain't done. We have a good way to go. We still going. Let's look at some more. Now we on the other side. Here we go. Let's see what this one has to say. Here we go. It says, imagine being pro-Israel after hearing this rabbi from New York. Let's see what he says. Here we go.
2.5 billion people are idol worshippers that according to the Torah do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty.
The Jews are in charge of the world. Science, financial, politics, behind the presidents. Even now, all the campaign of Donald Trump is his son-in-law, the Jew, Kushner. The United States made a decision against Israel. A few days later, New Orleans was all flooded.
This Charlie Kirk, even though he was good to the Jews, good to Israel, he affected the life of millions of people to be faithful Christians, which is a cult of idol worshippers. Now the Jews gonna run away from America. Within a year or 2 or 5, we'll all have to run away from here. Once we will leave this place, Hashem will bury America. That's what's gonna happen. 6.5 billion people are...
And I looked up that last word he said. He said Hashem. I didn't know what Hashem means. I think I looked it up before, but we're going to look it up again. What is Hashem? Hashem is, if I believe, Hashem is a title used in Judaism to refer to God. Okay, so Hashem is God. So that's what they're saying. So again, to me, I don't see the difference. It's like he basically stated, he said like, well, let me let him say it again. Because he made it clear who's in the pockets. He said who's in the pockets is these people right here. Let me let him go off again.
Idol worshippers that according to the Torah do not have the right to live. Idol worshipper goy, it's death penalty.
Jews are in charge of the world. Science, financial, politics, behind the presidents. Even now, all the campaign of Donald Trump is his son-in-law, the Jew, Kushner.
Okay, so he mentioned that. But when we look at this side over here, we see them in all forms of politics right now. Like, look, we see them in politics. They all over politics. They in everything. They in all sorts of politics, as we see. They're in all kind of politics. We see it. They're in politics like crazy. They're doing this. They're both doing the same playbook. It's the same playbook. It's the same playbook. So I'm like, you guys can't be enemies. It's the same playbook. Look, it's right here. They're doing the same thing. They're both doing the same thing. This is all political. All political and financial, because if you get into this, then you have control of like schools, boards of education. You're in different political positions, not just school or board of educations, water systems, directories, all sorts of different things that you are in charge of. I don't want to have to go down a list of everything, but as you can see or saw, they're doing the same thing. It's the same playbook. You can't argue it. You cannot argue what I'm saying. It makes perfect sense. Let's see. I got two more on it. No, I got three more on this side. So I got three more we're gonna show. So this guy right here, he's gonna spit some bars too. We got Rabbi Aaron L. Roskin. The world was created for the Jewish people. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got going on here. Here we go. Oy vey.
Two reasons of why God created the world. One is for the sake of Torah, and one is for the sake of the Jewish people. But the question Elijah had was, who is greater? Is Torah greater, or are the Jewish people greater?
I don't know if they're going to give me a copyright for that music in the background, but yeah, let's let him keep going.
And he concludes, Vani Oimer, and I say, says Elijah, that a Jew is greater than Torah. In other words, the mere existence of a Yid, regardless of the fact that he studies Torah or performs Torah, is within itself the purpose and an end within itself. And for that reason alone, the entire world deserved to be created. The two reasons of why God created the world.
All right, well, he made it clear. He made it very clear what side he stands on. He's letting you know who the world is created for. Now, we have to remember, God did not create the world. Let's just make sure that that's clear, because he says it right here. Two reasons of why God created the world. Let's just call it a spade. God did not create the world. Words are very important. God created the earth. Okay? God created the earth. Now in the Bible, it makes it very clear on how this works. I'll show you. God did not create the world. God didn't create the world. It says right here, Satan, who is God of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. They're unable to see the glorious light of the good news. They don't understand this message about the glory of Christ, who is the exact likeness of God. So God didn't create the world. God created the earth. That's what it says at the beginning. God created the earth. And then I think it was like moons and heavens and everything else. But it's the earth that he created. The world, the ruler of this world is Satan. So you have to understand words. So you can't let the words fool you. So when you hear him talking, they're dominating the world. As we know, is what happens. They was dominating the world when Jesus was walking around. That's a fact. They was dominating this world when Jesus was walking. Jesus was out here stomping around. He's like, dee, 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 fulfilling my purpose, fulfilling my prophecy. Dee, 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 dee. You know what I mean? And Satan was like, say, bruh, hey, brother, bro, come over here, bruh. He was like, say saw Jesus walking around. He was like, dee, 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 fulfilling my purpose. Dee, 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 can't touch me. And then Satan was like, hey, yo, brother, bro, come over here. Jesus was like, nigga, what you want? What you want? Ugh. Bro, I saw you fall from heaven, bro. You tripping. Like, what you want, bro? We all know you ain't up to no good. He's like, nah, brother. Come on over here, brother. I've been doing good things lately, brother. I've been doing big things. I've been doing big things, little brother. Big brother, little brother, big bro, whatever you want to call me. You know what I mean? Let's see. Where did he do? Oh, here it go. Let's just take a look at it. You know what I mean? And then you know, you walked up on him. It's like, little bro, come here, bro. Listen, hear me out. Jesus is like, I'm your big bro. Don't call me little bro. It's like, I mean, okay, I got you. So you know, so Jesus was led up. You know what I'm saying? Where is it at? This is the wilderness. He was tempted in the wilderness. You know what I mean? He got him tempted in the wilderness and all that. Oh crap! I don't have the right one. Actually, let me fix that again. He did tempt him in the wilderness, but I need to find the other one. Where is it, real quick? Hold on. Satan. Where is it? No, we don't want the fasting. What does it say? There it is. I can't find a scripture. My fault. But I'll just give you the quick one. Here's the quick version. So you know what I'm saying? Satan leads Jesus on up to a mountain and basically tries to take him all the way up to a high mountain and offer him all the kingdoms of the world and his glory in exchange for worship. And Jesus rejected his offer Jesus rejected this offer of earthly authority, or should I say worldly authority, citing scripture to affirm that only God should be worshiped and served. So, you know, Satan was tempting Jesus when he was out here. So it never stops. It just, you have to understand and stand hardly on your square and have understanding of what it is that you're going through. You can't just sit here and fall for everything. I mean, you can't be out here falling for all sorts of nonsense. I gotta find out what scripture is that. What scripture is that? I should know it, but I forget it. Let me see. Where is it? I thought I just had it, didn't I? Let's see. No, it's not that one. Let's see. Recorded. Luke 4:5. Okay, so Luke. 8. Let me find it real quick. There it is. Found it. There it is. Here it is. This is it right here. So, you know, it says the devil led him up to a high place, showed him in an instant all the kingdoms of the world. And he said to him, Satan said to him, I will give you authority over all in splendor. It has been given to me and I can give it to anyone I want. If you worship me, it'll be all yours. Jesus answered, it is written, worship the Lord your God and serve him only. So what we're seeing here is we're seeing a bunch of people battling for the world possession and giving, you know, the world possession to the one at the very top. So we're seeing it in real time. We're seeing it happen. We're seeing it unravel. And when I look at the two sides, I'm seeing like they're fighting for the same thing. They may look like they're fighting on TV, but in reality, when you look at them and listen to what they're saying, they're both fighting over the same thing. They both are doing the same exact thing. You know, it looks like they're fighting each other, but they're not. But that's my opinion. That's what I'm seeing. And you just listen to what they're saying and, you know, come to your own conclusion. But you got to have your own discernment. You got to stand on your square. All right. Let's see how many more we got. What we got? How many more we got? I got to make sure I got all this right before I press on. We got this one. Here we go. We got another one. Let's hear them talk about it again. We got to listen to what they say. All right, here we go. Let's see what they say. Here we go.
The chosen people. They feel that we are elitist, that we think of ourselves as better than them, which we do. And therefore, they hate us. What can we do? God selected us.
You guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us.
The most powerful nations in the world have to go down to their knees. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what's going to happen to America.
Black people are supposed to be slaves. Jewish law permits the enslavement of any non-Jew, white or black. But that has nothing to do with racism. That's just a heter that we are allowed to enslave non-Jewish populations.
Whatever you're gonna have, the Jews will always control you. The Jews are in charge of the world. Science, financial, politics, behind the president.
We are the chosen people. They feel that we are elitist, that we think of ourselves as better than them, which we do. And therefore, they hate us. What can we do? God selected us.
You guys are worshiping.
See, so all of this is worldly. All of it is worldly, is what I'm seeing. Everything I'm seeing is all worldly stuff. Oh, well, they took it down. All right, cool. Yeah, but all of it I see is all worldly.
We are the chosen.
Okay, let me go back down. Everything I'm saying, yeah, it's all worldly on what they seem that they're arguing over. And when they speak on it, whoops, turn that music off. And when they speak on it, it seems like they're in control of everything, but this is what the control looks like. It looks like this. This is what the control looks like. But they're explaining the control looks like this. It looks just like, I mean, it sounds just like it, I should say. It sounds just like it. You know what I mean? So you got the betrayers of humanity, weaponizing fear, war, and deception. Like you can't overlook that part. Is what you see. Now, here's something that when I heard this, I couldn't ignore this part, because this one I had to think, and I was like, really? Out of all the numbers you could have used, this is the number that you used. This is what kind of like got my spider senses tingling. When I heard this, I was like, So check this one out. Let's hear what this one says. We have a rabbi over here. Listen to what he says, and we're going to put this into perspective. So let's hear this out. So here we go. We got this rabbi here. Let's hear what he says. Here you go. I guess he can't talk. I got him muted.
A huge, huge war, and 2/3 of the world is going to die, and then there's going to be a Yeshua, and it's going to after 2/3 of the world is going to die, so then it's going to be just be goodness. So it says there's going to be a huge, huge war, and 2/3 of the world is going to die, and then there's going to be a Yeshua, and it's going to after 2/3 of the world is going to die, so then it's going to be just be goodness. So it says there's going to be a huge, huge war, and 2/3 of the world is going to die.
2/3 of the world is going to die, is what he says. There's going to be a huge war, and 2/3 of the world is going to die. Now, I find that very, very, very intriguing. Extremely intriguing, because let's look at this. Let's see how many. Here it goes. It says 2/3, but that's really intriguing. Let's see. Let me find it for you so I can show it to you instead of just me talking. I want to show you why I find it very intriguing, because it's right here. Let's see. Let's see. There it is. There it is. I found it. Here we go. So it says this. Oh, God dang it. Let me find the right version. He says 2/3 of the world will die. Okay. So if that's the case, let's see right here. Let me see if I fought. Let's see, found, deceived. Nation, who's the sound came. Okay. All right, then the sign. Let's see, is John. Okay, where is he at? His tail. Okay. Oh man, why can't I find it? Okay, I'm not gonna sit here and try to actually find it, because I can't find it right now. I don't want to waste too much time on it. Anyway, this is what I'm gonna show you real quick. So his number is a telltale sign. It's a telltale sign. You can't ignore it, because he's telling the truth, at least from his perspective. That's what I should say. Let's see. Not there. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. He says that 2/3. Actually, I'm gonna let him say it again. Right here. Let's let him speak on it one more time. I'm gonna go straight to it, because I'm trying to find it. But here we go. Let's let him hear it again.
And then there's going to be a Yeshua, and it's going to after 2/3 of the world is going to die, so then it's going to be just be goodness. So it says there's going to be a huge, huge war, and 2/3 of the world is going to die, and then there's going to be a Yeshua, and it's going to after 2/3 of the world is going to die, so then it's going to be just be goodness.
Okay, so two-thirds of the world is going to die. Then he said there's going to be a Yeshua, not the Yeshua. A Yeshua. Not the, but you know what I mean? It's a very distinctive wordplay. It's like you have to look at wording. You know what I mean? It's like it's like saying, like, let's say a famous wrestler shows up or whatever. Like, think of a wrestler, right? You go to a gym and we said, oh yeah, we have a Mark Henry in our gym. A Mark Henry is different from saying, no, we have the Mark Henry at our gym. He lifts weights at our gym. You know what I'm saying? There's a distinct difference. A Mark Henry is a perpetrator or imitator of the Mark Henry. You understand what I'm saying? So he used, there will be a Yeshua. And he also said 2/3 of the world will die, or whatever he said. But then when you look at this right here, it says right here, the Bible indicates that 1/3 of the angels fell with Lucifer during his rebellion in heaven. Though the specific count is derived from a symbolic description, the figure is primarily drawn from Revelation 12. Okay, so yes, we all know that Lucifer failed with 1/3 of his angels. So that's 1/3 that he took. But he is saying 2/3 of the world is gonna be wiped out.
There's going to be a huge, huge war, and
2/3 of the world is going to die, is what he's saying. Oh crap, you can't see it. 2/3 of the world is gonna die. But right here, 1/3 of the angels fell with Lucifer. So he's doing the polar opposite. You get me? He's doing a polar opposite. I'm just observing, looking at what he's saying, and it's just like, but it's still, at the end of the day, it does look like both parties have the same agenda when we look at both sides that I'm talking about. They both seem like they're fulfilling the same agenda. Regardless if they look like they're fighting, I don't think they are. To me, they're doing the same thing. Now, again, all are not bad. And with that being said, I'm going to let these ones speak on it. I'm going to let these ones speak on it, because all of them are not, all of them, I'll say it like this. All of them don't have the same viewpoint. Some of them see things differently than others. I'll say that. I'm not going to say who's bad or who's good. I'm going to say all of them don't see things the same. Some of them have a different viewpoint. Let's take a look at this. Let's see what these ones say. Here we go.
Israel is not the Jewish state.
This is not a Jewish state. It's a Zionist terrorist state.
It's a Zionist terrorist state.
Correct.
So why is it that they don't consider you? Look, a Jewish person is against that. Are you anti-Semitic?
Let me ask you, am I anti-Semitic?
Tell me, that's what they want to say. Anyone who's against them is anti-Semitic. You're a Jew, yeah, you're against them.
But the difference between Judaism and Judaism is a religion, Zionism is nationalism. This has nothing to do with anti-Semitic. We Jews lived in peace with the Palestinian people hundreds of years, and we lived in peace and we can still live in peace. It's only because Zionism, the philosophy of there's a political movement.
Israel.
He said it, not me. He has a different perspective. Maybe you've never heard it before, but they all don't see things the same way. He has a different perspective. Let's go to another one. Let's hear this one. I don't know. Hopefully I can show this one. This one looks a little bit rambunctious, but we'll see what this one is. Here we go.
We're in Mea Shearim, a Jewish Orthodox neighborhood in the very center of Jerusalem, which has been turned into a kind of a ghetto by the Israeli state. The core of the population of Mea Shearim lived here since before the Zionist state. A lot of them are very anti-Zionist. Today there is a demonstration done at the same time as Israel's Independence Day.
Jews are not Zionists because the Zionist ideology is not Jewish. The Zionist ideology is against the Jewish beliefs. Zionists are not Jews anymore. Even if they were born as Jews, they are not Jews anymore. Of course, we raise the Palestinian flag because, first of all, it's a symbol that we have no war with them. We are against the occupation that they have been going through. We are like brothers with each other. We understand that what they suffer is our suffer also. Every spilled blood that we see with them is hurting our heart, especially when it comes from the Jewish nation's name. They stole the Jewish nation's name, Israel, and we are ashamed. We are very ashamed that they do it in our name. They have owned this land. It's called Palestine. They tried to remove the Palestinian name, the Palestinian tradition. They stole the Jewish name and they steal the Palestinian land. There is no freedom here. There is no democracy like you see. We cannot declare our opinions in public. We cannot make a protest in public. And I've personally been beaten today.
They just arrested a father and left his... Holy shit. Fuck. They just arrested a father and left his child in a stroller in the middle of the street alone.
I can't show too much anymore, but as you can see, not all of them think the same way. They're not all thinking the exact same way. I'm glad I stopped it. Ooh-wee. So as you can see, they're not all thinking the same way. That's why I say some Muslims see things one way while others see things another, and then some you have some Jewish ones see things one way and see things another. Chilling. So there's always a different understanding of the same situation going on. Now we're looking at the political aspect of it, and I think I just tackled all the political aspect of it. I think that was me going over all the politicalness that I could go over. I knew it was going to take me a while, but I had to break it down like a fraction. I knew it was going to take a minute, but we had to get there. All right. Oh, there's one more. There's actually one more, and this one right here. All right. We can go over to Catholicism, and I found this really interesting. Yeah. He said he got a cheat day today. So this one real quick, let me get back to you in a second. Let me show this video. So this right here, we can even go over to Catholicism. Check this out. All right, so let's go to Catholicism. Look at this. I don't know if these wordings is true. All right, so don't hold me accountable. I'm just showing you what I'm showing you. If anybody can read this out loud, or what should I say, interpret this or translate this, if this is right or wrong. But look at this, to Catholicism or Catholic, whatever. First epistle of John, who is the liar? It is whoever denies Jesus is the Christ, such as a person is the Antichrist, denying the Father and the Son. All right, so here we go right here. Listen to what you're about to hear right here. Check this out. Here we go.
With great pomp, fanfare, and ceremony, Pope Francis, the head of the Jesuit order, announced through his cantor the imminent emergence, the near advent of the coming to light of the Antichrist.
Lucifer matutinus inveniat, ille in quam Lucifer qui nescito casum, Christus filius tuus, qui regressus ab inferis, humano generis serenus illuxit, et tecum vivit et regnat in saecula saeculorum.
During this pronouncement, the cantor called Lucifer God, claiming Lucifer to be the father of Jesus Christ. The cantor acknowledged Lucifer as the Antichrist himself and worshipped him. To this, a great crowd and the whole world sang. This was the 3D ceremony that the Pope wanted to be seen worldwide. The announcement to the world, the son of perdition, this way comes.
Okay, so I don't know how true that was. I just stumbled across that and I wasn't sure if this was true or fake news or AI. I don't know. I can't say for sure because I just came across that. I actually seen that on a couple of different social media accounts. And I was like, oh, yikes. I ain't gonna lie. When I seen that, I was like,
He didn't say that. Tell me he didn't just say that.
I was like, this can't be real. This can't be real. But you can't help but when you look around and you put all this stuff together, you start to realize you're like, they're all doing the same thing. It don't matter which one it is. They're all doing the same thing. You can't ignore it. On the political front, you can't ignore it. My boy Texas Patriot said his cheat day is today. He just picked up a Little Caesars ice cream, chips, and a Tahitian treat 20. Oh my God. Oh Lord. That is atrocious. Oh, hey.
He didn't say that. Tell me he didn't just say that.
Sheesh, boy, that is a cheat day beyond belief. My Lord, you ain't gonna be able to work that off for another. That's a week worth of working off right there. I ain't gonna lie, it sound good, but shit, boy, you have a hard time working that off, bro. You gotta. I mean, cheat day is supposed to be a cheat day, but the cheat day has limits. That is a cheat day for like a month. You've had to work your ass off to get that off. You're gonna have to fast for 2 days to get that one off. Ooh, that's a brutal one right there, my boy. Sheesh. But it's hard to sit here and deny that. You can't help but look at everything that they're doing, and they're all doing the same thing. You can't ignore it. You can't ignore it. You can't. Like, you have to be able to put the pieces together and be like, they're all saying the same thing, though. They're not saying anything different. It's all similar. On a political front, they're all saying the same thing. They're all gathering political power. It's all political power, and it seems like they're all gathering it for the same God. I mean, I don't know how you can't see it. I see it, and I'm just like, that's what my five senses show me. You know, my spider senses be tingling. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't finna coax me out of my understanding, because it's like, bro, that's what I see. That's what's happening. You can't ignore the shit. Like, all you can do is look at it to be like, yeah, that's what y'all doing, bro. You can't convince me otherwise. Y'all are not against each other. All of y'all are on the same page. Y'all all doing the same thing. So when you look at it from political front, that's how you see it. Now we're going to move over to the economic portion. Okay, let's look at it from an economic situation. Okay, all right. So we have to look at this whole thing. I'm still. Oh, it's going to be a long stream. We're going to look at it from all perspectives. The economic part should be shorter. This will be a lot shorter. The longest part, I believe, we just got out the way. Let me make sure I got it all out the way. Let me see. Did we get all of it out the way? I think we did. Yes, we did. Yeah, we got all out the way. So we got the political part, I believe, out the way. Just gonna give me this screen back. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Did I miss anything? Nope, that's me. Nope, I don't think I missed anything. Nope, that's Yuri. All right, Yuri, you're good on this day. Yeah, so we're good. So we got all the political out the way. I just got to make sure I got this all out the way, because this is, like I said, this is going to be a long stream, and we're getting closer to getting to the ending of it, but we still got a good ways to go. What's this right here? Okay, cool. No, that's me. Hey, how you doing, sir? All right, let's get that out the way. Make sure I got room. Make sure I got room. All right, here we go. Uh-oh, I didn't mess up my YouTube, did I? No, we good. Yeah, we good. Okay, cool. So here we go. Economics. Let's talk about the economic situation that's going on with this political takeover. Let's take a look at this and get an understanding of how this is working, okay? All right. So now as we see how things are happening, we got to be able to see why things are going the way they're going. All right, I'm about to break this down to you. So the economics is going to be short, but we're going to get straight into it. So here we go. I got this video from this from a YouTuber, and he explains what he's seen. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. He explains the American housing nightmare. Can't buy, can't rent, can't sell. Sounds kind of familiar, don't it? A little revelation-y? Yeah, it does. Let's hear what he has to say. I'm going to let him go on with his video. He's going to break some of this down here and other people speak about it. So let's see what he says. Let's go ahead and look at the economics of what's going on. Here we go.
Neighborhood once a week, these big, giant mansion houses, and I'm sure a lot of people think, God, this is the dream. This is the dream. If I just do my slave job long enough and I work hard enough, I'll get one of these big mansions. And I don't understand that. I really don't. Like, when did we get convinced that this was the dream? When did we get convinced that this is the way that we're supposed to live? I don't know if you guys know this, but it's not. This is fake plastic garbage. We should be living communally with our families, multi-generations, building something of value, not this.
I agree with her. I agree.
Now, she's right on that. I'll give her that. She's 100% right on that. We should be living that way. Now, however, I'll tell you who is doing that. I'm going to have to call a spade a spade. We have to admit.
Less than 1 million.
Right here. This guy broke this down. They're doing it. What she explained, what we should be doing, they're doing it.
Less than 1 million, right? And in Stockholm, if you have 10% Muslim, I was in the city.
They're doing it. They're doing it. They're having a bunch of kids. They got families, community. They're doing it. And I know that these people, they do it too. Where are they at? These people right here. They do it too. They live in a family. They live communally. They're doing it too. Can't argue that. They are, whether you agree with them or not. They're both doing it right as far as family and community go. But it seems like for some reason, the good old God-fearing Christian nation, the Americans, they're not doing that. Not as many as they should. But let's keep going.
$100,000. And that's out in the country. I mean, it's shocking.
$500,000 home. Under any circumstances, it's not. Okay? You would think, oh my God, $550,000, it has to be on like 30 acres. It's not. This is listed at $550,000, over $500,000 in an area where the average income of a single human being in the higher range, $60,000. Now, I'm going to let you do the math on that. If you can, I'll help you out. But they cannot afford the mortgage for a $500,000, 3-bed, 2-bath, ranch-style home in a small town. Here's one better. This house was purchased for $113,000. That means that this has appreciated in value over 350%. You're joking. It hasn't. It was $53 a square foot. Oh, it is $243 a square foot. How? It doesn't.
$53 a square foot to 238 or 48 or whatever she said a square foot. Now, this is an issue because when real estate goes up, everything else shoots up with it. And we all know that the job pay has not gone up. Job pay hasn't gone up. Real estate's gone up. And then a lot of people getting laid off from jobs now. A lot of people are laid off from jobs, from, tech jobs or a bunch of different jobs. A lot of brick and mortar places are going away and disappearing. Like, the job market is really trash right now. The real estate market is really extremely high. People not having as many kids. This seems like the recipe of America right now for Americans. You know what I mean? And it's when you look at it on a big scale, with the real estate going up, Americans having a hard time finding a job, and then on top of that, the strain that's being put on the welfare system because now we've let so much immigration in, and you're seeing mosques being built everywhere and different things like that. And also the immigrants come in and they need welfare, or they get applied, they get approved for welfare along with Americans that need welfare, or the Americans that get laid off, lose a job, get fired, or whatever. All these hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people that are losing their jobs left and right. they are also probably needing to get on welfare or whatever the case may be. Plus the immigrants get on welfare and then all that stuff. And then the Muslims build their own communities within America and on American soil, but then turn around and don't assimilate. And then you can't get in on their stuff if you're not a part of their religion. It's causing an economic warfare waged in America financially with jobs and real estate. And then on top of that, the family units of Americans are not growing, but the other people are, the other, I guess you can say religions or whatever, they're growing their families. So it's a warfare that we're dealing with, but it's not guns. It's not shoot 'em up, bang, bang. It's not a World War I, World War II like you're thinking. It's a World War III, but it's also dealing with, morality and, men and women not getting together, harder to find jobs. There's no family unit. It's just a complete tear from within. And then on top of that, real estate stuff starts going up, prices go up, people are having a hard time. So the American way of life and living, the Americans are not being taken care of. So it's leaving an open pocket for something else to fill in what America is being torn out. And it's coming in the form of a political and economic warfare. Because in politics, you're seeing Muslim people getting put in a bunch of prominent positions of politics. Then we heard what that one rabbi said. The rabbi said, yo, we control everything, financial, banking, Trump, whatever it is, we control it all. So now that's two angles that America is being hit on, political and economically. And we're seeing, and so now all the big corporations and the conglomerates, the houses that get built are being built out of, cheap wood and horrible construction. And then they're super expensive. And then, when you look on social media, people being convinced to not get in relationships, not get together. And when you go in an economic downturn, that's usually the time where relationships come together. But in this case, it's not. So the women have been, programmed and have been put on the forefront. They've been pedestalized as far as money goes to make as much money as the man. But then when you only date up or you're hypergamous, there's only so many men at the top. So then therefore, that means that only a few men are going to procreate with all the women, which then takes away family, and it supports single mother, single parent raising-ism, whatever you want to call it, but it still destroys the American way of life. So America is being waged war upon, from my personal opinion, from a political aspect and an economic viewpoint. And we're seeing it happen in real time when she breaks down these real estate prices and things like that. We're seeing it because it's like, we know the wages in America haven't gone up, but we see jobs being lost like crazy. We see a bunch of places making layoffs and all sorts of stuff. And who's replacing those? There's a gnat somewhere. It's not very many replacements. So this war that America is having is an economic, political domination. And America is not used to a war like that. World War I, World War II, we hear shoot 'em up, bang, bang. But this time around, we're like, we feel it, but we don't see it. You know what I mean? Like we feel it, but we don't see it. So you keep seeing this happen year after year after year after year. A lot of the older people that were in political positions, they're leaving. They're being filled by a lot of Muslim people. The economics, they keep going up. I'm gonna show you what that looks like on the stock market. But hold on, let's keep going with this video. Let's continue.
It doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. Oh, they painted the walls grayish? Oh my God, how amazing! That makes all the difference. It doesn't. And I like to say I don't understand. I don't understand. What I don't understand about it is the audacity. The audacity to think, whenever you bought this home, that you were able to pay $113,000 for it, offering this home, the same home that you bought for $113,000 for $515,000.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel.
Whoops, didn't mean to show that. Well, she has a valid point. I don't know why the ad came up. Well, I do. I don't have YouTube Premium. So she has a valid point. The same home that you had for $113,000, you're selling for $515,000. The same thing. No upgrades whatsoever. No upgrades. Just, you know, like just jack up the price. So we're seeing that happen. And nobody's able to fill the void. Nobody's able to fill it. Nobody's able to nobody's able to make up, because $60,000 is the median income for that town, for the family income, I guess. And the house is $500,000. Even if you put two incomes together, $120,000, it's still not enough for a $500,000 home. And it's not even on a bunch of acres, you would think. She said it wasn't. So look at the real estate issue that's going on. Look at the family issue that's going on. Look at the gender war that's going on. Look at the babies not being created that's going on. Look at the immorality that's going on. The moral and immorality that's going on. America is being, taken in from a quiet World War a quiet World War III that involves politics, economics, and I would say chemical warfare at this point, after, the pandemic that happened in 2020. No, I take that back. I'm gonna say chemical warfare in the form of HIV, because if you know about the Houston rodeo and stuff like that, and people having PrEP and all these different other sexual things that are going on, and people don't fear catching HIV and things like that. These younger generations don't fear catching HIV as long as they get PrEP, and as long as they can still clap cheeks with, because it's not a crime to knowingly give someone HIV. I did a show on that broke that down. It's like 13 or 15 states where it's not a crime if you knowingly give someone HIV. I was like, oh my goodness, we broke that down, and that was crazy. But let's keep going. Let's keep breaking this down. We still got a ways to go. Here we go. Let's see what she says. She running her mouth. I ain't even hear her.
Me all off. It may be a hot
Place. Any place at all in America.
I'm going to say something that may piss some of y'all off. It may be a hot take, but why is every home $1 million? Or if it's not $1 million, it's $500,000. Why? I'm so sorry. I hate to break it to some of y'all, but some of these homes are not worth $500,000 to $1 million. They're basic homes with a roof and walls and a little backyard. And here's the thing. I'm not looking for much. I'm looking.
Now, she's asking why these homes are so expensive. I'm going to say this right here. Check this out. She's wondering why houses are so expensive. I'm not going to say why they're expensive, but I'm going to say what's going to make it worse. This right here. Remember I showed you this earlier? Check this out. Remember this earlier? I had showed you this. This is in Arkansas. All right. This is in Arkansas. If they're building this, if they're building stuff like this in Arkansas, and they got this in Dallas and all different parts of Texas, show me more of the place. If they're building communities like this, right, in Arkansas, and I want to show the one in freaking Plano, Texas. I can't seem to find it, which sucks. You know what? Let me find it right now, because it's driving me crazy. Let me see. Epic Center in Texas. I know they have it. I tried this earlier, and I failed miserably at it. Okay.
Exemplary, but stands.
Okay, cool. This is Katie. Cool. We'll use Katie as an example. Screw it. Katie will be an example. If they're able to build these things like this right here, this is in Katy, Texas. They're putting up mosque and different homes and stuff like that for their people. As they're doing this, this is going to drive up the real estate market even more, depending on how much they're selling this stuff for. It's going to drive up things even more. Like, it's just going to go higher and higher and higher. It is. I mean, look how pristine this stuff looks. I ain't hating on it. It looks freaking fantastic. It looks nice. It looks hella nice. This shit looks good. Look at this. They got all this. This is going to drive up the stuff even more. It's going to drive it up. This is in where? Where's this at? I said this is Katy, Texas. Plano. All these different things. When you put these in different places across America, it's going to drive up the real estate value. It's going to drive up the real estate markets even more. So it's like a quiet economic warfare as well as political hitting at the same time while taking away jobs and stuff like that. And then their families, when they move their families in, they can just, I mean, practically school their own kids, and the women that are their family will raise their kids, which is what should be done. I'm not knocking that. That's what you should do. But, you know, if you just look at it, it's a war that's being waged. It's economic. It's pushing one group out and moving the other one in. That's exactly what it's doing. Under the name of whatever, you know, religion that you push towards. It's a complete economic dominance, because remember the Minnesota Learning Center, we saw how they were establishing what was it? We saw how they were establishing not financial. We saw how they were establishing school care and daycare. They were establishing school care and daycare for their families, for their kids. They would have like 5, whatever, like 3, 4, 5 kids from 1 woman, 2 women, 3 women. But then they would turn around, have an educational center, homeschool their own kids, or whatever the case they were doing, or schooling their own kids, having a business set up, taking care of each other's kids, and getting a check from the government for having a private at-home daycare or school care as a business. And the government cuts them a check for that, depending on where you're at. You can look into it. And I mean, I'm like, if you can do that, that's fair. But at the same time, no, they're using the system to their advantage, and that's changing the demographic of the United States. And then whoever is going to get voted for in the future, whether it's a Republican or Democrat, is going to reap the benefits of that outcome politically. But I'm looking at it, and it seems like both sides, whether you look at Islam or Judaism, they're doing the same thing to the same country. They're just making it look like they're fighting, but they're not. They're just completely waging war against America without having to fight America physically with guns and bombs, because it's the biggest military power in the world. That would be the smart thing to do, to take out the biggest military power in the world. If you really think about it, call a spade a spade. That would be the smart way to handle it. You would be foolish to fight the biggest military in the world head up. You just would be. You'd be stupid. So it's, I mean, I said it's a good idea. It's a damn good plan to wage war from within and not without. Let's keep going. Let's hear what this lady has to say, though. Let's keep going and checking out the economic structure of what's happening. Oh wait, where is she? There she is.
A driveway, a backyard, some land would be nice. I love a garden. But right now, I cannot fathom ever owning a home. I cannot fathom ever not living in an apartment. I became an adult in 2020, and honestly, it feels like one of the worst timelines to ever be dropped into this shit, because everything is so expensive, and I hate that word, but everything is so expensive. My car, it used to take $25 to fill it up. I drive a 2015 Honda Fit, and now it takes nearly $45 to $50. And listen, I understand the state of the economy is down the shitter right now, if it's ever been. But something's got to give. And it's either going to be the economy, or some of y'all, or it's going to be me.
I asked this question this morning because as a...
I mean, she right. She ain't lying. The economy is going bad. On top of that, you look at increasing gas prices. Gas keeps going up. So it's almost like this. So then if you're looking at this from my perspective, all right, if you look at this from my perspective, okay, we look at Judaism or Israel or whatever you want to call it, and then we look at the Islamists, right? They're fighting, right? We're fighting, waging war, blah, 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 blah. But then you look at American gas prices. And I just showed you that when we listen to them talk, it seems like they have the same agenda at hand. They both know that the West is coming down. They are both going to bring the West down. The Judaism side and the Islamist side are both trying to bring the West down. So now all of a sudden you have Islamists going to war against Israel, Judaism, whatever you want to call it. But the American gas prices go up. I'm sorry, but that to me sounds like a smart ass move to attack the same individual that you're trying to get without making it look like you're trying to attack that individual. Like, think about it, bro. Think. Like, think. Look at what they're doing. They're literally, because as soon as they went to war, what happened to American gas prices? Through the roof. But both sides said that they're trying to bring the West down. It's an economic warfare and political warfare. Look at it. You see it. It's in front of your face, and they tell you. They tell you what they're doing. It is never hidden. It's never hidden. And then these ain't my words. I'm just using the words that they said, and then I'm looking at the big picture, and I'm like, well, these motherfuckers really ain't fighting each other. It's America that's catching the ass whooping. It's like, oh, America's going through an economic, political World War III. And it's been going on. And now they're fighting each other. America is fighting Iran, but everybody is under the understanding that Israel is fighting Iran, but America is the one that's catching wreck. Inflation, gas prices, inflation of everything, because it takes gas and all that shit to bring goods and services over here. You know what I mean? As soon as the what was it called? Tariffs hit, American prices went up. Economic war. War broke off. Gas went up. Then that means groceries and everything else went up with it. Parts are expensive. It's an economic war waged on America, disguised as something else. But both parties I just showed you, Islam and Judaism, they're both trying to bring down the West. They're doing it. Economic, it's a smart plan if you can see through it, but it's what they're doing. They're doing it in front of your face. And then on top of that, when you put tariffs on shit and then gas prices go up, wood goes up, timber goes up, screws, freaking light bulbs, shoes, groceries, everything goes up. That's an economic warfare. Like that dude said, we're going to bring the West down to its knees and they're going to get hit hard. He wasn't bullshitting. Islamists were saying the same thing. The West is going to come down. They're both saying the same shit and they're both getting the same outcome. It's working. Let's keep going. Let's see what else they got to say. Here we go.
Financial guy, as a real estate agent, as a person that is into the numbers. They never allowed the housing market to correct. And what did they usher out? Like I said they would do, a 50-year mortgage. The thing that they're contemplating, the idea of it, shows you they will never let the housing market correct. Prices are going to be where they're at. One, because they can't have high interest rates. The U.S. economy will just stagnate and
he's right. Nothing is correcting. Not yet, at least. It will. It will correct. I'll show you here in a minute when it will. Well, at least when I think it'll correct. This is what I think. This is all my humble opinion. Because I spoke about this before, and I'm gonna show you from a previous stream. This is what I think, and I'm gonna show you in a minute. But he's right though. They're not letting nothing correct. Why? Because it's an economic warfare. Both parties have an agenda. They both want to bring America down to its knees. They do. And they're doing it. And Americans feel it. They feel it. And what doesn't help is that in America, genders are divided. Male and female are against each other. Nobody wants to have kids. The younger generation of kids are being brought up under this feminist and manosphere stuff. And those two are like this. Separate. There's nothing coming. There's nothing bridging the gap. Girls turn 18, They do what they can. Shit ain't working. Then you see the popular influencers go to OnlyFans. Shannon Elizabeth, 50 something years old, just said she went to OnlyFans. The chick from American Pie, 50 something years old. I went to OnlyFans to take control of my life. Made $1 million something at 50 fucking years old. Not hating on her, but that's what girls are seeing. That's what American girls are seeing. Jamie Presley, I think it's her name. Jamie Presley, the girl that played in Ringmaster, the girl that played in, oh my God, what other movie she played in? She looks like Robbie Margaret, but Jamie Lynn Presley or something like that. Not Elvis's daughter. She just decided to go to OnlyFans at like 50, talking about she's taking control of her life and she wants to change with the times, being progressive. So if these 50-year-old women are going to OnlyFans at 50, why the 18-year-old not go to OnlyFans when she turned 18? So then that's the mind of the American woman. That's what she's saying. It's like, well, why the hell would I wait till I'm 50? Why not just do it now and when I look my best, when I'm at my youngest? Subversion from within. The morale goes down the shitter, because then it's like, well, who's gonna have kids? Who's gonna start a family? But yet the other religions, they're having kids and starting families. They're having multiple kids and starting families. So then who's gonna vote for who? American people aren't gonna vote what's in America's favor. They're gonna vote for what's in whatever brings capitalism down to its knees. You can see it. It's not hard to witness. Like every day you look up, you see it. Now everybody's like, they hate patriarchy. We hate capitalism. So what are they gonna vote for? They're gonna vote for communism. And both parties are communisms. Islamist and the Judea, they're both communist parties. You can't say it's not. That's what's going on. Whoops. That's what's happening. In the long run, that's the way it's going to go out. That's how I see it happening. Because ain't nothing working out in a positive manner as far as a 20, 30-year trajectory goes, as far as America goes. There's nothing positive being pushed to America for a positive trajectory to keep America the way it's supposed to be, or not supposed to be, but the way it was constitutionally written to be. That's slowly being pulled and torn up from it. Because you got a lot of people, a lot of the liberal thinking ideas. I mean, they want to throw that Constitution in the shitter. To be quite honest, that's their ideology, which is the same thing as the Islamist. Judaism got deep pockets. They already said who they control. Both sides I just showed you said that they want to bring the West down. It's happening. They're doing it. And it's not an immediate drop. It's like, decline, time after time after time after time. But let's keep watching. Let's keep listening to what these ladies are saying and what they're saying about this. Here we go.
$845. Every mortgage on my starter home is $4,845 every single month here in Columbus, Ohio. And one of the things that I think is so frustrating for me is when I talk to people who bought homes in 2015, 2014, or people who are older than me. I'm 28, or people who are in their late 30s, early 40s. And it's just you guys really don't understand how unaffordable housing has become. My house years before I bought it was a $300,000 house, and it still is a $300,000 house because there were no updates made to the home whatsoever. It had all of the original things in it, and it was so outdated. And it's just one of the things that I feel is really frustrating for me to look around and see. I have an income where my base salary is well over $300,000 annually, and still having a $5,000 mortgage every single month is insane. It is so much freaking money. I don't know how people my age, I don't know how this generation is going to be able to save, because childcare and food and gas and everything and electricity, everything is so expensive right now. So how are you even supposed to save to get the down payment? But even if you get the down payment, how, who can afford these mortgage prices? I understand that I am in a unique position, but that's not the norm. Like, how are normal American families able to afford housing? Like, how something has to change. And it's one of the things that I think about constantly, and it really stresses me out. It stresses me out for my friends. It stresses me out for my children. It's just so sad, because being able to afford a...
Okay, let me stop her right there real quick. Now, I'm going to assume, I don't know anything about this woman. I don't know if she's married or has a husband or what. I don't know. I'm going to assume, let's just say she's single. She's probably married, but I'm going to say she's single. Because I'm looking at her hand. She's got her right hand on her head, maybe. I don't know. It depends on how the video. Let me see. Maybe her other hand comes up. Let's see.
Home and be a homeowner and like start a family and do all of that and have your own space is so important. It's a part of the American dream, and it's quickly becoming a thing of the past. Everyone is going to be stuck renting if things...
And this happens so...
Exactly. She's right. The American dream is fading away, and it's hard for her to even imagine. It's like, how the hell are other people going to have families? Exactly. It's just like this dude said right here. Where are you at? Can I find you? Yeah, I can find you. It's just like this dude said. This guy made it very clear. Where you at? Where you at? Let me find you real fast. Him. He made it very clear. He says they having a bunch of babies. That's not an issue for them. They're having a bunch of kids. They have kids. They're having a bunch of kids. So if America is not having kids, the American dream is fleeing America. But the Islamist dream is rising. And they see it. They know it. They feel it. They're like, they're not having kids. It's too expensive for them. But they're having a bunch of kids. And they're draining and they're using the welfare system to their advantage. They know what they're doing. Now, she says she's making $300,000 and a $5,000 a month mortgage. 5 times 12 is 60. So $60,000 a year she has to spend on just her home. Add in electricity, add in, I don't know, what is it? Electricity. She said gas. So she's in Columbus, so a cold place. So electricity, gas, internet, cell phone, groceries. That's going to be another, I would say that's another 1,000 on a home. I would say that's another 1,000. I would give her another 1,000 when you add in those things because she has kids. So I don't know. I'll say, so that's $6,000 a month. So 6 times 12 is 72. Then you add in vehicles. She has cars, insurance on the cars, kids, clothes, insurance on the kids. All these things you adding up. So she's getting close to $150,000 on expenses for her family just alone a year. And then that $300,000 has to be taxed. So then you take $300,000 and then you bring that down to, I don't know, maybe $250,000 if Columbus or wherever she is has state taxes. So she, out of $300,000 off of tax alone, she probably takes home, I'm guessing, I don't know, $250,000, $220,000. So even, you know, with her situation, that's if she's single. If she's married, then she's straight. She good. But it's just showing you that, you know, for a single person, living life as a single person is extremely expensive. It's difficult. It's not easy. This American dream thing for family is making it hard for single people to even want to get together and have kids, because if something goes wrong with the relationship, then you're back to square one, or hell, square zero. Hell, square one. It's harder to get back up and try to make something. So when you look at another country, another religion or whatever, country, whatever you want to call it, coming in to take over America, the smartest way to take over is with politics, economics, and religion. It's the easiest way to do it because nobody's following the family structure. Economics is really hard. And the politics is at an odds right now. Like women are not dating people because of what fucking politics they are. Oh, you're Republican, I'm not dating you. It's like shit. Well, there's that. Oh, you vote for Trump, I don't want to talk to you. But for some reason, Islamists and Judaism, they on the same page. Call them whatever you want. Call them evil. Call them whatever. They on the same page. They got their families. They all voting for the same side. They don't give a damn if you voted for Trump or Biden. They're all heading in the same direction. America is not. It ain't. It's not. And then it doesn't help that, you know, I'm not against women getting their right to vote or whatever it is. Women getting whatever they fighting for, rights or whatever the case may be. But this progressive shit, it's not working in nobody's favor. It's causing a perfect takeover from America from within without firing a shot. You ain't got to fight shit. Because now you got all these women single. You got all these men single. Men so damn focused on trying to, you know, make something of themselves. And the women are so focused on being boss babes and being masculine and not feminine because they have to survive. Everybody's in survival mode. A low frequency state. Everybody's in survival mode. Everybody's in fear, anxiety, worry. Those are all low frequency states. How you gonna rise up in a low frequency state? You're not. But when you look over at the Islamists, you look over at the Judaism, they like, we good. Like, we know what God we serve, whether you believe in our God or not. They like, we good. And we coming. And we don't got to do nothing. All we got to do is keep voting and keep fucking. That's all we got to do. How hard is that to do? To vote and fuck? Could you imagine if somebody said, hey, you want to take over? Think of a glamorous country. Dubai. We'll take Dubai, for example. Hey, we're going to infiltrate Dubai. All you got to do is fuck, have a bunch of babies. The government will take care of them and vote for us. And we'll get in there in like 20, 30, 40 years. Your kids will be good. You'd be like, you sure? Like, yes, bro. Yes, we've already been working on this for 20 years. Trust me, whatever you need, we already got it set up. Just keep fucking. Keep having babies, bro. You good. Now, don't go too crazy on the babies. Make sure they're your wives, though. You know, you got like 3 max, bro. Don't be out here going dumb. Cause we still got discipline. We'll still smack you over the face. But just all you gotta do is go over there and just like have, you know, get you about 3-4 wives, put some babies in them. Hell, if you want to run politics, figure out a politic you want to run into, figure out what you want to serve in. You'll be good. We'll take over this country in like so many years, bro. We already got it set up. Like, think about it, fool. We already got our civilization over there, bro. We already got mosque. We already got houses. We already got schools. We even got street names after us. Nigga, they got we took down Johnson Street and we changed it to Hakma Street. Like, think about it, fool. Look at what's going on. Like, look at it. It's happening on both sides. Judaism, they've been on top. And it just came to, and I just showed you both sides want to take down the West. Texas Patriot said, like you said earlier though, biggest enemy is within. It is. It's subversion from within. This is what he said right here. Yuri Bezmenov. Go watch Yuri Bezmenov. There he is right there. Former KGB agent, Yuri Bezmenov. He broke this down like a fraction. This dude broke this down way back, and I don't know what year this shit was in. Let me see if I can find it. What year did he say this? Do they have it in the thing? No, they don't.
The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas.
How's our economy looking? How about our foreign relation? How about our defense system? Right now, Gen Z is at the age for the defense. You think Gen Z trying to fight for America? Our foreign relations. How's our foreign, like, just look at it.
In such sensitive areas as defense and economy. The influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast.
He's saying Marxist-Leninist ideology in America is, and he can't believe how good it is now. Look at how old this video is. He said he couldn't believe this shit 14 years ago when he landed. Bro, this is like 80s or 70s at least. This has been going on. This is old. Let me see how old it is. I think Yuri probably passed away, but let me just see if I can find it. Yuri Benzmanov. Yuri passed away in 1993. God dang. He passed away in 1993. He passed away in 1993. Oh, there it is right there. Yuri Alexander Benzmanov was a Soviet journalist. As a matter of fact, make sure we got the same person. There he is right there. Soviet journalist. Passed away in 1993 in Windsor, Canada. 3 children. Citizenship, Soviet Canadian. Right there. As a member of the Soviet mission in New Delhi, India, Benzmanov defected to the West and was resettled in Canada pursuant to an arrangement between U.S. and Canada security agencies. He died in 93. So clearly this video, he was born in 1939? Yeah, so 1939. All right, so 1939, 49, 59, 69, 79. We're going to assume, okay, 79, in 79, he was 40 years old. In 89, he was 50 years old. How old you think he is in this video?
The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C.
To eliminate free market. That's the shit you hear people bitching about capitalism. And put in big brother government. That's communism. He's telling you this. If he was 40 in this picture, if he was 40, it would be 1979. If he's 50, it's 1989. So you figure out how old he is. So this is how old this is. Like, look at what he's saying way back when. And he said he was surprised how far along socialism Marxist ideology was 14 years ago when he landed. So clearly, this is 70s. at least from what he's seen, has been happening back in the 70s and 60s. Listen.
With the benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins. Never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. The United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system.
That is literally what I just told you. The foundations and principles of this system. What's the foundation and principles of a system? Family. That's the foundation and principle of any system. Family. Family is the foundation. Family, morality. That's it. That's the foundation. Because if you have a strong family and you have a morality about your family, now I'm not going to say the family life going to be perfect and the morality is going to be perfect, but if more majority of people got married, had kids, then everybody around would understand the importance of children and the importance of family. And then everybody would have a say-so when it comes to school and education and upbringing of children. Now, when you go to school, you see women that are in their 20s trying to teach kids and they don't have any kids, or they're gay. A lot of the times, you know, they don't give a shit about no kids. They don't want kids. So how you gonna teach kids you don't want kids? How you gonna teach kids and you don't have kids? How you gonna teach kids? This doesn't make any sense. And then you tell the kids about their feelings. You know what I mean? And your pronouns. I'm not against what those people do. What I'm saying is that's the subversion. That's the subversion of within on a country to take it down. You're destroying the family structure. He's telling you this from way back when. Look at what he's telling you. Former KGB agent, he's telling you that's how it works. We destroy that family system. And then when you look at Islam, when you look at how they move and you look at how Islam get down, they got kids. They got, look, remember this one? Where is it? There he is right there. Remember this little guy right here? Look, got they kid at the parade stomping on the flag. Look, they got their kids.
So why are you stepping on a...
Flying different flags.
No, actually, if
they're raising their children to hate America. Why don't they leave if they hate it so much? Because it's World War III, sweetie. That's what that is. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. Look, they got their kids out there.
I can video...
I know it's just one kid, but look. They out there. Look, covered up, dressed a certain attire. Ain't no ass cheeks out. This been going on for a long time, fam. But let's keep going. I have to keep going because there's more I want to talk about. Let me see if this dude has some more I want to talk about in this video. Let me see. Was there some more I want to go over on his video? Let's see.
Summer's here. Who's ready for camp?
Let me turn that down. I think there was one more thing I want to go over in this video. I'm gonna break this down real quick. But I'm just showing you, like, look. All right, so here's a lady. She's gonna speak on a family. Yeah, I think she's gonna speak on a family. Oh, come on, don't do this now. All right, here we go. All right, so this lady's gonna talk about a family. Let's see what she says about her family. Here we go. Good old American dream. Here we go.
For homeowners,
Getting more and more expensive.
$10,000
for homeowners insurance. I think I have cried so many tears in the last probably, 18 hours that I don't even think that I have tears anymore. I am stressed beyond belief. We may lose our home, and that is a hard reality. This is the home that we brought Noah home in. This was our first home that we ever bought, and we are quite literally in the trenches. So, if you have not seen my last video, you may want to go check it out. A lot of the comments on there are, this is not a mortgage problem, this is an insurance problem. I know that. I stated that in the video. I know that it's an insurance problem. So our insurance, our homeowner's insurance went from $3,200 something to over $6,000. Okay?
Double. Double. With kids, because you can hear the kids in the background. Homeowner's insurance. Doubled. Easily. No problemo. Think about it. What did you call that? That's economic warfare, bruh. And that's not including the groceries. That's not including electricity. That's not including, all these little things add up. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Think about it. I just showed you Judaism. I just showed you Islamists. They both are focused on bringing down the West hard. Look, not a shot fired. Nothing. Economic and political. Trump even said it before he came in. But let's keep going. I'm going to finish this up.
Our mortgage went from $1,800, $18 to almost $2,500.
So she doesn't have a fixed mortgage. She doesn't have a fixed mortgage. She has she has an ARM. She has an adjustable rate mortgage, which you never want to get. She doesn't have a fixed rate mortgage. She has an adjustable rate mortgage. So her mortgage fluctuates with interest rates. Hell, hopefully she don't got a balloon payment mortgage. You get a balloon mortgage, you're done. That means you got to pay. I'll explain this to you real quick. In case you don't know what these things are. A fixed rate mortgage. If you ever get a home and you get a mortgage, you get a fixed rate mortgage. That means your mortgage will never change with interest rates. Fixed rate. Always get a fixed rate mortgage. Never get anything other than a fixed rate mortgage. I don't give a damn how bad you want the house. If you get an ARMS, an adjustable rate mortgage, that means that when interest rates change, your mortgage changed. So if interest rates go up, your mortgage goes up. If interest rates go down, your mortgage goes down. Who the fuck got time for that? Nobody got time for your mortgage to be adjusting. That's the most important payment that you make every month. And if you have a balloon mortgage, that means, depending on how the contract goes, you'll be paying this much for your mortgage for like 5 or 10 years. After that 5 or 10 years is up, your mortgage balloons, meaning the remaining amount of your mortgage has to be paid in full. Example, you got a mortgage, you got a home that's 500, not even that big. We'll just say 300,000. You got a $300,000 home. Let's say your mortgage is $2,000 a month. You're going to pay $2,000 a month for 5 or 10 years. At the end of 5 or 10 years, and remember, you have interest on it. So your $300,000 home is probably more like $400,000 or $500,000. So we'll say your house is, you have a $300,000 mortgage. You're with interest, you're probably paying $450,000. And you usually don't start paying off the interest until like year. If you have a 30-year mortgage, you probably don't start paying off the interest till like year fucking 15 or 20. Anyway, balloon payment, balloon payment, $2,000. For 5 or 10 years. At the end of the 5 or 10 years, the remainder of your mortgage is owed. So, $300,000 home, add the interest on there, you're probably paying $400, $450. After 5 or 10 years of $2,000, the balloon payment is however much else you owe. So therefore, you're gonna get one big ass bill of like $250,000, $300,000 that you owe. And if you can't pay it, well, buddy, that's called default. You're gonna get evicted. So don't ever get a balloon mortgage or an adjustable rate mortgage. Get a fixed mortgage. So that's what it sounds like she has when she's speaking on her mortgage is fluctuating. But let's let her keep going. Here we go.
Speechless is an understatement at this point. We have called every single person we can think of. I'm also waiting on some callbacks from just a few of the local people around here that do insurance. We have been quoted everywhere from $6,000 to over $10,000. And that's bare minimum coverage. $10,000 for homeowners insurance. They're about to see a lot of foreclosures. Okay, they're about to see a lot of foreclosures and the bank's about to take a lot of homes, and they ain't gonna be able to sell them because nobody can get any dang insurance.
Oh, they gonna sell them. Oh, that's where you're wrong, buddy girl. That's where you're wrong. They gonna sell them homes. I don't know what you talking about. They gonna sell them hoes. They gonna sell them hoes for pennies on the dollar. Oh, yes, they are. What are you talking about? You must not been paying attention. Berkshire Hathaway been sitting on the sideline with cash. You think BlackRock, Vanguard, all these big conglomerates ain't waiting on you to default? Like, whatever. They sitting on the sideline. They rubbing their hands like Birdman. They watching these TikToks. They like, yup. There's another one. They're gonna get sold. I don't know what you talking about. They finna buy them hoes up. What are you talking about? Yeah, they ain't shit for to be on the sideline. They about to cash in like a mug. What do you mean? Yeah, they finna get they finna get they paper. They finna get they paper. Not paper. They finna get their real estate portfolio up. They got cash on the sideline ready for stuff like this. They ready. Let me see. Do I got any more from this video? Let me see. Nah, I don't think so. I'm going to press on next to the next thing. So, as you can see, we're in an economic hellstorm. Well, excuse me. We're in economic warfare. Now, take it to the next step. We're going to look at the economics. I did a video where I looked at the Dow Jones over a course of X amount of time and years. And I came to the conclusion that we're living in, this is all my opinion. This ain't financial advice, so don't believe anything I say. I came to the conclusion that we're living in the modern day 2020. Excuse me, the modern day roaring 20s, I should say. If you know anything about the roaring 20s was right before the Great Depression, where everything did like this. Everybody kept putting money in the stock market because the stock market kept going up. It just kept doing that. That's all it kept doing. And I did my research on it, and I did it live, of course, touching a bunch of topics. And I showed it, and I was like, look, we're doing the same shit. Ironically, and plus we're in a 100-year cycle. From 1920s to 2020s, whatever. We're in a 100-year cycle. It's happening. It looked like, I'll say, it looked like it's happening. We're in the roaring 20s. We're in the roaring 20s in the 1920s. You had the flappers. You had, just economic prosperity. Everything was good. Everything was, I love the singer about the moon and the June and the springer. I love the singer. I love the tea or two. Everything was going good. Everybody was getting money. Everybody was putting money in the stock market. You couldn't lose. We're winning. And then Great Depression hit in the 30s. Hit right in them early 30s, and maybe the late 20s, or one or the other. And I'm gonna show you the video. So I went over this. I remember doing this. There's a handsome gentleman right there. We're gonna look at what the stock market looks like from the roaring 20s in the 1920s to what it looks like present day in today's time. So here we go. Check this out. Here's what happened in the 1920s. So we have the roaring 20s. So right here from the 20s to the 30s. So as you see right here, you got the 1919 and 1920. Went down, boom. Starts to go up and goes up exponentially all the way up until like 1929. And everything went crashing down for the next like 4 or 5 years, all the way to like 1933, 34, 35. Boom, 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 boom. Stock market takes a hit at like 70 to 75%. From up here to down here, it's like a 75% hit. Boom. 75% hint, he says. Look at this. This is where it started. It started here, went here, and then went down past the original starting point. Look at that. And it went from, look. I think it started in 1929. And the bottom was like 1933 or 34. I think the World War II was what got us out of the Great Depression, if I'm not mistaken. But let's let this guy keep talking. Fucker's handsome, by the way. I'm all the way down. And then we start the trajectory of fighting and getting our way back up over time. But as you see right here, the 20s were phenomenal. Like the 20s, everybody was investing. Everybody's putting money in the stock market. It's going up. It's going up. All-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs. And it was like, oh, okay. And then boom, then it crashed down. Today, zoom in here. Right here, the 2020s. Start here, going up, going up. All-time highs, all-time highs. We took a little bit of a dipster, boom, back up at it. All-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs. We're just going up and up and up. It's like, shit. It's like the cycle is repeating itself all over again. This 100-year cycle, it looks like it's repeating itself all over again. You can see it. You can see it. The 2020s, and then go back, the 1920s, all the way to the 30s, and then it falls. And then here we are now. The 2020 start here, and we're going up. Are we headed for a fall at some point? Or are we still going up a little bit? You know what I mean? So, with all that going on, and this time, if we hit a Great Depression 2.0, I call it 3.0, I think this time coming out of it, the reason why we got out of the last Great Depression, no, zoom out. Dow Jones 100-year historical chart. Now zoom out. Where you at? Okay, Dow Jones. Okay, somebody was talking to me. But as you can see it right there. As you can see it. Everything is going. Everything is going the way it's going. As you can see it. Look, I guess I'll show it from another angle. Keep going. We'll look at it again. Housing market crash. We had that dip. This is the, what is this? This is the 08 housing market crash. We had that dip. Boom. Then we go up, we go up, we go up, and then on up. Right here is the pandemic. Boom. And then we're still going up, going up, going up. Now goes to adverts. Think you're still hanging in there. What adverts? What do you mean, what adverts? I mean, we're all good right here. This is all we need to see, because you can see it right here. The 20s is going up just like these 20s were going up. I mean, we're at a 100-year cycle. It's going to hit at some point. Yep. We haven't seen nothing like this happen in quite some time. This is the biggest dip that we see right here. Is this. We don't see that happen anywhere else over here. I mean, you can call this something, but this wasn't. This was the housing market crash. But remember, the housing market crash got bailed out, so it didn't get to take its full tank. So we're going up again into a. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. So now we see the political, we see the economic warfare. Now this time, my question is, you know, everybody's coming in, you know, getting a slice of this American power, whatnot, what have you. And one thing you do know about America is that when you're dealing with American governments, these motherfuckers will do a rug pull on your ass. They will. They will. We saw that with the, what are things called? The PPP loans. People took PPP loans and they didn't get hemmed up till like 5 years later. I was like, damn, you couldn't do nothing because you wrote your signature and you wrote all sorts of false information on the documents. It was like, yeah, bro. It was like, this you? Your handwriting? Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Those are federal charges. Come on. Yeah. So we're seeing that happen here. Now, we don't know how this is going to look with other cultures on American soil at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know how this is going to pan out. How will a Great Depression 3.0 look with other cultures or religions on American soil simultaneously? Think about that. We hit another Great Depression. What would it look like with other cultures on American soil at the same time, on top of a Great Depression? How is that gonna look? Like, I don't know. It's gonna be brutal. It's crazy. So we cover all that. Now we got to get to the final part, which is gonna be the spiritual part of it, because we're looking at everything and we're seeing how all this plays out. All right. So we see the political battle, we see the economic battle. What is the spiritual battle that we deal with? How does this all tie into anything whatsoever? Well, glad you asked. Glad you asked. Let me show you. Let me show you how this goes. This is my opinion once again. This is how I see it. This is how I look at things. I could be wrong. I could be right. It wouldn't hurt to, you know, look at it from this perspective and be like, that's a possibility. Hopefully my possibility is wrong. All right, so first we're going to start with this. I think this is a good starting point. Let me see. We start with that. Well, where do I take it? Okay, we start with that, but then we go here. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Here we go right here. So America's history has not always been good. America does not have a good history. It don't. So sometimes when you look at things, you have to ask, what's the foundation that America stands on? It ain't too shabby. Because remember, America is only, what, 250 years old? It wasn't coined until 1776. Let me see where my thing at. I just put that up here. Let me get this off the screen. Where is it at? Where is it? No, not that. Where is it? I just had this up here. Where the hell did it go? Did I lose it? No. Yeah, America ain't been a country for nothing but like 1776. So that's only 250 years, if that. Yeah, 250 years, 1776. And it's the youngest. However, it's the most powerful, allegedly. United States is widely considered the world's only undisputed superpower. Only undisputed superpower in 2026, maintaining its lead through a combination of global economy, dominant military spending, and significant soft power influence. While China and Russia are frequently ranked as the next most powerful nations, the U.S. continues to hold the top position across multiple indices, measuring military technology, defense budgets, and international culture research. Okay, so remember what I told you earlier. I told you earlier that the East had already been conquered. Russia had already been conquered. Remember, because Russia got conquered and became the USSR, and that took like that was a big chunk of the map. Like, let me show you how big the USSR was. USSR map. See how big that map was. Let's see. Come on, show us what it looks like. Where are we at? Let me see. Show me a map of the USSR. I just want to see. Look, dang, that's big. Look how big the USSR was. And I don't know where China is on this map, so forgive my ignorance. But look at the influence of what the USSR looked like. Look how big that is. Like right here you have, this is Africa. So this will be Europe all the way over across. I don't know where China is. Would China be down here? I don't know. I guess I have to find out. But here's Africa. You know what I mean? This is going to be your Southeast Asia. China might be down here. Let me figure this out real fast. China map. China on a map. Where you at? Yeah, okay. I was right. So China and all that stuff would be down here. Okay, yeah, so that's right. China, Mongolia, all that stuff. So right here. This is Mongolia, China, and then this is going to be USSR. So look how big of a conquest that was. If this was all Russia, became a USSR. So Mongolia, China, and all this stuff down here, and all these other little Middle Eastern places right here, and Africa's right here, and then whatever this was over here, I guess you could call this UK and other parts of what was later become another part of Europe. But you see right here, this was one of the superpowers. This was one of them. Well, now America, as I just showed you, is one of the only undisputed superpowers that is in the world. They took down the first one, which was Russia, which became USSR, and now this is the last one. This is the remaining one. Now, the history isn't too great. It has its flaws, okay? And I'm gonna show you right here. This is one of the things I don't agree with, but at the same time, you know, what can you do? So here we go. Let's take a look at this little piece right here. This guy is confronting these young guys about what they're wearing with the Islamic takeover in Texas. So let's go ahead and let this guy talk. I'm gonna show you a little bit right here. So check this out. Here we go. Here it is. Let's see. Let's get this pulled up. Let's hear what he has to say.
Why aren't you guys dressed like Americans?
Islamic takeover. I am American. I've been in Texas.
This is not how Americans dress.
It is.
No, it's not. This is a takeover. This is a displacement. You guys are wearing dresses. This is not how men dress. This is not how men dress. You guys are dressed like women though out here.
Islamification is
Your
ability to practice your religion is one thing, but you guys are changing the culture, the dress, the style of language, everything. All of the street corner sides are different. Dress code in school, in high school. I have to wear what Americans wear, right? We're all Americans.
Okay, so why aren't you dressed like an American now? So you went to high school dressed like an American now, but you're dressed like a terrorist invader.
What do you mean there's a way to dress like an American?
Yes, there is. Like the police officers are wearing belts, they're wearing pants, they're wearing shoes. That's how Americans are dressed. Do you guys want to see the Islamic takeover of America? Do you want to see all white Christians be expelled from our homelands? You guys want to see Americans deceased in Israel?
Okay, so as you can see right there, and I'm pretty sure this police officer is the police officer for this Epic Center, this Islamic Epic Center. To me, that's what that looked like. He like his police for Epic Center. Now, I'm gonna have to say, all right, now I'm gonna have to say on this part, the white guy, I'm gonna have to disagree with him on that one. I can't agree with him on that one because there's a history that you just can't overlook, my boy. You just can't overlook. And we're going to take a look at some of what I'm talking about, which I don't know if I'm going to be able to play this here, but we're going to play some. But this is on YouTube, so they can't get mad at me for what I'm about to play on YouTube. But, I mean, hell, they can. Where is it at? Let me see if I can find it. I had it up somewhere. Where is it? Did I lose it? Shit. Where is it? Here it is. All right, so this is one of the things I always think about because he was complaining about, you know, white Christians and how you're supposed to dress and taking over land and yada, 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 yada. Okay, I hear you, but at the same time, like, do you really want to play that game? Like, do you really want to play that game, player? Like, think about it. So let me just show you. This is it's called Without. This is something called Without Sanctuary. Okay, this is called Without Sanctuary. This is a history of America from what is this, the 1800s, mid 1800s to like the mid 1900s. So like we'll say 1850 to 1950. Now this is already on YouTube, so I don't know if they're gonna like get mad at me for showing this because it's very violent and gory, but it is. I mean, it's on YouTube, so fair use. You know, I'm gonna show it. This is the history. Now, can't get mad at me for showing this because, like I said, this is already on YouTube. I'm getting this off of YouTube, so I mean, it's got 300,000 views. I don't know how the hell I can get in trouble for this, but fair use. It's called Without Sanctuary. Now, let's look at some of the history of America, and then ask yourself, with a foundation like this, like, ask yourself about a foundation like this, how long could it last? At some point. And I'm not pro taking over. I'm not pro America coming down or nothing like that. But hearing what that dude was saying, how, you know, you dress like this, you dress like that, this is not the culture of America and all this stuff. At the same time, it's like, what about Black Wall Street? What about patents that were stolen, inventions that were stolen? What about things that were burned down because of competition? Like, well, you can't overlook that. That isn't fair. But let's just take a look at this real quick. Here we go.
40 men rode into Oklahoma at night and entered the mother and son were hauled by wagon 6 miles west of town and were swung from
the New York Times reported
that the victims were tortured with knives before being
His
hanged.
charred corpse was hung for public display in front of a blacksmith.
Dead nigger, then riddled with bullets.
You did the work of men today, and your deeds will resound in every state, village, and hamlet.
I am a picker that some people don't want or need, and then sell them to others who do. In America, everything is for sale, even a national shame. Until I came upon a postcard of a lynching, postcards seemed trivial to me, the way second-hand, misshapen Rubbermaid products might seem now. Ironically,
did you know that they used to have postcards with images like this on them? They used to have images like this on postcards in the stores, and you can buy them that had images of this on them in stores. Think about that. Images of this on a postcard in a store, and you can write somebody and send them a postcard with the image of somebody like this on it.
And personal satisfaction. Studying these photographs has engendered in me a caution of whites, of the majority, of the young, of religion, of the accepted. Perhaps a certain circumspection concerning these things was already in me, but surely not as actively as after the first sight of a brittle postcard of Leo Frank dead in an oak tree. It wasn't the corpse that bewildered me as much as the canine thin faces of the pack, lingering in the woods, circling after the kill. Hundreds of flea markets later, a reel from a tree, oh my, if they were game birds shot on the wing, in the ritual as torture or souvenir, facilitating the me in a desire to freeze my emotions, denial in me, in a desire to freeze my emotions. In time, I realized that my fear of the other is fear of myself. Then these portraits tore me from fear.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it right there, but I want you to understand this. Look at this. All these people around for the burning or beating of this dude down here. You kind of can't even tell his body that's being mutilated and destroyed. Now, a lot of these people are church-going Christians, might I add. Some of these people, looking at the way they dress, and sometimes they would leave church to go to stuff like this. Now, when you go back and look at some of these pictures, let me see if I can find one in particular. When you go back and look at some of these pictures, one thing you will notice is that they would do these things, but the crazy part is this is a little girl right here. This is a little boy. This is a little girl. Does it look like mama? This is her daughters and her whatever. It could be a daughter and a son, whatever. These are little girls. These are like 10 years old, 9 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old. These are little girls. These are little boys. They're looking at this. They're seeing this right here. You see these boys right here? These boys might be what? 10 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old. Look at these little boys. Think about this. That's the foundation this country is on. And then when you look at these men here, these could be teenagers, these could be 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, whatever the case may be. As time goes on, right? And you have this blood on your hands, and and I'm pretty sure you heard of the old saying, sins of the father that passed down. When you look at progressive liberal people today and you study history, you have to ask yourself, the progressive liberals of today, this is their grandparents. The people in these pictures, these are their grandparents, uncles, great grandparents, uncles and cousins. These are your liberals. This is their family members. If they go back into their family tree and doing some 21 year and me and ancestor.com, this is their people. This they people. This somebody daddy of a liberal today. This is somebody grandfather, not daddy. This is somebody grandfather, great grandfather, great grandpappy of a liberal today. And when you study your history and you find that shit out, They probably feel some type of way, which could probably answer part of the reason as to why the foundation of America is so shaky. How long can this last for? How long can this foundation last for? Think about it. At some point, the chicken's gonna come home to roost. Like, the chicken's gonna come home to roost. The sins of the father is there. And I'm not saying that the other religions or whatever, the other cultures are safe, because, you know, the Arabs and the Muslim culture, you know, I mean, they have their stuff too. The Judaism, they got their stuff too. But right now, we're looking at what it is right now in this situation, what I'm talking about. At some point, the chickens are they're gonna come home to roost. And I'm not saying that it's right that it's happening. I'm just looking at it from what this guy was saying when he was bagging on these boys right here. When this dude was talking trash to these boys about what they was wearing, you know what I mean? He was sitting here telling them about what they were wearing and trying to speak on, trying to do this to white Christian men and all this stuff. But I'm like, bruh, you can't say that. That is not a fair one to say, because the history of a lot of stuff that went down, I mean, could you believe that these people just came from church? A lot of these people probably just came from church or go to church on, this could be a Saturday. These people probably woke up the next morning and went to church on a Sunday after doing this. After doing this, and still go to church and praise Jesus and call themselves a Christian. Think about this. And if you look at this picture, this is a mother and this is a son. And you can see young and old boys. How it take all of y'all to do this to a mother and a son? And you got young and old boys. Boys is probably as old as 8 years old. They're sitting here watching this like this is normal. You got to ask yourself that question. And I'm not saying that any other religion is better. I'm not saying that whatsoever. I am not saying that. I ain't saying no religion is better than the other for, you know, whatever atrocities, but for a dude bagging on their clothes and dressing this way and this is America and blah, blah, blah. It's like, fam, you can't say that. The foundation that you are standing on is shaky. Because like I said, I'm probably looking at your great grandfathers right here in this picture. Think about it. Them sins of now might be passed on down to you, unfortunately. Hell, some can be passed on down to me. I don't know. You know, my family tree is a little bit different. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. Says somebody told me the other day, triggered by my mega head, and I told him, you better control them and have emotions. I'm an American. I'll wear whatever I want. Yeah, he does this stuff. He's doing just for, yeah, true. He is doing that for clicks. Exactly. He's just doing it for clicks, which is really stupid. So when you look at this and you go on to the spiritual perspective of it, I always look at it like this. This is how I look at it. Now, a lot of the times, and this will be the final part. This is the third part. All right. This is setting up the spiritual aspect of it. Ooh, this is a long stream. This is the third part. We're on the spiritual aspect of the live stream. We did political, we did economic. So now we're at spiritual. To me, is one of the most Jesse Washington. Yep, that was Jesse right there. Oh, that was, I didn't know who that was. I had no clue who that was. I didn't know that was, I don't know. I know who Jesse Washington is. I have no clue. But now we're on the spirituals part of it. All right. So now I got to break this down. It's going to take a minute. But we're going to move this down the field. Sheesh, this is a long stream, but that's what I get for not streaming all dang week. Normally I stream for like an hour or two at the most, then we move on. So now we press this to the third part. Here's the spiritual part of it. Here we go. When you look at everything and you ask yourself what really is going on, this is how I see it. Let me get my stuff right, because I just had it and I just messed everything up. I see it like this. At the end of the day, oh dang it. Actually, where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, let me start off here. The empty house All right, let me see. Where's my picture? I need to find this picture real quick. Let me find this picture real quick. I just had it a second ago. I lost it. There we go. All right, we'll start with this. When you look at it from a spiritual perspective, if you look at this from a spiritual perspective, I keep saying that, there's a bunch of different ways you could look at this. Now, you look at it from the evil that men do. And we could look at it from the evil that we've heard the left side talk. We could look at it from the evil that we heard the right side talk. Or we could look at it from the evil that I just showed you with those pictures from the Without Sanctuary. You could look at it from an evil of any perspective. From my perspective, this is how I see it. In order for you to move the ball downfield after God knows how many hundreds of thousands of millions of years and still able to stay on code with what it is that you're trying to fulfill, whatever agenda that you're trying to do, I just don't see that being passed down humanely. I don't see that being passed down humanely to lead us to where we are today. It just don't make sense. We don't go all the way downfield doing shit like this to people. We don't matriculate the ball downfield doing shit like this to people. It just don't work like that. And then staying on code the entire time. Like, humans are cold-hearted. But when we're hearing other humans eating babies, drinking blood, having crazy what do you call them things? Dark web videos, cloning, trying to tamper with DNA. All when you go through and you start to realize that like a lot of this stuff that's been going on, it's like, bruh, at what point something deeper has to be happening? It can't just be surface level. Humans have been keeping up this story for this long and moving the ball downfield and lined up the stars perfectly, because now you got the Islamists over here and the Judaism both trying to conquer the West simultaneously at the same time, cause the war of distraction, now causing economic, political warfare. There's no way you did that by staying on code. Humanely, it doesn't make any. It's impossible. There has to be something deeper to the layers of you to be able to pull this shit off. There's no way. Humanely, it's not possible, especially when you incorporate the cannibalism and the lies that we got from history. And when I say lies from history, this is what I'm talking about. Let me see. Let me find you the lies from history. Stuff like this. Where are we at? Where is it? I just had it. I hate that this keep. Thank God y'all can't see this. Woo-wee. All right, so this right here. So when we look at stuff like this, like look at the lies from history. Check out these lies from history. Tell me how is this possible? Ask yourself this question.
Ain't nobody convincing me that we are the advanced civilization. I mean, just come on. Feast your eyes on this temple. Look at it. Look at the precision. Look at the symmetry, the geometry. You know, thousands of carved figures, each one completely unique, each one completely perfect, not machine cut, not laser scanned, not 3D printed, but supposedly, all of this was done with hammer and chisel and horse and carriage and ancient guesswork. This is the Khajuraho temple in India that was built apparently over 1,000 years ago. Yet the stonework puts modern architects to shame completely. You know, every block fits like it was designed on a computer. The detail is so sharp that it looked like it was carved yesterday, you know. The structure is earthquake resistant, aligned with celestial movements, and engineered so precise that modern builders still cannot replicate this in this modern day. But we're told that these people were primitive. You know, we're told that they had no advanced technology, no higher knowledge, no tools beyond stone and copper. So, you know, how did they carve these megalithic columns with millimeter accuracy? You know, how did they cut sandstone like butter? How did they design fractal level patterns long before we even understood the mathematics behind them? You know, they didn't just build a temple. They encoded astronomy, physics, acoustics, and sacred geometry all into solid rock. Meanwhile, today, we build glass boxes that fall apart within 20 years, and we call that progress, you know. Something is missing from our history, a whole chapter, a whole civilization, you know, a whole level of knowledge that we've either forgotten or been denied. Because let's face it, structures like this don't just appear. They come from a world that was far more advanced than the one that we're living in now. And there, honestly, ain't nobody convincing me otherwise. But obviously, for the sensory reasons, this was all just for entertainment. I love you all, beautiful people. Don't forget to pop me a follow, and I'm as fictional as a dinosaur.
Exactly. So you're looking at that. So I appreciate it. So you're looking at that, and you have to ask yourself, you're like, bro, look, the way that architecture looked. There's no way that you can sit here and say certain things like that. Like, there's no way you can sit here and just look at history and see things that were built and chiseled over a long period of time and have to and come to the conclusion that humans did all this shit. That there's just no way. Now, one thing that history does teach us one thing. Whether you look at ancient text, ancient knowledge, or whatever the case may be, and sorry, my eyes is not looking at the camera. I'm trying to multitask it at the same time while I do all this. One thing that history does teach us, it teaches us that we clearly can't be here alone. There's no way. Too many movies have told us certain things. Too many ancient texts have told us certain things. Too many findings. There you go. Findings have showed us a bunch of different things. Like, for example, let me see if I can find this one for you real quick. Let me see. No, not hidden. Let me see. So, for example, where is it? Is it this right here? Yeah, this. Look. There's no way that you can come to the conclusion that stuff like this is just humans did this decades and centuries and to come to the conclusion that shit is only 2,000 years old according to Bible thumpers. Only 2,000 years old. I'm like, nah, bro. All this shit didn't happen within 2,000 years, bro. I mean, we carbon date trees that go back hundreds of thousands of years. And to tell us people are primitive? How are you gonna give us this depiction of people that are being primitive? How? There's no way you could be primitive when we see that. God dang it, I lost the dang thing. There's no way you can be primitive when we just saw, I guess I can't show it again, but you know what I'm trying to say. When we just saw the previous video of dudes showing us how things were sculpted and built. But let's keep going. Let me keep showing this. But then we find underwater civilizations that still are that are still intact and that are still together. This is in China, Lion City in China, underwater. Look at this. Look Look at the carvings on these. Who the fuck built this, bruh? Underwater city. Look at the architecture. Look at it. It's still there. Who built these? How? Underwater. Here's another one. Egypt, underwater city or civilization. How? How you build this and it's underwater and the architecture of it is fucking phenomenal. Look at it. Look. Look. How you finding these? Spain, underwater. This ain't just in one portion of the world. This is a bunch of different places. I don't think this one's underwater. But you still see that it's still standing strong. After all these years, Jamaica, underwater. Who built these? How? Like, look at this. India got a stairway leading up. You still got the sculptures on the side of it. Who was doing this? There's no way you can have me believe. Look at this shit, bruh. Who meticulously built this? Look at the detail. Look, there's no way that you can say that just humans put some stones and bricks together and just put it there. Something ain't right. Something don't add up. Greece, underwater in Greece. Like, look at what they're looking at. These are underwater civilizations. Now you have to ask yourself, if these are underwater civilizations, look at the statue, bruh. Look at the statue on this one. Look at this. It's still standing strong. Ain't moved. Look at this. Who did these? And then this is my question. Bolivia, we in South America now. Like who drilled in the damn stone? You see that? Look, who drilled this? Who put this together? This doesn't make any sense. Look at this. Who's over here making these things? Israel. Israel got a fucking underwater place. We're looking at every single place on earth at this point. There's not one place where it's oversaturated with things. These are random places on earth, finding underwater skulls. Like, this is crazy. A detail of the things that they're finding of underwater civilizations. Look at the detail. All right. Anyway, look at this. This is crazy. So anyway, back to my point. When you see things like this, you have to ask yourself, how is the sea level underwater now? How did it get above sea level and stay above sea level? And then the question was, how was it below sea level where they were walking on that land and it stayed down there? I don't know. I don't know. Just to think. So it's hard to sit here and think that things like this don't exist. It's hard to sit here and come to a conclusion and to look around and ask yourself that stuff like, where's my shit at? Where is it at? I just had it. Thank you. Here it is. Stuff like this don't exist. It's hard to not believe this. It's hard to sit here and say that things like this do not exist. You see what I'm saying? It's hard to say that your Greys, reptilians, Nordics, hybrids, Syrians, Illyrians, Anunnaki, Draconian, insectoid, whatever the case may be, anything you could think of. It's hard to sit here and say that these things do not exist over a period of history and time. Because even if you take it from a Bible thumper perspective, there was a serpent in the garden. A serpent. Where the fuck a serpent come from? And then after he gets caught, his punishment is to crawl on his belly. So you telling me this nigga was walking? You telling me he was walking? And his punishment, well, not his punishment, he allegedly tricked the lady into eating the apple. But then there's two sides of the story. Some people say she was tricked into eating the apple from the tree of good and knowledge, or of good and evil. Other people say that there's a potential chance that she had sex with the serpent. which wouldn't be too far-fetched to believe. It wouldn't be. She probably ate the apple and slept with the serpent, because you can find, I wish I would have kept, I forgot where I found that. You can find statues and sculptures of, you see where they show women of like old sculptures sleeping with like different species of races. They have like handmade or cultured old ancient things where they show like women sleeping with different entities or species. Now, here's the thing. If one of these things saw a woman and thought that she was attractive and decided to either procreate with her or take a human and do gene splicing, one of the two, either procreate with them if they can procreate. If they want to grab her and procreate with her, I mean, what you gonna do? Was she gonna fight back? No. Or if one of them wants to take her, kidnap her, and do gene splicing, or a man, it could take a woman or a man and do gene splicing, and then start splicing their genes up to mix the races. I mean, there you go. Gene splicing has to be a thing. I mean, because think, how did Noah build his ark? If Noah built the ark, there's no way he had all them animals on the ark with them pissing and shitting and feeding. Maybe he had gene splicings of every single animal. Maybe these different races, Anunnakis and Greys, know how to gene splice and take a piece of DNA or gene from a human and mix it with theirs and grow it. Think about it. It could be a possibility. Now, to go a little deeper, we keep going deeper. When you things, if those are a possibility and we live around with a bunch of different entities and races, right? Where is it? Make sure, here it is. If we're surrounded by a bunch of different entities and races, then in this document right here that I'm going to show you, let me see if I can find it. Is this the right one? Yeah, this is it. We have this document, right? This document is called, what the hell's the name of this document? What is it called? Project Gateway. I'm staring right at it. What the hell's wrong with me? This is a CIA document called Project Gateway, where they talk to you and they spoke to you and they let you know about something called astral projection. Right? Now, in this document, I gotta make this smaller and fix it. In this, you know what? Hold on, let me fix this real quick. In this document, though, they talked about astral projection, and he explained to you what astral projecting is, and let you know how it works and what it does. There we go. This is better. All right. So in this document, they spoke on what astral projecting is. And let's see if they give you a quick rundown of it. This is right here. It says that this guy named Robert Monroe in 1958. Oh, shit. God dang it. Where did my thing go? Let me find it real quick. Oh no, I lost it. There it is. Okay. So you had this guy named Robert Monroe in 1958 who did astral projection or whatever. And it says he found himself leaving his physical body to travel. I can't really see it. He said he found himself leaving his body to travel. He's leaving his body to travel a second body to locals far removed from the physical and spiritual realities of his life. He was inhabiting a place unbounded by time or space with some trepidations. He wrote a book about his experiences called Doubleday. It was a published journal, Out of the Body, in 1971. He brought out a second edition in 1977. Throughout the book, he maintains a stance of a careful, objective reporter who often reports his own confusion in this unusual area. He relies upon personal experiences for interpretation rather than an occult, religious, or spiritual framework. So he was doing this on his own without any occult, spiritual, religious framework. In the 60s, he became interested in the possibility of connecting between nonverbal audio patterns and brainwave rhythms. From this long experience with sound and advanced rotating disc circuit breakers, he breakers to a sophisticated custom-built signal generators and production of tape recordings in which he has many 16 patterns of sound mixed together on stereo channels. Drawn upon his discovery and works of others, he employs a system of binaural beats to create a frequency following response by the brainwave patterns, and the FFR's frequency following response not only gives some control of the brainwave emissions, but of the hemisphere. It promotes brainwave synchronizations between the two hemispheres. So then he received a generic patent for his method. All right, so this guy, he was astute in astral projecting, out of body experience. All right, and this is a CIA document. Now, how it works is this is what they did. In the appearance of the Gateway Project, they present a puzzling facade. A group of 20 people stand together around talking, stretching. They enter a large room. They lie down on an individual mattress, put blankets over them. They put padded stereo headphones and become motionless in the darkened room. For the first 5 minutes, the slight cough and rustling can be heard, and for 40 minutes, there's not a sound or a movement, and they save an occasional snore. Then at all the same time, everyone sits up and looks around, and soon they resume their talking, stretching, running around outside. This happens several times during the day, evening, and sometimes 3 in the morning. And the retreat center personnel often asks what is going on. These individuals are practicing and participating in a progressive series of frequency following responses. The major component of the recording is a series of non-verbal audio patterns, most of them masked by a pink sound similar to wave rolling, to each on a beach or wind slipping through the trees. Then we go down. For long experience, we know that the brain and the mid do respond to great regularity for shifting patterns. Some researchers have studied the brain's response, and they have noted the brainwave profile for strong and longer shifts in the frequency. All right, cool. Let's keep going. Where we at? Let's skip over till we get to the point. Let me see. Where is it? Right here. Here we go. So some participants run into what we call fear barrier, particularly if they try to advance too fast one way or another. This manifests as a fear about the potential loss of the self as they know it. For this is the reason the program develops along a carefully controlled steps, each with a strong and positive base. This permits a self-protective mechanism to work. Hundreds of times we have observed that when an individual begins to stimulate himself be more than his level of adjustment will allow, he blanks out the experience. He feels either he went to sleep or that he clicked out for a period of time. Perhaps the next time or the 5th time he repeats the exercise, he will remember the experience and the edge of the level adjustments, the homeostatic network, into a larger awareness. So they keep trying this shit over and over. They're trying to astral project. Astral projection, basically where they say, part of your body, your spirit or soul leaves your body, and you have an etheric cord that attaches to your body with your soul when you have an out-of-body experience. All right, so here we go. Then it says deep relaxation. In order to avoid connotations often associated with names, we use numbers to designate different levels of consciousness. Okay, cool. It says that the first series of exercises in the Gateway pattern instructs and trains the participant in the art of deep relaxation. Most types of interior exploration depend on reaching profoundly relaxed levels. Even many of those who practice this art for years have found they need to reach yet deeper levels before the program becomes effective. Even many of those who practice this art for years have found that they need to reach a deeper level before the program becomes effective. The level needed is close to lucid dream state. Our key phase is body asleep, mind awake. At this level, the mind focuses on interior events in a different and more concentrated perpetual focus than our waking state. We call this level 10 focus. All right, let's keep going. Where is it at? Here we go. It says, after much practice in intensifying Focus 12, some participants have found that they can control out-of-body experience. They become more identified with a second body, apparently composed of non-physical energy, and leave the physical body. After they have reduced their cultural shock through more practice, they then find themselves able to roam through other energy systems. Keep going. Focus 15. Much as a focus 12 appears to rise naturally out of focus 10, the state we call focus 15 grows naturally out of a strong and stable focus 12, yet a different energy level. Focus 15 leads into a different set of energy systems marked most all by the non-significance of time. In fact, time as we know it no longer exists. Our explorers have reported that in one area of focus 15, they have some ability to manipulate time. Okay, keep going. At the Institute, we have done much investigation of one phenomenon that can appear in Focus 12 and Focus 15. With great care and compassion, a strong and guiding figure will lead... hold on. With great care and compassion, a strong and guiding figure will lead an explorer out of the body, place him in a comfortable position, and watch over him while talking to us, using explorer's vocal cords, thought patterns, and vocabulary. The onset of this phenomenon in several explorers, each without knowing about the others, have then been astoundingly similar. Even more fascinating is the fact that the information these sources give, all of it being of a gentle and instructional nature, has a higher degree of correlation. We have no way, of course, to remove all possible contaminations or leakage between each explorer and between them ourselves. While we do not promote this information nor make any claims about this authenticity, we have been made impressed with this quality. On our way to Focus 10 and 12, most participants encounter a few obstacles. A small percentage develop physical symptoms. If these persist, we recommend they leave the program for a period of time and concentrate on physical health and on a mind-body integration technique such as right chain therapy, yoga, asanas, or Tai Chi. Almost every participant at first has some difficulty maintaining waking consciousness. What triggers the loss of consciousness before they reach the lucid dream level of Focus 10, we don't know. We don't know that when they disturb the participant's concept of who he is, his homeostatic network is threatened. Keep going. Just pay attention. With the guidance from himself and others, the participant can assimilate the new level of awareness. If he does not wish to assimilate it, he can push the experience into the background and preserve his present homeostasis. Deep relaxation with the intent of personal growth appears to trigger process toward better physical and mental health. Some participants find themselves spontaneously giving up tobacco, alcohol, drugs, and even TV. Others go through an overdue divorce, change jobs, or move to another state. But as participants approaches Focus 12, his contact with the source of direction becomes clearer, setting up a feedback loop about his particular path. All he has to do is pay attention to these inner directions and exercise the volition to follow the changes. Right here, I'm gonna pay attention to this. When they start getting better at astral projection, look at what they say. Some participants find themselves spontaneously giving up tobacco, alcohol, drugs, and even TV. They're sobering up and they're getting away from live vision, as we all know. Others go through overdue divorce and change jobs or move to another state. What is that? They're getting rid of stress, worry, and negative thinking. They're getting rid of stress, worry, and negative thinking. Now let me find this other thing I was trying to find. Let me see. Discovered, yet I suspect that while tremendous ability to determine this. Let me see. Okay, so where the hell is it? There's one thing I wanted to show you. We call this because a series of techniques lead to a gateway of different modes of perception. From my observation, the visuals become involved in programs. Some participants run into what we call fear. Okay, not fear. There was something in here that I remember that I found that was extremely profound. It was, here it goes right here. From Samandani and Satori to the Vision Quest and the Cloud of Unknowing, cultures in all times and all places have abhorred a few individuals who reached and practiced profound levels of self-exploration, aka astral projection. So This is a known thing that cultures in all times and places have individuals who have reached and practiced levels of astral projection. Most of these individuals practice within a mythology and a epistemological groundwork by which they can interpret and give meaning to their experience. So before the CIA or whoever got a hold of people who could do this, cultures in all times, meaning dates, date back we don't know how far, and places have already been doing this. And it's ironic that when some people have been doing this, they even said that participants who do this stuff, they'll give up sobriety, and they'll get rid of negative thinking, stress, and anxiety of other things that are holding them back. Where have we heard that from? Basically, they giving up sin. They're sobering up. They're giving up sin. In order to have an outer body experience, they have to get rid of the sin in their life that is holding them back. That's what they're saying in a nutshell. That's basically what they're saying in a nutshell. Will this go down? That's what she said. They're giving up sin in a nutshell. Hopefully I can get this off my screen now. Okay, there we go. We're good. They're giving up sin. They're telling you through the astral projection, the CIA documents, that there's been people who have been doing this in different cultures, in different times, in different places. There have been individuals who are able to achieve astral projection. They've done it without all of this governmental influence. And this shit has been going on for we don't know how long. But the CIA is telling you that they've done this shit before, and they got people who've done it, and the people who did it got rid of sin and things in their life that were hindering them, that was causing them stress, worry, fear, all that stuff. They got rid of all of that. Simultaneously, they were sobering themselves up. Where have we heard that from? And actually, the real question is not even where we heard that from. If this has been going on for a long time, who's to say that entities like this don't know how to do this shit? Like, who's to say that these entities of different races, who's to say that they don't know how to do this? Think about it. Who's to say they do not know how to do this? Who's to say? Like, how can you sit here and say that they don't know what they're doing? Like, they don't know how to do it. Think about that. I'm pretty sure they know how to do it, because even David Icke broke this stuff down, and I don't have time to go into that right now. Now, when you look at that from that perspective, and you go into, let me show you, and you go into this right here. Where is it at? Let me see if I can find it. I have it up somewhere. Oh, I forgot to talk about this earlier. Whatever. We'll skip that for now. Where is it at? Where is it at? Here we go. No, how many? Is this it? Let's see. Show you off. He heals him. Where have we seen this at? Where have we seen this at? Where is it at? Oh, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have it right here. Where are you? Where are you? The light? No. Okay, I can't find it in the book, but I'll show it to you right here. To what? Where is it? 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 Okay, I'll show you this. We've seen this astral projecting happen in a bunch of different things. For example, this movie right here. We've all seen this movie before. I'm sure we have. They showed this to us in movies plenty of times. Right here, Black Panther. When T'Challa would go into this state, what was he doing? Do you remember this? He would go in and astral project and go talk to his ancestors who were still around. He had guides. He was astral projecting to his guides, his father. He would still be able to visit his father through astral projection. They were showing us this in movies. They've been showing us this. I don't know if the mother died, I can't remember. But as you see, T'Challa would go back and go see his father through astral projected and his ancestors. He would go and see them and talk to them and have guidance from them. Which means it's nothing new. It's been going on. They show you in movies, of course, because they don't want you to believe that this shit's true. Or where else have we seen it? Right here, a cartoon. You got this guy right here. This is one of my favorite cartoons right here. Avatar Aang. When he hits the avatar state, who is he talking to? These are the ancestors. He's in an astral projected state. He gets to go and see and deal with all the ancestors who guide him on what he has to do. Where else have we seen this from? This movie right here. Okay, so this was a movie I had watched a couple months ago, and I was kind of like intrigued on it. I didn't understand it until I actually sat down and thought about it. I was like, oh shit, they're trying to show us something. This movie right here talks about it. Insidious. Insidious 4, The Last Key. If you look at this movie right here, this woman right here, when she was a little girl, she would get beat by her dad. Her dad would beat her. He would beat the hell out of her. And she didn't really understand as to why. Well, I guess she figured it out that he was bad. But what ended up happening is she got older. This was her when she got older. And in the movie, she goes back. Let me see if I can find it. Right here. I can't show the whole thing, but here's a clip. This is her. And this is the demon. In this scene right here, if you can see this, that's her as she gets older and she goes back and she finds her father when she astral projects. And when she finds her father, she finds out that this demon was using her daddy as a puppet all these years when he would beat the shit out of her. So the whole time, she realized that the demon that was plaguing her daddy was him. This is the demon that was using her daddy as a puppet, but she never knew because she was looking at the vessel. She couldn't see the spirit that was plaguing her father. So then in this movie, what happens is she had hatred for her daddy. And what she did was she went back, and when she found her dad, he walked over to a wall and assumed the position and put his hands on the wall like he would do her. And this demon handed her a stick to beat her daddy, and she started with rage and anger in her face. She grabbed the stick, not even paying attention to the demon. And her daddy started saying things to her that was triggering her as a kid. And she started beating him again. She started beating him and beating him and beating him, basically getting revenge. So she's beating on her daddy. She's beating him and she's beating him. While she's beating her dad, she's feeding this demon. So now the sins of the father is being placed on her. But then she catches herself. Somebody else yells at her and catches her attention, and she realizes what she's doing. And she says it. You were the demon that was using my daddy as a puppet. She says, I refuse to feed you anymore, demon. Go to hell. And she broke the stick, and the demon got upset because it needs a host. Well, what ends up happening is, let me see if they show. Let me see if they give me a picture of it. If I can show it to you. Oh crap. Let me see if they give me a clip of it where I can show you real quick. What ends up happening is, while she's in an astral projected state, the demon ends up going after her, but her daddy starts to fight the demon off. But then the demon ends up stabbing him in the stomach, and it kills him. But before he dies, or he gets freed, I guess you could say, he looks at her, he goes, I'm sorry. And he finally goes away. So the whole time he was trapped with that demon that was plaguing him. But let me see if I could find the clip that I'm trying to find, but they won't let me, let me find it. Let me show you right here. So what ends up happening is, the mother comes back. Oh, there she is, right there. Is this her? Yeah. Let me see if I can find a picture of the mom. Can I find a picture of the mom real quick? I can show you. Where is she at? Where is she at? They gave me one earlier, but now they took it away, those bastards. Mother returns. There we go. I guess I can find it like this, huh? There it goes, right here. So then what ends up happening is, as she's fighting as the demon tries to attack her, she calls on her mother. Her mother ends up coming back, and this is her mother whenever she was, this is the little girl, she was older. Her mom comes back and she faces the demon. And when she faces the demon, she tells the demon, leave my daughter alone. And she swings and she kills the demon, and the demon finally gets killed or dies or whatever. But her mother came down from a different realm and kills the demon in the astral projected world. That's what it did. So when you look at everything from that perspective, what I'm saying is this: over all this time of stuff that we go through, of history, of what I've showed you, whether it be Islam, Judaism, of anything biblical, of all the stuff going on, what we could be seeing and what we probably don't understand is this: when we see stuff like this happening over history, was this stuff happening because of a sick group of humans, partially? Or could this have been happening because of a group of entities or demons took over a bunch of people's bodies and was astral projected into these human bodies and is using them to commit either heinous crimes or to carry out an agenda that they're trying to fulfill a prophecy on that's been going on for we don't know how long? When you look at these things, because when you look at the Bible text, it does the same thing. It talks to you about the same thing. For example, I mean, even if you go into the Bible, I'll show you something here that'll probably make you trip out. Even if you go into the Bible, look at what it talks about. Is this it right here? Let's see. Some horses capture him. Yes, this is it right here. Yeah, right here. Like to look at how far back. Think about this, what I'm about to show you. In this second book of Kings, look at what this mentions. It talks about the king of Aram was at war with Israel. After conferring the office, he said, I will set up a camp. The man of God sent this king to Israel, beware of the passing place, because the Armenians are going down there. So the king of Israel checked the place and all that stuff. I'm going to kind of skip through this. None of us, my Lord King, said this to the officers, but Elisha, the prophet who is Israel, tells the king of Israel, very words you speak is your bedroom. Go find out where he is. The king orders. So then the men sent and captured him. And the reporter came by, and then the very servant of the man, God got up and went out early the next morning with stuff. Okay, the Elisha prayed and opened the eyes. Lord may see. Open the servants, looked away. Let me see, where is it? Prayed, follow me, I will lead you to the city. Oh no, this ain't the right one. Here it is right here. Sorry, famine and besiege. Here it is right here. Sorry. Some time later, Ben-Hadad, the king of Aram, mobilized his entire army and marched up and laid siege. There's a great famine in the city, and it lasted so long the donkey's head sold for 80 shekels of silver and a quart of lab, and a seed of pods for 5 shekels. As the king of Israel was passing by on the wall, a woman cried for help. Or a woman cried to him, help me, my Lord King. The king replied, if the Lord does not help you, where can I get help for you? From the threshing floor, from the wine press? And then she asked her, what's the matter? She answered, this woman said to me, give up your son so we may eat him today, and tomorrow we'll eat my son. So we cooked my son and ate him. The next day I said to her, give up your son so we may eat him. But she said she had hidden him. When the king heard the woman's words, he tore his robes. As he went along the wall, the people looked, and they saw that under his robes he had sackcloth on his body, and said, may God deal with me, but it ever be so severely, if the head of Elisha's son of Shaphat remains on his shoulders today. Showing you that just to show you this. Even back then in the Bible stuff, they were showing you that they were eating people and eating kids. It's nothing new. It's nothing new. They were eating kids. This shows you in the Bible they were eating kids. They were eating people. My question is this a form of a human vessel doing these things? Or is this an astral projected evil spirit that are doing these things to people? You have to look at it from that perspective, because even when even when Jesus was dealing with these things, it'll show you right here. Let me see. Let me see. Where's the thing? So right here. Amount they went to her. Here it goes right here. This story right here. This is the question that you have to ask yourself. You have this story right here. God dang it. I hate it when it messes up when I get it over here. The two-headed possessed, the two demon possessed men healed. Right here. Even in the book. When he come to the other side, to the country of green, or whatever it's called, there him two demon-possessed men coming out of tombs, exceedingly fierce, so that no one could pass the way. And suddenly they cried out, saying, "What have we to do with you, Jesus, you Son of God? Have you come here to torment us before the time?" So there's two dudes, two demon-possessed men. They see Jesus, and the first shit they say to him is, "Have you come here to torment us before the time?" Nigga, what time is you talking about? Now go way off from there was a herd of many swine feeding. So the demons begged him, saying, "If you cast us out, permit us to go away into a herd of swine." Think about this. The demons know that Jesus can see their spirit, not the flesh, that the body that they are in. You get what I'm saying? They already know that Jesus can see them, I would say, in an astral projected form, not in a vessel flesh form. He can actually see them for what they are and not just the vessel. Because remember, it says this right here. It says, there had met two demon-possessed men coming out of the tombs. They were fierce, so that no one could pass that way. But for some reason, when Jesus shows up, they already knew that he could see them past the vessel. He could see the actual spirit. So when he could see their spirit, they was like, "Oh shit, he can actually kill us." Like, I wouldn't care if it was another person coming over here, because they would just kill the vessel and we'll just go into something else. But since we're dealing with Jesus, or we know he can actually see our spirit, I would say he can actually see us in an astral projected realm. Other people can't see us when we're astral projected. All they see is this vessel. So they know that they can't be killed, because a regular person would only kill the vessel, and they'll just leave the vessel and just go to another body. But when they dealt with Jesus, they was like, "Oh shit, he can actually see us. He actually kill our spirit, and then we'll be gone for real." So what I'm saying is this: when we're looking at this with astral projection, and knowing that different cultures from different time and different places have been astral projecting, and knowing that probably different entities and different demons probably have been astral projecting. How do we know how long this has been going on for? How do we know that when we have these two religions fighting each other, or these religions that we're dealing with, when we look at the left side or the right side, or when we look at religions of all kinds, Catholicism, how do we know that these religions are not astral projected entities that are taking over human vessels, and they're fulfilling a prophecy of their God that they're trying to raise to the top? Where's the top? I just had it. I guess I got rid of it. But they're trying to raise their God to the very top. I got rid of it. How do we not know that when we see all this happening? And the question is, how many of them is it? Well, remember I showed you, we all know that when Lucifer got cast out of heaven, it was 1/3 that came out of the heavens with Lucifer. But ever since then, he's been recruiting. So that 1/3 is probably like, hell, I don't know. 2/3. Well, it can't be 2/3, but 1/3, but that 1/3 has grown to a bigger amount because the 1/3 came out of heaven. So therefore the 2/3 still remain, the 1/3 is gone, but then the 1/3 has grown to a bigger amount. So how do we know that the recruiting hasn't gone done? And now the recruiting is in every religion, every financial institution, every single thing that we see. TV, entertainer, religion, doctors, lawyers, court system. How do we know that these astral projected entities are not using different vessels inside of humans everywhere that we go and everywhere that we see? But we don't see the astral projected person, we see the vessel. And they don't give a damn about the vessel. The vessel means nothing. Because we've heard all sorts of, even the Epstein files talked about astral projecting. Eating babies, eating kids, feeding off of low frequency energy, drinking blood. This stuff isn't new. It's been going on and it still goes on till this day. I just showed you right there in the second book of Kings that they were eating babies. It's nothing new. There was demons that seen Jesus come up. How did the demons know to talk to Jesus? Why didn't the vessel talk to Jesus? It was the demon speaking to Jesus because he could see them in an astral projected realm. He wasn't talking to the flesh. It even tells us in the Bible. Where's the saying? Let me find it. Where is it? The scripture. Let's see. Battle. Right here. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this one. Ephesians. Everybody knows this one. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against power, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. The spiritual wickedness has to be the astral projected beings, the ones that take over vessels. The very thing that they try to provoke people not to deal with or not to do. Why? Because we probably can talk to our ancestors as guides to help us battle these demons that are walking around in the flesh using different vessels, but they're never dying. They may kill the vessel or use a different vessel, but they never die. And the only way they would be able to actually die is to actually probably speak to previous ancestors that we have, that we can tap into and ask them for guidance on what to do. And they can go in and probably tell us, hey, your brother such and such, they have this demon plaguing their soul. Hey, your friend over here, hey, we can see that they have this demon plaguing their soul. And we can probably help people get rid of their demons that are plaguing them, but they can't see it. So the entire time you're battling the flesh, but you can't ever deal with anything because you're looking at the flesh and not the astral projected entity. Because the CIA did documents on astral projecting and tell you that different cultures and different times and different places have been doing it. Because I just showed you that civilizations have underground civilizations that still remain till this day. They're detailed. The detail on the architecture is so deep. You can't explain it. You don't know who made the shit. Where'd I get this from? Where is this? Oh, well, I can't find it. Now, take it another step deeper, because I'm almost done with this. Now, here's something that I spoke on. I did a live stream that talked about. Oh crap! Where is it? Here, there it is. I got it. I did a live stream that talked about. Oh no, is that it? Oh, I guess I have to use this. I did a live stream and I talked about mRNA in humans. Now, this is something that you can find. It's not hard to find. And you know what? I think I actually know where it's at. Let me just find the document. I'm gonna have to skim through this one real quick, because this is gonna tie everything together and make it make sense in the end, whether you believe it or not. Where is it? Come on. Where are you? Case. Here it is, right here. All right, so looking at this document, this is a Supreme Court document that I had found. I had went over, and this talks about the mRNA or cDNA inside of people. Listen to this. All right, so this is going to talk about the cDNA and how your DNA is a double helix. Your DNA is a double helix, and they're trying to tap into your DNA structure of a double helix and change it over to a triple helix so they can patent you, so they can make you patent eligible, because you're no longer a natural human being, you are a synthetic transhuman. Why would they try to take you out from being a natural human and turn you over to a synthetic transhuman that make you patent eligible? I'll show you. So here's a syllabus, Supreme Court of the United States, October 2012. It says, where it is feasible, a syllabus will be released as it is being done in connection with this case at the time of the opinion is issued. The syllabus constitutes no part of the opinion of the court, but has prepared the reader or the reporter of decisions for the convenience of the reader. All right, so here we go right here. Association for Molecular Pathology. So it says right here, each human gene is encoded as a deoxyribonucleic acid, which is DNA, which gives or takes the shape of a double helix. Each crossbar in the helix consists of two chemically joined nucleotides. Sequences of DNA nucleotides contain the information necessary to create strings of amino acid used to build proteins in the body. The nucleotides that code for amino acids are exons, and those that do not are introns. Scientists can extract DNA from cells to isolate specific segments for study. They can also synthetically create exon-only strands of nucleotides known as complementary DNA, which is cDNA. cDNA contains only exons that occur in DNA, omitting the intervening introns. So they keep the exons and then they omit the introns. All right, so they go through and they talk about all this. I've already done the whole thing on this. It's called mRNA Humans if you want to go watch it. I'm going to go straight down to the conclusion so we can wrap all this up, because I've already read all this. I don't feel like reading all this right now because I don't have time. But the conclusion down here that they end up talking about in this is, where is it? It's the opinion. Where's the conclusion? Conclusion. Where are you at? Opinion. No, we did conclusion. Where is the conclusion? I know I have it. Opinion. Yes. Where are your conclusion? Where is it? I just had it. God dang it. I know where it's at. Let me get the conclusion real quick because I have it. I just can't find it right now because, of course, I'm trying to look for it. So here we go. I'll just go to myself. So here, I read this already, did a live stream on it. October term, and we go through and read all this. And we go read, and we'll go to the conclusion of the same document. Where we at? Right here. Of nature. Or has been. All right, here we go. Where is it at? Supreme Court correction. Here we go. Conclusion. Found it. What we'll do is we'll go down here to the conclusion on page 34 and wrap. Page 30. Page 34. Thank you, Danny. Let me see if I got the same thing in my hand. I don't. It's the same thing, but the one I'm looking in gives me more. I can't explain it. How it gives me more to see, so therefore the pages have changed. That sucks. But anyway, it's the same. It's the same document. Where is it? Probably I didn't go up enough. That's probably what it was. Where is it? Yeah, I'm not gonna waste my time looking for this. Screw this. But anyway, we'll go to the conclusion. Here it is. Wrap this thing up. Conclusion. And let's see what we concluded after all of that talking. all of that we talked about, it says the judgment of the Court of Appeals should be affirmed insofar as it holds that cDNA is patent eligible, and reversed insofar as it holds that isolated but otherwise unmodified DNA is patent eligible. Respectfully submitted, January 2013. Okay, so as you can see, they can patent your DNA. So if they can patent your DNA because they have changed your DNA from a triple helix to a double helix, they can actually patent you. They can patent you. They can literally freaking patent you. Let's see right here. Patent cDNA. Where is it at? Actually, I have to just go off of that same thing. There it is right here. Right here. The United States Supreme Court has ruled complementary DNA, cDNA, is patent eligible because it's man-made molecule that is not naturally occurring, unlike isolated naturally occurring DNA segments, which are considered products of nature. This distinction exists because human intervention is required to create cDNA by removing non-coded regions known as introns, resulting in a unique laboratory manipulated product. So they're taking a DNA structure out of your body and then they're patenting you. Now, let's go ahead and see how far this goes. Because I once again, I went pretty deep on this shit. So here we go. I'm going to show you basically what these fuckers are doing. We go. Take it away, sweetheart.
For decades.
Your DNA is a right-handed double helix made up of these four things right here. And the helix is held together by sulfuric bonds that appear after every 10 pairs of nucleotides, every 5 pairs of nucleotides, every 6 pairs of nucleotides, and again, every 5 pairs of nucleotides. 10-5-6-5, 10-5-6-5, or in the Hebrew alphabet, Yod He Vav He, the signature of your creator, the signature of an artist under his painting, if you will. Now, the magic potion, if you actually read the patents, it is adding a triple helix, and it is adding more of this, which comes from a meteorite or a fallen star. And this 10-5-6-5, Yod He Vav He, the signature of your creator, quickly turns into 10-5-6-6-6-5. Do I have your attention yet? Your DNA is made up.
All right, so far as we see to it, it might be things
4,000 from your mom.
Let's continue and let's let her continue to cook. Here we go.
Up of 72,000 genome from your mom, 72,000 genome from your dad, equaling 144,000, God's perfect image, a very prominent number in the Bible. Now, these mRNA jibby jabs have the ability to go into the cell and break through its nucleus and reverse transcribe DNA into your cells.
Now, she said every each of that in the
370 structurable.
Let her keep going. Here we go.
Okay. They are creating cDNA, complementary DNA, which is owned and patentable by these pharmaceutical companies. This mRNA carries instructions, a payload, and it is adding an additional 72,000 genome to your DNA, which would make it 216,000, or 600 3-score-and-6, which is 600 times 60 times 6. There's your 666. Now, the initial hokey pokey works as hardware. The secondary hokey pokeys work as software. And the graphene oxide works as a conductor for, these toxic lipid nanoparticles and the nanotechnology to self-assemble into devices. And they are self-assembling into medical devices inside the body that will read your biometric data and also create nanochips that are receiving and outputting information and generating a MAC address. Anyone who has these jibby jabs, you have a MAC address. You show up marked as a network on Bluetooth. You can test this for yourself. They also contain DARPA hydrogels, which form...
Okay. Finish up. Let's let her finish cooking. She's almost done.
You can test this for yourself. They also contain DARPA hydrogels, which form crystalline antenna and move in a fractal manner through your brain, making its way to your pineal gland. That same DARPA hydrogel is on the tip of every PCR test. And when you shove that up to your nose, it breaks the mucosa all the way up the top of your nose where it meets your brain. And the DARPA hydrogel goes into your brain. And it also has a payload. And people who took a PCR test also show up with a MAC address. Now here's the really scary part. All of these structures that have been found in these vials under a microscope, the graphene nanoribbons, the DARPA hydrogels, the self-assembled nanochips, all of that, those same structures are now being found in literally every single kind of injectable that you can think of. The flu shot, heparin, monkeypox, polio, you name it, it's in there. They are creating human hybrids with chimeric DNA. We are in the days of Noah.
Signal strength. Okay, so rolling all this up to say this, to basically get you to understand, because it turns into a big ordeal at the end of the day. Because when you look at the end result, and I've beaten this into the ground. Yes, I have. Matter of fact, I do have to show you one more thing right here. When you look at this and you add up all this stuff and all this stuff that they do talk about, you have to ask yourself, at the end of the day, does all of this agenda that they do and all of this stuff that they try to turn you into transhuman and try to basically turn your DNA from a double helix to a triple helix, and then they using religion, which we've seen, which I've made the point clear today, that both sides, Islamists and Judaism, they both are fighting for the same agenda. The same agenda is to bring the West down. And they're exalting their God on top, whoever that may be. And in that process, your DNA is already set up a particular way. And the only way that you would be able to stand firm and stand tall onto all this is to stay focused on what it is that you're supposed to be doing. Regardless of what's going on, regardless of what fearmonger that they have going on, you still need to make sure that nothing takes away from your God-given DNA structure that is embedded inside of you. Yeah, they're going to use fear, stress, worry, debt, finances, death, like, hey, either do this or die. These things will come to you, and at some point they'll be approached to you. They'll be brought to you. Question is, do you stand for something, or do you just fall for nothing? Because the Supreme Court has already made clear that they can patent your DNA. They've already made man-made DNA. How deep does it go? If they patent your DNA, what are they going to do to it? They don't. It's already been made clear that they don't do good shit. And do they have your best interests at heart? Because we're only here for a temporary amount of time. And while you're here for a temporary amount of time, if you know, for what I've showed, that both sides are pushing for an agenda to exalt their God the most highest, and it seems like their God are both doing the same thing, regardless if they say they're fighting. And now we know that there's a patent for your DNA. And we know that your DNA is a double helix, and somebody's trying to turn it to a triple helix, which then in turn turns you to a transhuman, which means that you're no longer a human. It's known that inside of your body, there's a divine spark, and clearly something wants to take it from you. And it's not hard to tell what it is that they're trying to take away from you. But through all of this that's going on, America's at an inflection point, which then will affect the whole globe. Because once you get a hold of America, which is the strongest military might that there is, and it gets into the hands of whoever wants to do with that military might whatever they want to with it, it's not far-fetched. It's not too hard to believe that we see that through the Epstein files, they'll do the most atrocious thing and won't face no consequences. It's easy to see through biblical text. There ain't nothing new under the sun. It's easy to see through ancient civilizations that this shit has been done a million times over. Because there's underwater civilizations that I just showed you. This shit has been done plenty of times. Different civilizations, great architectural structures, underwater, sunken. And at some point, we see that they've already tried to jab us up with a virus, but as hindsight is 2020, if you didn't get the jab, did you die? No, you didn't. You didn't die from not getting it. So you're still good. So it's to show you that there's an agenda that they're trying to implement over an extended period, long amount of time by trying to penetrate your body and your skin with something as of a double that is trying to alter your genetic DNA from a double helix to a triple helix. They use their God, whatever religion that their God is in. It could be Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hindu, Buddha, it doesn't matter. But they use their God as to push a political agenda to the forefront, to put you in economic debt, to stress you out, and to make it seem like you have nowhere else to go. And they want to try to take you down with them and to make you their forever slave by taking away what God has already given you, which is a DNA double helix structure that is inside your body that you cannot allow them to take. Because once they patent you, you gave up your God divine spark that was written and coded into your bloodline. Take the story of the Bible. What is the Bible about? The Bible is about a bloodline. That's the whole story. I don't care what happened in the Bible. It's a story that talks about a bloodline from Adam all the way to Jesus. That's the premise of the story. Keeping your bloodline solid all the way through. And then when you get to Jesus, he had to face the most atrocious pain of all in order to keep the bloodline. At any given time, he could have given it up. But he faced the death knowing in the end, he didn't lose his divine spark that was given to him. It was carried from Adam all the way to the end. The question is, are you going to give up your DNA double helix bloodline, your God-given divine spark? Are you going to give it up, or are you going to keep it and die with it? That's where we're headed, in my humble opinion. That's where we're getting to at some point. Some people will sell out and give up and they don't really care. But if you look at what I just showed you, if they can use a strong flu 19 shot to alter your DNA structure, if that's all it takes is a shot to alter your DNA structure, what makes you think they don't put it in lip fillers, Botox, lip injections, you know, cheek things, BBLs, breast implants. What makes you think they don't do it to women when they undergo under the needle for whatever procedure they want to go to? If they needed to stick it into a strong flu 19 jab to get it in you, what makes you think they just wouldn't put it in women who willingly go to the beauty cosmetics to get this shit done? Think about that. I know if I was an evil genius, I would stick it in women's beauty products, because these fuckers are going to come back for Botox all the damn time. And if you know anything about the guy Rudolf Steiner, which I'll wrap this up with him. Rudolf Steiner, I always talk about this dude, where he wrote about getting rid of the soul with medicine. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Here it is right here. I'm gonna wrap this up with this. It's a man named Rudolf Steiner. I forget, it was like 1861 and 1925, I believe. That's how long he was alive for. And he wrote this right here. And he says this. Excuse me. He says more than 100 years ago, Rudolf Steiner wrote this. He says that in the future, we'll eliminate the soul with medicine under the pretext of a healthy point of view, and there will be a vaccine by which the human body will be treated as soon as possible directly at birth, so that the human being cannot develop the thought of existence of a soul and spirit. To the materialistic doctors, they will be entrusted with the task of removing the soul of humanity. As today, people are vaccinated against this disease or that disease, so in the future, the children will be vaccinated with a substance that can be produced precisely in such a way that people, thanks to this vaccination, will be immune to being subject to the madness of spiritual life. He would be extremely smart, but he would not develop a conscience. And that if the true goal of the materialistic circles, with such a vaccine, you can easily make the etheric body lose in the physical body, meaning that you can't astral project. Once the etheric body is detached, the relationship between the universe and the etheric body will become extremely unstable, and the man will become an automaton, for the physical body of a man must be polished on this earth by spiritual will. So the vaccine becomes kind of a Armanic force. Man can no longer get rid of a given materialistic feeling. He becomes materialistic of constitution and can no longer rise to the spiritual. They're telling you that they're trying to destroy your potential to astral project with vaccines and medicine. And they're telling you that when you get to this point of being vaccinated and the medicine destroys your spirit or your soul, then the man can no longer get rid of a given materialistic feeling. We're seeing that in women. Men too, but we're seeing this in women. Women cannot get rid of a materialistic feeling. And I say that the women are getting this because of the health and beauty and cosmetic industry, because they're sticking all sorts of needles and injections inside of them. So they can stick that same stuff inside of the beauty products instead of just calling it vaccines. The people they try to get with vaccines are people who don't get that stuff. They got to reach them too. So that's how they try to get them. You become materialistic of constitution and can no longer rise to the spiritual. Right here, you can easily make the etheric body loose in the physical body. So they're trying to get rid of you having the ability to astral project. Why? Because they know that you can see them. You can kill them and you can get rid of them. And then you'll never have a chance to actually tap into your true potential. Because that's what the story Jesus was all about. Jesus was able to astral project and actually deal with the demons on a spiritual plane and talk to ancestors, which is what they try to stop us from doing. Because the oldest religion that ever existed is animism. Look here. Oldest religion that ever existed was animism. Animism was a religion that was taken for the indigenous people. Slave owners generally suppressed animistic practice, viewing them as heathen superstition or dangerous tools of resistance. Though many initially remained indifferent to enslaved people's belief until the 19th century push for Christianization. Slave owners viewed animistic practice as devil worship and superstition, openly, actively suppressing them to strip enslaved people of their cultural roots. Historical accounts suggest that while early slave owners often disregarded the religious belief of enslaved people, they eventually suppressed African animistic practices by dismissively labeling them as superstitious, idolatry, or devil worship to maintain control and to justify the institution of slavery. Slave owners dismissed African faith as superstition and idolatry to justify enslavement. They considered conjure particularly objectionable. The oldest religion that was ever around, or the